Good morning, good morning, good morning. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody. Hold up, y'all. Let me make sure I share this with everyone. Good morning. It is, what's today? Is it Monday? It's Monday. Oh my God. It's Monday. Yo, are you guys ready for another morning? The reason I started early is because apparently we had an eventful Sunday with some motions, mistrial, and juror number 6. They still want juror number 6, okay? So we got to talk about that. We live now. Let me let the people know that we're live. Good morning. Thank you guys for being here. You don't have to, but you are. Happy Father's Day for those yesterday. If you celebrate, if you don't, happy Caretaker Day for anybody else that's stepping up to that role. Shout out to you guys. We live now. Welcome everybody. Okay, we got a couple things happening now. Hold up. We had some late night filings, so we got to talk about those. And let's see. Let me pull my email because I got those filings there. Shout out to Come Get This Commentary Kiva, who gave us the heads up on these filings last night. Where do they go? Where do they go? No, she emailed them to me. Here it is. So Diddy's lawyers late last night submitted some letters to the court. Okay, let's talk about that. And then we're going to get started. Good morning. Welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So this is a letter to the judge, all right? Shout out to everybody coming through, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Let me make myself smaller. Thank you. This is, I believe, from Shapiro. The defense submits this letter in further support of its vigorous opposition to striking juror 6, okay? A black man. Mr. Combs would be substantially prejudiced by the dismissal of the juror and because there's no factual basis to removal under, and they're citing a case under the FASIO, the court lacks discretion to do so. Moreover, if the supposed inconsistencies in his answers to the court questions were truly of concern, redacted. There's a lot of redactions in there. If the court strikes juror, we respectfully request a mistrial to be declared. We understand that the court has refused to find any discriminatory motives in the government actions with respects to its preemptory strikes to this motion. However, we regretfully and regrettably disagree. The government's motions must be evaluated in the light of this entire history of this investigation and prosecution and not in isolation. Unfortunately, when considered against the background, it is impossible to believe that this motion is merely a good faith attempt to raise a valid question about a juror's integrity rather than an effort to take advantage of an opportunity to strike yet another black male from the jury. Oh my goodness, man. They are not playing. Okay, hold up now. I'm going to try to open this with DocuHub so I can they are really like wanting this to be if he's not going to be struck, we want a mistrial. Okay, that's what they're saying. If he's not going to be struck, they want a mistrial. Listen, if you haven't watched my video on juror number 6 yesterday, make sure you go watch it. Basically reading their whole decision. Juror number 6, that's what they're talking about. I thought the judge was like, in my opinion, he kind of said, what did he say? Something to the effect of, initially he was like, I want him out. And then he heard Agnifilo and Donaldson. He's like, well, let me think about it. I'll take the weekend or whatever. And then we're supposed to hear today whether juror number 6 is going to be there or not. I see this twofold because I'm kind of wondering if, like, the defense was really hard pressed about people not questioning juror number 6. And now here we are. Okay, now they want juror number 6 questioned. I don't know, guys. You guys let me know what you guys think in the comments, okay? Because it's a lot. So Shapiro further continues. There's no valid basis to dismiss juror number 6. To begin, as the court noted during the morning session on Friday, it does not have discretion to remove a juror where there's bias in the removal of the juror or where there would be prejudice to the defendant, which with prejudice meaning that the discharge is without factual support, okay, or for a legally relevant reason. Here there would be significant bias and prejudice to the defendant, and there's no factual support for dismissing the juror. First, there is no question Mr. Combs would be severely prejudiced if the juror in question were removed and replaced by an alternate juror. We have previously pointed out that this juror is one of the only 2 black men on the jury. Really? But it should be noted that he is the juror who is perhaps most similar to Mr. Combs in other important ways. He is a black man, okay? And then that's all redacted. Moreover, this case involves serious charges of sexual misconduct against women who were in relationship with Combs. As the opening statements and the witness testimony have revealed, the principal dispute between the parties is whether Cassie Ventura and Jane willingly participated in sexual activities and issues during the relationship with Mr. Combs for their own reason because they chose to do so, or whether the government claims they were coerced. The fairness of the trial depends in part on having jurors with similar backgrounds similar to Mr. Combs, share their perspective on the evidence with other jurors from diverse backgrounds during deliberations. Removing this particular juror will deprive Mr. Combs of important perspective, and it is no answer to simply say that there are other black jurors or other males on the jury. Okay. What do you guys think? They don't have any more. They don't have any more Donna Smith. They don't. This is the only 2. Like, well, not only is it they have everybody else, but there's no other. I think what I heard was there were no other black jurors in the alternates. Okay. Second, there is no factual support. Hold up. There is no factual support for the position, and respectfully, the court's statement Friday afternoon, which were in stark conflict with the court's apparent recognition of the Friday morning that purported the inconsistencies were likely benign, as we explained at length in our letter of June 12th on this topic. But listen, we have an update. Hold up. Let me go to Inner City Press. And I think they're talking about this letter. Like, what? Stop sharing screen. And then we'll go back to this here in a minute. Oh, this is just interesting. Okay. All right. So today is day 24. Day 24, is that correct? Make sure I have that correct. I believe it is. Yes, I got it correct on my title. Day 24. And it is June 16th, guys. We got like 2 more weeks of this trial. All right. So before jurors are brought in, the judge says, I have already had a good weekend. The defense motion for a nap tool instruction to the juror. That witness, Brianna, committed perjury. She was questioned at length on this. I deny the defense motion on juror 6. Okay, so Brianna's motion that they submitted, they denied that. Now on motion 6. Oh man, motion 6. Excuse me, juror 6. The judge says, the record raised serious concerns about the juror shading his answers to be on the jury. The shifting answers raised questions about the juror's credibility. So the court indicated juror number 6 should be dismissed. The defense now urges further questioning. Okay. the judge says the defense raised concerns about replacing an African American juror with a white one and cited 2D Circuit case. The court takes this seriously, but further questioning is inappropriate and might negatively impact the jury. This is why we have alternates. Okay. Lawyered Up says the judge is likely to stick with his dismissal of juror number 6. That's what it sounds like. The judge is looking like he's already made up his mind about juror number 6. What do you guys think so far? And then, okay, so I'm trying to see. Look at the letter that Shapiro writes, which is exactly what Brian Steele said, and is like, I'm throwing it back at the judge type situation. Indeed, the court has had an opportunity to assess the jurors' demeanors, not only during I know I was saying this wrong, voyeur dryer, whatever, but also at closer proximity in the rowing room during the 2 colloquies on June 9th. The court never suggested at that time or at any time before Friday afternoon that it had any reason to doubt that the juror was doing his best to be forthright and honest with the court. So why, that's the question, is so why did the court not bring this up before? If they knew. During the Friday morning session, after having reviewed both parties' submissions, including the government's lengthy quotes from the relevant transcripts, the court indicated it was inclined to agree that there was an insufficient basis to find the juror was being deceitful and intentional. So the government charged. And so the defense submission is really that the answers given the nature of the inquiry, both in the jury selection during the current process, was vague enough so the answers could easily be reconciled with each other. And subject matter of what was being addressed is so far afield from the juror's performance of the duties that that's not a reason to remove the juror. I guess I have like, is it credibility? Is it because he was living in 2 places at once? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That is the term that I'm saying. Thank you. I just, I'm hooked on phonics and I can't pronounce these terms. Like, we are not lawyers. I could probably Google it, though. Google could tell me what it was. All right. Hold up. Then Donaldson says, this is what the judge is saying that Donaldson reiterated. Mr. Donaldson praised the diversity of this jury and said the process worked wonderfully. The defense asked the court to base its decision on race. That would be inappropriate. So juror says 6 is excused and is replaced by the first alternate. The judge says, as to the defense allegation of prosecutorial misconduct here, that is inviting the court to make a decision based on race, and that cannot be granted. As to the issue about another juror that arose on Friday in sealed session, no info made public yet. Wait, we have another issue with the juror? Oh my God. Wake up. Wake up. We have another issue with another juror? What? I'm quoting. What other juror? No. And cannot be granted. As to the issue about another juror that arose on Friday in sealed session, no info made public yet. What happened? The jurors are like dropping like flies. What's going on? Okay, so let's keep going. So I will question that juror at the end of today's session. The parties should tell me if we clear the courtroom or do it in the robing room. In any event, public and press not allowed to hear and report in real time if the jury is gone. Wait, another juror? They drop in like flies. What? Am I hearing this correctly? Whoa. It's oh my god. And another one. No kidding. Like what? They should have her sequestered, in my opinion, too. I kind of agree with you on this. I don't know, but the cost of sequestering, I know it's pretty, I don't know, because it costs a lot of money, but I don't know what they expected. I don't know, man. You said, where does his real ID says he lives? Well, he said he lives in New York. I think that's what he said, if I remember correctly, on the transcripts. I mean, people tend to listen. I don't know. I don't know. You guys let me know what you guys think. People like what Donald. I kind of was thinking what Donaldson was saying. He's like, well, people commute all the time. Some people have, but then the judge kind of got into this like, well, is it his girlfriend or is it his wife? I'm like, well, maybe he has both. You know what I mean? Maybe he's got a wife and a fiance and a girlfriend, or all three. I don't know. People get really colorful about their lifestyles. None of my business. Do your thing. But I do wonder about this. Mm, Yes, he actually lives in New York, New Jersey. He said he had like one place there, but his driver's license gave a different location. You know, so that's what I was saying. I was like, and then he was living somewhere else with somebody else. So that's what I was wondering. I'm like, well, maybe he's kind of like that juror that has all kinds of like complicated, you know, life is complicated, different living situations. One minute he's living with a girlfriend, the next minute he's living with the fiance, and then the next minute maybe he's living with the mother of the child. Who knows? People commute. I don't know. Yes, you said people commute, but the man lied in his questionnaire, and he was questioned again. Yeah, he omitted. I think the question was, "Where do you live?" In proximity or something like that. And I think we saw that question here actually because we reviewed it. So it wasn't. He could have explained it all there, but he didn't. He didn't. Well, that is amazing. Thank you, Jedi Mind Trick. Shout out to y'all. Okay, hold up. Think we have an update. I'm assuming they're also denying the mistrial though, because they're asking for a mistrial if juror 6 is removed. And they're first of all, it's like they're oh my god. Well, yeah. That's what yeah, he said his baby mama kicked him off, so he probably had to move back to his mom's probably. That's what I'm saying is that living situations are complicated. You know, no judgment here. Do what you got to do. I don't care. Shit. Everybody's an adult, but maybe living situations are complicated. So he's a cheater. I don't know. How do you know that it's not accepted? I don't know. Have y'all interviewed the baby mother? We don't know, or the mother, or the other lady. Who knows? Mhm. Yeah, they have to put it on the record. Absolutely. You said this whole trial is wild. Let me ask you guys a question. Okay, I heard that the drug mule is going to be testifying today. Now, how the hell do you trust a drug mule to tell the truth? Like I know that he has to because if he perjures himself and he would be in trouble, but I don't know how I feel about this. I'll be honest with you. Okay? It seems to me that we are waiting for somebody to I don't know, for a shoe to drop or something. Well, you guys let me know what you think. Would you trust it? I wouldn't trust a drug mule to tell the truth under no immunity, especially a former, basketball star. Like I'm looking and I'm like, where did we go from here to here? What happened in between? What was the in between? Okay. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I'm telling you, I was having some deep thoughts this morning about this. I said, do people really trust a drug mule? Okay, so updates from CNN. So the judge is back on the bench, of course. And he was meeting with the attorneys. The judge dismisses juror number 6. All right. Well, now who's going to interview juror number 6? Because the blogs are going to go crazy. I don't think that information is public, but I have a feeling that people already know who he is. They dismissed juror number 6 over the juror's inconsistent disclosures about where he lives and with whom. Juror number 6 will be replaced by the first alternate juror. I mean, they might dismiss another one from the sounds of it. Who knows? Let me know. Let me know. Oh man, 2 more weeks of prosecution, and I thought the defense goes. I think that they rest this week. I think they said they were going to rest on Wednesday. Yes, juror number 6 is dismissed. Absolutely. I'm here for you. Honestly, I have no judgment. I'm open to hearing a fly that was on the wall testify. At this point, I'm willing to hear everybody. But I do have questions, though, because I was wondering about this. I said, listen, yes, we all have messed up lives, but it wasn't like he just became, like he was caught. And the reason why he has to testify is because he's made a deal. That's the part that I'm like, do people really trust a drug mule? I don't know. I don't know if I do. You said, I called it. The judge made that decision on Friday. And he said that if he changed his mind, he will tell the defense today. So they should have known he wasn't going to change his mind. That's right. I didn't think he was going to change his mind. He sounded like he was adamant by that Friday. When I read those transcripts, I was like, damn, they really got into it, though, on juror number 6. I mean, there was a couple things that they got into, but juror number 6 was something else. But I kind of agree with Steele, too. Like, especially with what Shapiro's writing in the letter. If they were aware by June 9th, why are we, well, it's June 16th. June 9th would have been, let me see, last Monday? I guess. Yeah, I mean, they found out on Monday, last Monday, and then they did something about it Friday. Well, they started talking about it during the week, and then they made a decision Friday. It just seems like it's been such a long time, you know? On a live Monroe, I did some videos on the transcripts for Thursday and Friday, so you can catch up there, okay? Void dear. Thank you, Penny. Thank you. Void dear. I'm telling you. Between making up words and learning new words, my dictionary is a little bit crazy. Yeah, I totally did them. So just make sure you watch them. I did. Damn, feels like such a long time ago. I did. What dates did I do? Yeah, Thursday and Friday. We did those transcripts. In case you missed it. So make sure you guys check them out. Shout out to everybody that's been watching. Shout out to everybody, guys. Do me a favor. Please support the channel. Hit the like button. I mean, it's not always about financial. It's sometimes if you just hit the like button, that's enough because it does help us get in the algorithm. So I would really, really, really appreciate if you guys did that. Today's a public holiday in South Africa. You think, oh my God, Gordon, that's a public holiday? That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you for the heads up. Shout out to you and everybody in South Africa. Happy Youth Day. You say, why would you want a deceptive person in the jury? To purchase, they could be swayed by the money. LOL. I don't know, Chelsea. I mean, everybody's got different thoughts about it. Thank you, Miss Jams. 165. Can we get to where are we at? We got 500 people in the chat. Let's get to 400 likes. Okay. Here we go. We have an update from CNN and my back does not miss this chair. We're going to get through it. What we know about the dismissed juror, this is what we know so far. CNN did a breakdown. Okay. And the alternate who will replace him. Juror number 6. Okay. The judge dismissed moments ago is a 41-year-old man who lives with his fiancée and child. Or does he? Because that's the question. Where does he live? He previously told the court that he works as a clerk at a correctional facility, and he said he's a fan of 90s hip hop. The juror said he pled guilty to a misdemeanor fraud related to insurance and received 1 year conditional discharge. I remember this. I remember this guy. Okay. He told the court that he had heard about Sean Diddy Combs' trial, but that he said he didn't know much about it. The alternate juror who will be replaced who is juror number 6, is to be replaced by a 57-year-old man who lives with his wife and 2 kids in Westchester County. He's a manufacturing architect with a master's degree in mechanical engineering. He said he had heard some media coverage of the allegations against Combs on audio. So they're going to get a whole new face on that jury trial. Judge indicates that there's an issue with another juror. I told you guys, but it's unrelated to the dismissed juror. Oh my God. So he's no way linky juror number 6 to another juror. The judge said that they further question that the juror and the judge, they further question that juror after the jury is dismissed this afternoon. So they're going to question this other juror. My goodness, they're dropping like flies. I'm telling you. Oh my God. I feel like Pika's right on the money. They should have just sequestered the jury. Not a master's degree. Tony, it's too early. That didn't even hit me right away. Yeah, he got a master's degree. You know how Diddy was in the corner trying to get into a master's degree program as he watched? That was this guy got a master's degree too. Another one. You said the alternate is an analytical person. Yeah, I mean, a whole engineer. Yeah, I bet. Yep. Bet you guys weren't expecting this whole situation this morning, because I certainly was, and not another one. Oh man, I'm waiting for the coffee to hit. Ugh, it's too early. Okay, the jurors enter. Welcome back. The government may call its next witness. In the first, some exhibits enter under seal, subject to connection. We now call our first witness Miss Sankar. Miss Sankar, I believe, is the she is a paralegal for. I think she's doing, what is it, the summary or some shit like that. Hold up, she's a summary witness? Let me see if I can pull the transcripts from yesterday. Let's see. Yesterday, what was the 13th. I'm sorry, not yesterday. Miss Sankar, I could tell you guys who that is based on the transcriptos. Here we go. Sankar. Okay, yeah. So this is what if Miss Sankar is testified on Monday, does it make the most sense to run through those with the jury? Okay. And our next witness will be Miss Sankar, the summary witness, who will put in the charts that were the subject of this discussion. Delisa Penland will be another summary witness who will put in the demonstrative about the intercontinental timeline, as well as a summary charge related to Miss Ventura. We will also have Brendan Paul, the assistant we talked about, the drug mule. And we will have Joseph Cerejo, who will be our final summary witness and who will put the charts related to Jane. And then our last witness will be Omar Hazuri, who is a law enforcement agency. And then we expect to rest this point. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more witnesses, and then they're going to rest. We got 5 more witnesses, and then they're going to rest. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Okay? Let me know what you guys think in the comments. 5 more. 5 more. You said, who thinks the judge is biased? Not me. A lot of people do. I mean, you guys are entitled to your opinion. Like I said, I'm not here to say anything different. Like I said, you guys are entitled to your opinion. There's a lot of people that do believe it. I have some thoughts, but I don't know. Okay. It's Anaya Sankar. I think it's Sankar or Sankar. Paralegal specialist at the U.S. Attorney's Office. What did you work on this case? 2 summary charts. I was asked to verify the accuracy of. Okay. Can you describe the documents underlying the summary chart? Hundreds of pages. What is a summary chart supposed to do? Do I have any I know my mods in maybe Franny Law might not be here, but let me see. What is a summary chart in RICO case? So maybe I should put in criminal case. So a summary chart is supposed to be is a visual aid like a table or a chart used to present the content of or complex information in a concise and easily understandable format. This is often done with the original documents, recording, or other evidence are too extensive to be conveniently presented or examined in court. So it's supposed to basically cut down large amounts of data and make it easier for the judge and the jury to grasp key facts and figures. Ah, okay. All right. By organizing information in a structured way, summary charts can help illustrate relationships, trends, key points within the evidence. They're meant to save time. Okay. So I feel like I had the more you know moment right now because I didn't know that that's what it was. Let me know. Are you guys familiar? And I feel like I've been a lot of legal stuff, but I've never heard of somebody doing a summary table or anything like that of it. The more you know. It's a board that outlines of how the person's being charged in connection to charges. So it's just like a visual aid, right? Has it been announced who the defense is bringing in? No. Are they bringing in anybody? That's my question. Because we're only like, what, 2 weeks? Less than 2 weeks till the trial is over? Let me know. This song plays in my head every time I figure something. Do-do-do-do. Because it helps out. Okay. Let's get it together, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Let me tell you what CNN is saying, and then we're going to go to Washington. CNN is saying that paralegal specialists called to the stand. That's what CNN is saying, okay? Give me 1 second. Here we go. You said Diddy's trying to dismiss Bayana's testimony. Yeah. My age is showing. Thank you. I'm only 24. Anyways, shout out to everybody. Good morning for those that are coming through. She gonna break it down. Yes, she is. She's gonna break it down. Let's see. Aduko, why you gotta kill my party, man? I told you I might be 40, but in my head, I'm 21. Okay. Here we go. So Washington Post reports it's week 6 of the Diddy Combs trial, and the government has indicated it plans to rest its racketeering S case against the hip hop mogul this week. On Friday, the city assistant attorney Comey said prosecutors could finish as early as Wednesday. They could be done this week. Most of the people the government plans to put on the stand this week are summary witnesses, meaning their primary role will be to talk through jurors a slew of records, including text messages. As of Friday afternoon, there was only one anticipated witness who had a personal relationship with Combs, Brendan Paul, a former assistant. He may take the stand. Now, let me ask you guys a question. I heard, at least through his own statement, that he had received a subpoena. I'll be sure. And now that I'm sitting here and listening to this whole trial, what part would Al B. Shore play in this whole thing if he were to testify? Because they're not even talking about Kim Porter, like, or anything like that. So, like, did he just? And maybe look, I'm not calling him a liar, but I have a lot of questions. There's a couple of witnesses that got scratched off from coming to testify. Just because you receive a subpoena doesn't mean you're going to go testify. But in the bigger scope of things, does Al B. Shore even fit in this case in any way whatsoever? I have a lot of questions about that. They're going to call the rug mule assistant. Yes. So I have to kind of wonder. I have a lot of questions about that. Let me know. You said, Rabbit, I've seen these people use big county court cases with a lot of evidence or a lot of witnesses. I don't KK is not going to testify. Yes. Aduko I am. I just turned 40 in December. Yes. I did. I'm probably older than a lot of y'all. That's what I'm saying. It's like I thought, because don't forget he went on like Fox News. Well, that's what's being said. So Albie Shore went on Fox News or something like that, and he said that he had received a subpoena to testify. Where does he fit in this RICO case? Because a lot of this people aren't even saying that they saw Albie Shore. No, Albie Shore hasn't been mentioned. KK could be a witness for the defense. For all we know. Yeah, but they're not calling him. They're not calling him at all. I mean, they're literally, I don't know, man. This case has turned out to be something else. That's what I got to say about that. It's turned out to be something else, okay? Let's see. No update yet. KK was mentioned a lot on Friday. Guys, KK was around a lot of shit. Okay? Like, KK sounds like she should have her own case. Honestly. It sounds to me like they were both kind of in this thing together, you know? Right, Ms. Domini, but here's my question is like, how does Kim Porter doesn't even, other than they mentioned her, honestly, where does all of this fit in? TriStar is another one. KK, TriStar, like, I don't understand this whole situation with, okay, this accountant or whatever the hell they were to Diddy. I have a lot of questions. Because don't forget the CFO also testified. And he was like, well, I didn't know that they were doing that with the cash. I didn't know this was happening. There's so much to this. So the angle to TriStar, Church on Chrome, shout out to you. The angle to TriStar is that they were paying off they were basically the front people for the money, right? So like they were getting reimbursed to TriStar while the assistant was getting rugs. They were kind of running around doing things and getting checks ready, reimbursements, paying Jane Doe's rent, paying the finances to this whole, King Knights type of situation. But yeah. That's what I'm saying, Carmel Rio. Like, no, nothing against Albie Shore. I mean, I just have a lot of questions at this point because it's like, um, he's talked about this trial, right? And then what he said on Fox kind of like made me feel like, oh, are you going to testify now that you got a subpoena? He's not even going to testify. So I don't know. And the thing is, though, guys, I'll be honest with you. There has been so many lies surrounding Diddy for since his arrest. Like, let's be real. It's been very hard to measure like what's factual and what's real. Because then you had people coming out saying a bunch of things. You had creators talking about they had Diddy tapes. Where are they? How come they didn't go to the grand jury? Courtney Burgess, who inserted himself in this situation, also, he said he had kitty prawn tapes from Diddy's freak offs. He got sued by Diddy while Diddy's behind bars. Like, I am. If there's anything that this whole situation should teach you, is that you really got to be careful what you're believing. That honestly. You really do. You got to be careful what you believe, because it's like what you guys acted. Ariel Mitchell, kid, you know where she's at? She's vacationing over there, living her most life, which is fine. But her and her allegations with her clients, she said a lot. How come? Think about how many civil cases actually made it into the criminal case. I can think of 3, and even then, they're being questioned. Cassie's case was a civil case, started out there. Brianna Bangolo's case, Don Richard, 3 out of the 100 plus cases that have been filed in the civil court, only 3 made it to the criminal. And not to say that none of them have any validity, but that should tell you how much the burden that they had to meet with that. So I don't know. I have a lot of questions. I still have a lot of questions about a lot of things. But hey, that's just my opinion. Okay. All right. Let me make myself smaller. Good morning. Did I see Benson in the chat? Hey, Benson, I was thinking about you the other day because I haven't done my Scott Peterson video and I got to do it. Okay. Who is in the messages in the chart? Christina Quorum. All right. So here's the paralegal responding, Christina Quorum. And whose cell phone number is this? Brendan Paul. How did Miss Quorum respond to Mr. Lopez about seeing the escorts? 4 laughing emojis. How long is he going to stay away? Says Sandcar. So she's reading messages. Okay. KK, I have a lot. Even though I don't know where Little Rod Jones' lawsuit is at, but a lot of what Little Rod Jones said in his lawsuit has painted the picture of what they're saying here. The evidence shows. Little Rod Jones effed up getting Tyrone Blackburn. Honestly, Tyrone Blackburn has been exposed on the criminal case here with this RICO situation. What did Brianna say? I had to fire that attorney because he was making demands behind my back. KK literally, she did claim that. And she claimed that on Rolling Stone. You're right, Soul Power. You are so right about that. This is intense, guys. I didn't like Tyrone Blackburn when he came out with Tiny and T.I. When those allegations came out. And now T.I. and Sabrina Peterson are going to go to civil court. And Sabrina Peterson played a huge part in that with Tyrone Blackburn. So this is going to be interesting. That's going to be an interesting case to follow too. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, he did, Church on Curl. Yep. This is important because KK claimed not to know anything about the escorts. I never liked Tyrone Blackburn. I don't think he was ever for the victims. And did you guys hear that Gloria Allred, I think, is getting investigated too? I got to look into that too. Yeah. And I think what, I don't know, like some of these lawyers, because they take the cases pro bono, right? Which is fine. I mean, that's what they have to do. But I agree with you. Because they took the case pro bono, I wish it would have elected somebody else. Absolutely. I think that a lot of what Little Rod is saying has painted some truth to something, but we have some cases. We have some questions to ask. Okay. Let's see. And the thing is that with so much crap that KK is involved in, she hasn't even been named as a defendant yet. Give me 1 second, y'all. You said at this point, oh, they just bring this joint home with this outline. Yeah, they're just doing an outline. Absolutely. Good morning. She just wanted me to turn something on for her. Let's see. Rabbit KK might not have testified if she could not get immunity because the feds want to give her some time. That is true. Maybe that's what it is. Mika. No update yet. Good morning, Diddy Docket. Good morning. Y'all, I have been a couple more weeks of this. Hey, me too, Belen. Whatever happened there? I haven't followed up. But I did hear, let me tell you guys while we wait for an update. Gloria Allred, I think, is being in, is it by the bar, or who's investigating her? Yep, by the bar, I think. California bar. Good morning. Okay, so Gloria Allred, while we wait for an update, let me tell you I'm going to follow up on that one, Belen. I have to follow up. We've been here kind of ingrained in this, but I haven't followed up on that. By the State Bar of California, she's being investigated. Damn. Now, famed hashtag #MeToo lawyer Gloria Allred probed by the California bar. Over what, though? And the Wall Street Journal was the one that I think broke the news on this. The report also includes testimony from ex-clients who accuse Allred firm of using high-pressure tactics to influence how clients handle their cases and interact with the media. Allred said that the bar probe will find no wrongdoing, telling the Journal that she and her partners have always acted ethically and in accordance with the rules. Oh, damn. Well, a lot of lawyers say that, but I mean, I'm like, do we need a Me Too movement on some of these Me Too movement lawyers too? Because I have to wonder, it is true, they were dismissed today. I have to wonder if their heart is on the right place. You know what I mean? I'm not surprised that they keep 75% of our money. Yep. Yes, yes, yes. I have to kind of wonder. Sorry, I had to get out of my. Let's see. Do we have an update? Another Girardi? Yes, juror number 6 is gone. For those that are coming in, juror number 6 is gone. The defense yesterday filed for if they were going to dismiss juror number 6, they were requesting a mistrial. That's what they were doing because that's what they do. But yes, juror number 6 is gone. But that is crazy, my friends. Are they on a break? Lord have mercy. Let me see. Nothing on Inner City Press. Maybe they are. Maybe they're on a breaky. They're looking into something else as MDS. Okay, thank you, MDS. Appreciate it. Let's see. Okay, here we go. 7 seconds in. AUSA, and this one from January 30th, 2023. It is a audio file. Yes. Miss Foster, please play the first minute and 10 seconds. Audio playing of a female voice. 2 things were weird. The only person who knows was you. Someone found an iPad. Oh, that's Quorum. That's Christina Quorum asking Jonathan Perez about the iPad where it had the actual material of Jane Doe, Another Man, and Diddy. Hey, I think is it Fahim? Fahim was trying to set up Jonathan Perez too. I was thinking about that after I read this transcripts because Jonathan said that suddenly, like, he never told Fahim, but Fahim heard about it. And then Fahim meets him in the car and he was like, hey, do you remember we never talked about what happened with that video? And he was trying to get him to talk. And Fahim was like, I don't know what happened. This is what happened. This is what it was. Nothing. It's the iPad situation. Yeah. I think Fahim wanted to get him caught up. She was very familiar. Like, and matter of fact, Jonathan said that he was told about the King Knights through KK, that it was the alone time with the female that Diddy had. So yeah. Yep. I think they got really sloppy. Hold up. You said Inner City Press just made a tweet, something about sorry if what I said in the court didn't make it clear. The alternate is already on. There's another juror with an issue, a separate juror. Okay, it's first dealt with in sealed session on Friday and will be dealt with again later today. There was also sealed documents on the transcripts in the Friday hearing. So This is crazy, man. Everything's like under seal, which I mean, they have to do what they have to do, okay? And we're gonna respect that. We're gonna respect that. No update. Now, Inner City Press, this is what he said this morning while we wait.
Matthew Russell League, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse today, Monday, June 16th. And we're here for day 24 of U.S. versus Sean Combs. And we're going in. Today there should be, either today or tomorrow, I'm hoping today, Brandon Paul. He was described as the drug mule of Combs. And I think he's given that he actually faced some prosecutorial fire, he may be in a better position. Last week on Friday, Jonathan Perez describing his day-to-day work setting up King's nights for Sean Combs and guests, and then being grilled about who leaked one of the videos that he found on an iPad.
Yeah,
it was very reminiscent of Capricorn Clark getting grilled on Broadway. Anyway, we're down to the wire here. We're down to at least of the government's case. The big fight that we're heading in it right now for is about Juror 6. It's funny. The fight is over, it would seem. On Friday, Judge Subramanian said he's out. Juror 6 had said he lived in the Bronx. Then he said he visits his girlfriend / mother of his child in New Jersey. Then supposedly, after all that, after he was on the jury, he somehow got into a discussion with court staff and talked about Jersey. That's the best we can make out from what's said in open court. And that's what we report on, what's said in open court, including what's shown on the screens. And Subramanian said, that's it. It seems clear that this guy was trying desperately to get onto the jury, so he's got to be off. But then Agnifilo made a passionate plea, talking about the right to a jury of one's peers, and it's constitutional, apparently appellate issues. Xavier Donaldson said, in this district, there's so many problems with the racial composition of juries. You've done a great job, Judge, but, this is key. And then Brian Steele said the government knew all along that Juror 6 was a problem, but didn't say anything until they thought that he was pro-Diddy.
Oh.
So, Judge Subramanian then said, I want to thank Mr. Agnifilo and Mr. Donaldson for their arguments, and if my thinking changes, I'll let you know. Well, there's certainly nothing in the docket, but in this case, who knows? Despite our filing in week 1, many things are not being docketed. The only thing docketed over the weekend, to my knowledge, was Alexander Shapiro, the essentially appellate lawyer of Combs, making an argument about Juror 6 with many redactions, but at least it went into the docket. Again, that's the thing here. They seem to believe that if anything could be redacted, you can just withhold the whole thing until weeks later. And it's making it very difficult to report on the case. And it's making it very dangerous, too, because you don't know what's been admitted and what's not been admitted. You don't know, what arguments are being made in these non-docketed filings. So we're just going to continue blasting away. What can I say? Now, also, in EDNY today, I think we can say this. It hasn't happened yet. Noon, there's supposed to be a press conference about a gang takedown. Not that new anymore. Nacella will be having a press conference on the record. And
I'm going to stop right here because we do have an update. So, okay, this is 2 minutes ago. So they have the paralegal up there. And one of the questions was, they were playing an audio. And this was an audio clearly of the whole iPad situation, okay? And so it goes. What did Christina Coram say? What did Christina Coram said in this? Sanker says, she says he's going to the Four Seasons and wants you to bring Gatorade and chicken noodle soup. Okay, and AUSA reads, read this. I'll be Dave Shirley. Rock riding with him? Sanker says as KK no to Rock. Wait, he wants Gatorade and chicken noodle soup? They're reading text messages. Oh my God. Oh my God. Something about chicken noodle soup and Gatorade that he needs for the hotel. Yes, he said chicken noodle soup enters the chat. Oh man, oh man. Okay, hold up. We have an update. Okay. Okay. Senkar says as KK, she's reading messages. Can you run 4,000 cash from Rock to the hotel? AUSA as Dave Shirley. Sure. Senkar says as KK, heads up, he's about to do a Wild King tonight. Government says it's Dave Shirley. Forgot to pick up the money, just give it to Fa or Fahim, just in case. Damn. I told you all Mercury was in Gatorade. I know. D-Rock is I don't is David Shirley separate from D-Rock? I'm gonna have to read. I'm sorry. Hold up. Let me see. Uh so hold up. See, why did Google do that? Gave me a whole different. I don't think it's D-Rock. I think it's a separate person. But I could be wrong. It might be a different person. I forgot. I'll have to look. It's two different people. It has to be. Thank you. Irish, I'm a subscriber of both. So yes, I will always praise them. Thank you. Okay. Like thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, they're separate people because one is to collect the money, then the other to D-Rock. Yeah, no. I think they're separate people. It's not the same person. I forgot. I need to look. I know that D-Rock has a different name. Um, let me see. Damian Butler. Damian Butler is D-Rock. That's who Damian. Yeah, because he's the one that's friends with Biggie. That's who that is. That's where they like know each other. So yeah, Dave Shirley works at Revolt. That's right. Thank you. I was like, no, they're different people. Okay. He said, I told you KK knows everything about Diddy and what he's doing. Yeah. No update yet. You said morning, everyone. I see they have KK dead to rights. Oof. I'm just wondering what KK's gonna do. Um, yes. Hold up, y'all. Let me see. You know it's gonna be all over the chart, right? KK is gonna be all. KK needs her own chart. She's literally right down to the wire at this point. All right. CNN says Paralegal reads text messages between Combs staff members. So Anaya Sankar, a paralegal specialist at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, read aloud messages between Christina Coram, then Sean Diddy Combs, chief of staff, and one of the Combs assistants, Ryan Lopez, that were included in a chart. They didn't even talk to Ryan Lopez. Is he going to be interviewed? Sankar is a summary witness, which is used to submit summary charts into evidence. The messages that Sankar read from the charts were from December of 2019. LOL, I think I saw one of the cowboys today. You could spot them in the lobby like an escort. I forgot to tell you about it. Lopez texted Coram. Coram texted back 4 laughing face emojis. By the way, how long is he going to stay awake? She said in the messages. LOL, I'm guessing until tomorrow night, Lopez responded. 2 women had previously dated Combs. and testified against him in his trial. Cassie Ventura and Jane previously testified that she and Combs used a service called Cowboys and Angels to find escorts for the freak offs. Now, is that website or service still up and running? That's the question that I have. All right, we have an update. What does the hotel write to Miss Gorham? The hotel called Paul is coming. Does Paul appear elsewhere in the chart? Yes. Let's turn to the exhibit screen to the public and press. Just let me know when they are off. No update. The website is still up? No, is it really? I would search it, but then I don't want to. Dang. Thank you. You said KK wore the pants in the relationship. Hey, Miss Bennett. Good morning, everybody. For those, are y'all just waking up? Wake up, wake up, wake up. We've been up for a good hour now. We've been up. Thank you for subscribing. Shout out to you, Samantha. We're waiting for an update. All right. Hold up. Right down to the wire. Oh my God. Why do I have that song stuck in my head? You've been up since 6 a.m.? Okay. Yes, and I think people know that's fake. Some people don't know that that's a fake website, and I would be very careful about contacting people about this. People do get arrested for that ish. Oh, did you, Aduko? You said KK may have been waiting to see what the government has on her. I think KK's attorney is paid for by Diddy, but I don't know that for a fact. I'm assuming at this point. Hold up. Let me see what the Washington Post is saying. A chart is being presented to the jury focuses on documents involving Christina Coram, the chief of staff for Sean Combs. These include text and audio messages retrieved from various cell phones, as well as audio files. Coram is a vital part of the government's racketeering case against Combs. She is one of the people prosecutors have painted as a participant in the Combs enterprise, which they contend conspired to protect Combs' reputation and cover up his alleged crimes. Oh, wow. It's big. Thank you, Sugar Queen. You've been up since 3:30 a.m.? Wow. Are you? Well, thank you, Candy's Life. Guys, it's a lot. It's a lot. Well, I know, Miss CC, guys, if you guys want to please support, the old music came into my listening thing. I was like, what happened to that Kanye? What happened to that Kanye? Because I can't stand this Kanye at this point. But back, and I mean the old Kanye. I mean the old Kanye, you know. When music used to be like his thing, when he had this artistic ability to really channel that. Now, I can't even stand seeing him. This attempt to go viral every 5 seconds is just ridiculous. But that's just me. I didn't even eat. The same way that Jane's lawyer is being paid for by Diddy. The same thing. I don't think it's a conflict of interest as long as they're not talking to each other. You know what I mean? I mean, about each other's clients. I'm sure that there's a lot of like, yeah, there's gonna be a lot in there, but it's the same way. Like Diddy's still paying for Jane Doe's lawyer, so there's that. It's the same thing. I think that there's a lot to be said there. Okay, we have an update. Whew. Please read between Jane and Miss Cora. Jane Doe and Miss Cora. SKK. So the assistant is reading SKK. Ask them if they can bring up 15 bath towels. Okay, government says, as Jane, he always brings between 5 to 10K. They're expecting people to leave the presidential suite at 1 p.m. Sankar SKK, we're taking off. 15 bath towels? I mean, like, I know that it's like, we hear about these freak offs, but then to imagine that you're going to a hotel asking them to bring 15 bath towels, like to use in one night? Or to do what? No, never mind. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't. Let me try to pin it, okay? Thank you. I forgot, y'all. Let me do that. All right. Let me this is the thank you for giving me the heads up that I didn't let me see. Let's see. Mommy. Okay, it's pinned there now. Thank you. Sorry, y'all. I'm having a moment. Um what does all that baby oil have to do with the hotel washing machine and pipes? Girl, I don't know. 15 bath towels. I know I'm still reacting in my mind. I'm like, damn. Okay. But you can't get arrested for asking for 15 bath towels. That's not even a load of laundry, RD. Like that would clog. I don't know. Like if you have those industrial like washing machines, it'll be a little bit different. Um, but that's I don't know. I'll never forget. I had this roommate that I had to teach how to do laundry because she didn't know how to do laundry, right? She had never done her own. One time she put like a bunch of towels and jeans and everything and it broke. She got in trouble. It broke like the washing machine or something happened. So, and she was a lot older than me. And I remember because I've been doing laundry since I was like, I don't know, 8 or 9. Um, I remember I had to teach her how to do laundry and how to separate her clothes and stuff like that. That shit was hilarious. That was hilarious. Um, so I don't know why that reminded me of that. Yeah, so like towels, you gotta, be careful how you put on your towels there, and then sorted 15 towels in one washer. And listen, it's an industrial washer. I don't think that's a good idea. Even then, these industrial machines are something else. Everything's made to break easily nowadays. Um, you said took 3 hours to do laundry because he thought the washer and dryer. He what? Really? I worked in a hotel. I worked in a hotel, and requests like that are weird. Well, do you have people requesting just 15 towels? You might as well just bring your own at this point. Like, that's crazy. You said, okay, we have an update. So what are these about? They're setting up a flight for Jane. What's this? Flight information for Jessica Ruiz to KK, for Arthur J. Paul. And these, can you pick up the cash for Guido at Mapleton? And AUSA as Jane. Yes. So they're reading messages. CNN says jury sees text showing Combs staff plan hotel nights with Ventura. Well, I'm sure that they did. So the jury was shown a text message between Combs' assistant and planning hotel nights for Combs and Cassie Ventura in March of 2016. In one message, they discuss adding the name of an escort to the room file. Coram and the other assistant to Combs then discuss getting $4,000 to the hotel in cash. In another exchange, Coram tells an assistant, heads up, he's probably about to do a Wild Kings night tonight. The assistant, Dave Shirley, who did not testify at this trial, wrote in response, shit needs to be read up on baby oil and shit. In another message, Coram texted Ventura directly, "Hi, Dave is at your door with the green." With the green. With the cash? Damn. Hold up, guys. I gotta run and get a refill of water. Give me 1 sec. Can somebody explain to me how they're able to define hold up, how they're able to find text messages from 2016 without a device? I think they have the devices. That's my understanding, but I could be wrong. I think that that's what they did. They collected devices and then they found all of this. Well, hence the raids. So, yeah. So, this. So, did they cut a deal with the other rug dealers? Guido and all these people, like Guido being one of them. I remember Guido was mentioned as a rug dealer. Good morning, everybody. He was shooting corn in my rabbit voice. Prawn or corn? Listen, we got made up words here between corn and prawn and master's degree program. I hope I didn't miss much. I don't think you did. Other than for those that are just coming in, it's just a couple things, okay? Juror number 6 is dismissed. He's been replaced from an alternate. The alternate is a 57-year-old or 51, I think he said 57-year-old architect with a master's degree. So number 6 has been dismissed. During the weekend, yesterday to be exact, the defense filed a letter to the court, basically saying that if you're going to miss juror number 6, we are filing for a mistrial. So at this point, I think this is the third or fourth attempt of a mistrial. I've lost count. So yes, that's what's going on. Guido could be G from the Little Rod lawsuit. See, I didn't even think of that. Could be. Okay, hold up. We have an update. Jury shown text of Combs coordinating hotel nights in 2021. Okay. The jury was shown text messages between Sean Diddy Combs and Christina Coram, his former chief of staff, on November 14, 2021. Combs asked Coram if the room was ready and said he didn't want the hotel to know it was him to avoid any unneeded charges. So that's why they were putting in different names. Okay. Coram responded that Combs should wait to go to the room until after Jane and Joey get there. All right. And then Combs' former assistant, Jonathan Perez, previously testified that another one of Combs' assistant was named Joey. After Combs was in the room, Coram texted him, "Hotel call, Paul coming up." Jane previously testified that she and Combs would have often hotel nights with a man named Paul. Hey, wasn't there an interview yesterday with like um one of the guys that was doing these things? So then this is an update. What are these about? They're setting up a flight for Jane. Oh, we read this. It's nothing new. I feel like this trial has been a series of reading a bunch of text messages. Oh, yeah, I'm missing a update. My phone has an update and we don't have an update here. AUSA then says, "What does Coram write to Sean Combs?" She writes, "Guido outside." Combs replied with an audio message. AUSA, "Play it." Voice, "Combs sounds hoarse," he says, "about Guido. Take care of it, please." AUSA, "What does Christina Coram respond?" "Done." So, oh my God. You're knee deep in this ish, Christina Coram. You're so knee deep in this shit that you were literally setting up your boss at his request for these things, bringing you items when these things were happening in the hotel rooms with these entertainers. Did she ever like really realize, oh, is this beyond the could this fall into a RICO? I don't know. Do people think that way? I'm not really sure. What would you guys do if you were in a position like that? That's the question. Here's the update. What does Coram write to Sean Combs? She writes, "Guido outside." Combs replied with an audio message. "Play it." Okay. Combs sounds hoarse, says, "About Guido, take care of it, please." And what does Coram respond? Response. And how does Coram respond? Or what does Coram respond? "Done." Damn. Damn. Crazy. Um let's see. Is this coercion? Well, these are messages. By the way, for those that say this is hearsay, it's not hearsay when it's in it's like this is direct. It speaks to the state of mind. This is direct communication between them. You don't hear the defense attorneys objecting to this. Have you guys heard once the defense attorneys object to any of this? No. So for those that are saying, "Oh, this is hearsay," it's not. Yes. Okay. Let's see if we can get an update real quick. Um, let's see. No objections could be a rope to hang yourself. I don't know, man. I don't know. They objected to a lot of experts. They're not objecting to the charting. Okay. Juror sees text showing Combs staff discuss high hotel damage charges from CNN. The jury was shown messages that Christina Coram, Sean Diddy Combs' former chief of staff, sent to Jane and Combs between February 12th and 14th of 2022, discussing a hotel room. One of Coram's messages said in part, "Your damage charges on the one hotel are always high," Coram said to Diddy. Coram later sent a message to Jane, who dated Combs between 2021 and 2024, telling her to ask them if they can bring up to 15 towels. Jane texted Coram saying that Combs always brought cash and asked if his security could bring 5,000 to 10,000. Coram later texted Combs saying Jane asked if we could bring 5 to 10K cash. It's all in your safe. And who was giving the cash? Who was giving the cash? TriStar, right? We're seeing the different pictures and the different kind of animals and whatnot that are kind of in this situation. You know what I mean? Okay, AUSA says, do some of these messages involve Cassie Ventura? Sankar says yes. Okay, so page 5, May 12, 2017. What are these? Text messages between Cassie Ventura and KK. Government says, as Ventura, what WTF? I was going to say what the fuck, but it says WTF. Sankar says, as KK, are you okay? And ASUA as Ventura, no one deserves to be dragged by the hair. Oh my goodness. Cash, thank you so much for being a member for 31 months. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Oh, okay. Well, make sure you bring that up to the glare. Cash, thank you. I don't know what the glare is covering. I think he's covering the Karen Reed case, right? Shout out to the glare. Hold up, y'all. Let me do something. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. No update yet. Let's see. You said Robin should have been called to testify. Robin from TriStar? I know, right? How come Robin from TriStar wasn't called to testify? Why are people shocked at KK doing her job? Well, what do you guys think about this comment? I think it's a decent question. Like, if her job was to bring money and schedule these what do you call these FOs and stuff like that, I mean, why are people shocked that she was doing that? If my boss, and I guess it just depends, my boss, I've never had a celebrity boss, but I've had a politician as a boss, actually. But they weren't a politician while they were in that position. But I guess that's a good question. Like, why are people, shocked that KK is doing her job? Let me know. I think it's a decent question to ask. No update. But I think we have a phone update. Hold on. So then we have an update from Inner City Press, but it's not showing up on my desktop. Let's see. No. Okay. So row 87 to 92, April 20th, 2018. Cassie and KK. There's more messages between them, okay? AUSA is Cassie. I just can't anymore. Oh, Sankar is KK. I'm here for you. Heart emoji. Then AUSA is Cassie. I'm bummed, but don't want to derail. Sankar is KK. Definitely don't derail. It's not worth it. What? Well, okay, she's doing her job, but this right here does concern me, guys. This girl is telling you like she's being dragged by the hair. Yeah, this just don't sound right. Because she was saying here, I can't anymore. That's her unwillingness. Okay, so then what do you do here? That's crazy, man. This is it. Row 87 to 92, April 20th, 2018. Cassie and KK. I just can't anymore. I'm here for you, heart emoji. I'm bummed, but don't want to derail. Definitely don't derail. It's not worth it. Why wouldn't it be worth it? Hmm. You think it's too many blur lines? Okay. KK is in love with Diddy from what Cassie said when she testified KK wanted to be number one. KK would do anything for Diddy. Cassie didn't testify and say that he would be number one. She would be number one. I think personally, I don't think that KK, I don't know. It's kind of hard to assess because it's not KK talking, if you know what I mean. But Cassie never said that KK wanted to be number one. I think Cassie said that she did her most, to be there for him and, have all this in there. But yeah. So y'all put more responsibility on employees rather than Cassie. Cassie's family who knew. Who said that we put more responsibility? If her employment was to do all this and she knew that there was some issues there, like I guess that's the balancing act. Who put what responsibility who? Um I don't think anybody's doing that. I think it's seen as an outside perspective. We're all kind of wondering, well, was there anything that could have been done on her side? I don't know. But nobody's putting responsibility. Don't put words in my mouth. KK couldn't help anyone that didn't help themselves. That's true. So she can do is to be the ear for her to vent. She didn't have to give her any encouragement words. That is true. Moni, she didn't even have to say anything, right? True. What are the jury demographics? Do you know? Thank you, Cash, for this. We know that the majority of them are male. Um, we had an issue. One of the jurors got dismissed today. So there's that. And they're looking at another juror to be dismissed. Do we know the race ratio? I can't remember what it was. I think they had, was it two? It was two blacks, and then the rest were Hispanic and mixed, and then the rest were white, but the majority of them are men. Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, though, guys. Let me know. And Cash, thank you so much for this super sticker. I appreciate it, or the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, three white, rest non-white. Thank you. Like there's some mixes on there. Okay, here we go. We have an update. Let's turn to Jane's messages. You read Jane. You read as Jane Sankar. So she's talking to the what is it? The paralegal as Jane. We got into a fight. I'm not doing hotel nights. I'll bring him a cake. Okay. What is the date of this filing? Government asked. November 16, 2023. What are these? Audio files from November 19, 2023. So I guess they're just kind of going through the evidence. This is what's considered charting the evidence. I don't know. Yes, Miss Toby. Another question is yes, that's right. They're doing that for sure. I think we have another juror who's being questioned. Well, I just don't know for what. We're trying to figure it out too. And we found out today that there's another juror, and a lot of these conversations are under seal, so a lot of us are just finding out today. Okay, AUSA plays an audio phone ringing, Combs' voice. We can't really talk on this phone. You know what I'm saying? I called, I reached out. You know what I'm saying? My love is definitely true. Just some kinky ish that I thought we definitely enjoyed. Okay, interesting. But yes, you said this is crazy. It is. It's crazy. Thank you, James Steele. Um, damn, man, it's a lot. You said, Rabbit, all the things KK is a workplace violation. It's not blurred. In the eyes of a fair workplace, these are all violations. That's what I thought too. Um, but this is why they have whistleblower protection. This is why they have things like that. So that's why I'm like, I feel like there's blur lines, but I think where people get confused, well, you're making KK responsible. No, if we're looking at this as an enterprise, this is why they have those, like, I don't know if y'all have been, if your work has it. I know the government, they had them all over. If you are a whistleblower, you are protected under this act, which I was like, not if you're working under the government. It's a little bit crazy. But yeah, certain level, like if he was doing all this and under the eyes of a law, this would be seen like a enterprise, a RICO. So she would have received some level of protection being a whistleblower to that. But did she see it that way? I actually think that a lot of people, even myself included, I'll put myself there, are kind of like back and forth. Is it RICO? Is it not RICO? Even now, some people are kind of struggling with it. I don't blame people for that at all. Okay. Jane says, I don't know, voice cracks. It's like word for word. It's like crazy to me. It feels sick. Combs, there's a voice, I guess, audio, but but like, they turn off the audio. Play the next one. It's like we can't even get the audios. So it's an audio of Combs. I really need your friendship right now. Don't send me no texts. Okay. So let me go to CNN because they seem to be breaking this down a little bit. Jury shown text where Combs requested 15 Molly pills from security. So the jury saw a text message between KK and one of the security guards, Fahim Muhammad. Fahim and KK. Puff, can you text Fa what you need to pick up before his flight to Miami? Coram said. Combs responded that he already told her, and Coram said that she didn't give the final information. Molly, 15 pills. Combs responded in part. So Diddy was texting this. The jury saw a message between Fahim sent to Combs, Coram, and Combs' account manager. Account manager in April of 2023. Just gave 5,000 to Brandon for a hotel. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Another one? Hold up. Is this separate? Hold up. This is going to be TriStar. This is it. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Let me show you guys. Let me remove this. I'm not making this up. Look at. Lord have mercy. Right here. Look at this TriStar. Combs responded. Here it is. The jury saw a text message Muhammad sent to Combs, Coram, and Combs' account manager. And so which one? Is it TriStar? Who? Who? He's got a couple, but I wonder what the transcripts are going to say about this one. Literally. Oh my God. Could be an interpretation. That's true. Lindell, that is true. Could be an interpretation, but I guess the transcripts will show it. That's kind of where we're at. Sorry, y'all. Just noted the background is a courtroom. My background is a courtroom. The accountant enters the chat. Baby Bunny wants to steal my gavel. No, Baby Bunny. You already stole my wig and you stole my judge's robe and my pearls. You're not stealing the gavel. I had to put a stop somewhere. She got mad, but she'll be fine. She wants to steal my gavel. Okay, hold up. I think we have an update. Yes. All right. So here's the Combs audio recording. I just need to tell you, I need your friendship. Baby, I got to meet my moms. You know what I'm saying? Please pray for me. Okay, audio of Jane turns off. Jane says okay, and then the audio turns off. 3 days later, what are these? AUSA asks. Sankar says, KK writes, we all know you're kryptonite. Oh my God. What's the kryptonite? The baby oil? Okay, AUSA is Combs. Please make sure Robin, that rent is paid by that. Oh, there you go. All right, there's no reading into. The accountant is Robin from TriStar Sports and Entertainment lady, the Lou Taylor lady. Hashtag free Britney. There it is. 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 Okay? I'm about to lose my voice, but guess what? I'm going to say it loud enough so people hear that part. Okay? Oh my God. There you go. Please make sure Robin makes sure that she pays that rent. Crazy. Literally. Sankar is KK. Robin said her rent was paid. What is this? Says AUSA. An image found on Miss Corum's phone from December 28, 2023. A photo of a cell phone screen. It says, I lost work opportunities. Let me get some water, y'all, because I'm losing my voice. Give me 1 second. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I swear. There's more confirmation there. Here we go. Sankar as Jane. You broke me. You asked me what I needed to move on, and now you're upset. Okay, AUSA. Who are these between? Sankar says as Jane to KK. He said he would send the tapes by my baby daddy. I'm traumatized. He asked me who I'm seeing over and over. So those are the messages that she said existed. So for those Sankar, Anaya Sankar, for those that are late, and shout out to you, Lacey, and everybody else, not to call you out, but you know, I'm gonna tell you who she is. She is the paralegal for the prosecution's office. So what they're doing is they're charting the evidence, I guess, and they're reviewing everything that they've discussed and putting it into charts. And I guess that's supposed to make it easier to kind of flow, like what aligns with what charge and stuff like that. Yes, literally. Yes, isn't it crazy? TriStar liable. TriStar can be sued. Those victims can go back to sue TriStar, and the representatives, Jane Doe, can go back and sue TriStar. Cassie could probably go back. If I guess it depends. Whenever whenever TriStar came into the picture, they could be sued for sure. Yep. We're waiting on the drug mule. He's supposed to testify today, so he's not there yet. Dang, guys. No update. Okay, Ventura to Combs staffer. No one deserves to be dragged by their hair. Hold up. We have also an update on Inner City Press. Sankar is Jane. So they're reading messages. He said he'll send the S tapes to the father of my child. On them, I'm drugged. I'm beyond hurt by him. AUSA, what does Miss Coram say? Sankar SKK, I haven't spoken with him. AUSA, and these photos of a cell phone, can you read them? So, how is it? Let me ask you guys a question. How is this any different than what he did to Cassie? Threatening to send videos, which is what he did with Cassie's mom, and Cassie's mom testified. You guys heard that testimony, okay? You guys heard that testimony, right? How is that any different? Is there a difference? Because Cassie's mom had to get a whole line of equity, basically. And so because he was threatening to release the tapes. And now here, Jane Doe, whether you believe her or not, whatever your case may be, there's messages where Jane Doe is telling KK like he's threatening to release our S tapes. So I think that if it all kind of jives together. You said the bribery isn't different, but the circumstances are. Let me know what you guys think. Like, let's think this about this overall. You said no difference. I mean, like I said, I have my own problems with Jane Doe. I have a lot of questions about the Jane Doe situation. But think about it. Is there a difference between what he was doing with Cassie to this point of where we're at, you know? You said this is blackmail. Cassie was blackmailed and coerced. Her career also tied to him and his employees through Bad Boy. Right. It's crazy, man. No different. Just a thought. Because I was thinking, because I know that a lot of us, I'll speak for myself. I felt some type of way about the Jane Doe because I was like, a lot of questions about this, especially after reading the transcripts, because it gave me a different light. But if there's messages where he's threatening, or at least there's like third or fourth party information, you're talking to the right hand woman, which is KK. Hey, he's threatening to release this, and I was drugged, and he's going to release it to, 5 dimes. Yeah, I have a lot of questions about that coercion piece or that control, and how is it any different than what happened with Cassie? It's the same pattern to a certain degree, you know? Okay. Sankar says, "Is Jade, you have effed everything up. You win." AUSA then says, "What are these?" Sankar says, "Videos found on KK's device." Okay, Miss Foster, play it. Woman's voice, like $1,000. What's in the photo? Like a long manicured nail. Okay. We're waiting. Treatment was similar, you would say? You really? That's interesting. Like I said, people can say different things, but I do wonder if about stuff. All right. Absolutely. Thank you. That's right, Pika. We have a difference of opinion. As long as we keep it cute, we should be fine. This is interesting. Somebody said in the chat, the AUSA attacking KK's credibility before she testified as a witness for defense. Let's see how this goes. Well, I mean, the defense will have to do its cross, so I do wonder about that. Yeah, revenge prawn is illegal. And if he was doing that, he was threatening to do that, I guess that would fall under the RICO too. It just seems like RICO is an umbrella for a lot of different crimes. That's what it's, at least my understanding of it. Okay. Update. What is KK right? Sankar says as KK, they just chilling at his house, out to shop like King Knight mode or Gucci Pag mode. LOL. Your Honor, could we could break here? Okay, they're breaking. They're breaking. They said, Your Honor, we could break here. Thank you. Making sure my mic is okay. There you go. Break. If you want to support, make sure you guys are supporting Inner City Press with the follow, with the subscribe, with the like, all this other stuff. You said, in my opinion, RICO gets only gets used in high monetary value. So then, is it? I think where people are kind of interpreting this is like, well, where is the monetary financial gain for this enterprise and company? I don't know. I guess I kind of wonder what the jury is thinking. Do they feel like they're seeing RICO at this point? Let's see. Why was my comment erased? As trafficking is proven through force, fraud, corrosion. Carissa, who erased your comment? Because I didn't. Could have been a mistake. It doesn't mean that somebody did it intentionally or anything like that. What did I misunderstand? I didn't even know you were in the chat. My bad. Sorry. But again, I don't know. I don't know what you mean. RICO gets used a lot in gangs and rugs. Absolutely. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't do nothing. I don't know. And okay, people keep getting federal RICO and state RICO mixed up. That's right. Two different things. That's right. Hell, you can even get a civil RICO. Do you know that? A racketeering conspiracy. Does the jury see it this way? That's the question that I got to say. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, this is true. If you use words like, sometimes it's not always the mods, sometimes it's YouTube that holds your comments if you don't misspell or put something different in the comments, right? YouTube will do that to the comments. That's not on me though. That's on YouTube. And it's not on my mods either. My mods are just literally, they approve the comments as they come when they're being held. So that's why I tell you guys, to make sure you misspell your words, and the mods tell you that too. Shout out to my mods. Which finger is on that nail on? I don't know. Isn't that weird that they left on that? Gotcha. Yeah, no, Carissa, you're fine. I was like, what? No, so you're fine. Just make sure. And sometimes, like, you'd be amazed what words get blocked. You're like, I didn't even know this word could get blocked. So YouTube is like that, though. It is what it is. You said after hearing all this for about 4 days and all this rug use, when the hell did Diddy even work? When did he work? Like, especially the different women that he has or had, right? Because it's not like, yeah, shout out to my mods. My mods are beautiful. It's not like what's the word? See, like this word, the S word will get you blocked too. So just keep that in mind. Like it's what's the word I was gonna say? I was gonna say something, I forgot. He had Jane Doe, Young Miami, and what else? A person named Jesse, Jade, all these people. So there was a lot. When did he have time to have a career? Sugar Queen, thank you so much for this super sticker. Now, Sugar Queen, I don't know what currency that is. You're going to have to tell me because I don't know what that is. Thank you so much. There's a lot of currencies that I wish I knew. I don't know that one. Dana Tran, Chelsea Lovelace, Gina. There was a lot of women. A lot, you know? And don't forget, Jonathan Perez said it in his statement. These were guests. He didn't call them the girlfriends. He called them guests. Some people call them girlfriends and some people call them guests. So yeah, I have a lot of questions. I do. Let me know. I'm new to your channel. You're doing an amazing job. Thank you, Paula. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's see. Let's see. And thank you, Sugar Queen. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you. Thank you. Look at Baby Bunny art. She's about to leave soon because the sitter's coming. But I wanted to show you guys Baby Bunny art. You want it back? Can you make it pretty right there? Okay. Thank you, my love. G Matt is in the house. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Jessie May or Jessie Mai? All these people. He was, and then I heard Lori Harvey too. Right? Nice job. As long as it doesn't go on the walls. Lauren London, allegedly, they said that. They did. I got marker on me. This crazy. So when did he have time to have a career if he was doing all this? That's the question that I have. When was Diddy gonna have a career if he was doing all this? I think that's a legitimate question. Oh man, if he was breaking in the Tootsie Roll, when was he gonna have a career? Literally, like getting a master's degree in the corner of a dark room. When was he going to have a career? Let me know. I know that's too much. That's too much. I just said a mouthful. Where are all the antibiotics? Where's the penicillins, right? Where's the amoxicillins? Where's all the psyllin, the penicillin, amoxicillin, all the psyllin families that you need? Was this the career? Let me know. He was functioning as a rug head. Just have a lot of questions. Listen, time management is key. Honestly. Every time I read an inner city press tweet, I hear it in your voice. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know, man. I don't know. Not a baby oscillin. His last album had some hits. Okay. And that wasn't too long ago, right? Church of Chrome, his last album wasn't too long ago. Some high profile artists too. He never slept. Astro Glide chillin'. Baby oil villain. There you go. There you go. We're going to make a song out of that. Thank you. Oh, my stomach hurts, y'all. I've been laughing too much. You guys make me laugh too much. That's the problem. Okay, hold up. We have an update from CNN. Jury takes a short break. Well, that's the update. That's the update. But there were some other messages that I think we didn't read. Between Ventura and KK. The jury saw messages between Ventura and KK in 2017. Ventura texted Coram, "What the WTF?" And then Coram asked if she was okay. "No, but you should talk to him," Ventura responded. "No one deserves being dragged by their hair. I locked the door for my safety." Ventura said in the message. She added that she didn't have her belongings or any money. Coram responded that she would try to talk to Combs to help Ventura to get her stuff. Here's my question. What did KK do to calm the situation? Because apparently she became like a mediator of that by proxy. What did she do? And let me just say this. I feel like I've been in situations like that where you're like the friend. You know your friend should be leaving somebody if they're giving you this bad life. You're like, you should really leave him, but you don't. So you're kind of mediating. And then it came to a point where it's like, I don't want to see my friend get hurt, but because I don't want to see them get hurt, I don't want to enable this really toxic situation. So I'm going to leave it at that. Let her know what my thoughts are and tell her that when she's ready, I'll be here. But I didn't want to be the one enabling her, especially since she wasn't going to be calling the police or picking things up. Like, and even then, it's a very hard situation to be in. Now, mind you, this woman, this KK person, she's the one that's getting paid, right? She's an employee. So there was a lot of blur lines for her. I feel like I've been in multiple situations like that. And yeah. But let me know what you guys think. You said he didn't have to work. He was making money off of people publishing as well as the liquor products. That's right, Naldo. He just had some ads. He wasn't making the music too, but was approving and credit biting. That is true, Naldo. Thank you for this comment. I agree. I agree with this statement. Yeah. Y'all, I got some food coming in because I didn't really eat breakfast like that. It's a little too early. I used to eat breakfast really early and now I don't. Look at this. She has baby bunny art. Now she's colored him more. And you missed this part right here. Okay, go color it. It looks like a Dalmatian. You got to put more spots. Thank you. Thank you. Rejected. Take it back and color it. Thank you. Waiting for your sitter now. All right, my love. Let's see. And then the marker leaves residue in my hands. I hope I don't put some in my face. Yeah, you think she was definitely the bottom? Okay. All right. Hey, Band-Aid of memories. Baby Bunny Enterprise. Rabbit, I'm with you. I have my moments. I tend to eat more earlier on vacation. Yeah. Like I kind of go back and forth. I used to, when I would get up and go to work every morning, because I told you guys I worked in government for like 10 years, right? The drive, the commute, my breakfast would be coffee and yogurt in the morning, followed by whatever other meal that I would have. But yeah, I used to just remember not even eating sometimes because I'd be so busy. I wouldn't even take a break. And that's what happens when you're like a salary employee. You got to learn how to take care of yourself. Because I wasn't really good at that for the longest time. But yes. Lori Harvey? Really? What is it just a rumor? You said, I wonder why KK seems to be the one that could calm him down. That's the question that I have. Why is it that KK is the one? Like, and it goes back to, you guys remember that post that Diddy made about like she was the right hand woman. So I kind of wondered about that too. I was like, okay. What is it? Why was she the only one that could calm him down? No update yet. Damn. Let's see. People have said different things. We don't know. You said Baby Bunny needs an art job. She loves, as long as it's not on my walls, we're A-okay. Coffee was always for breakfast. I have coffee here, but I need something else. I'm waiting for my food. Iced coffee. Let's see. No update. We just said it this morning. There was, hold up. So Anaya Sankar's there. Delicia Penlin is another summary witness. Okay, and she's going to show the intercontinental situation with the summary timeline and everything. There's that. And then we have Brendan Paul, and then we have the rug mule. And then we have Joseph Cerillo, who will be our final witness, who will put the charts related to Jane. And then, and then we have Omar Hazuri, who is a law enforcement agency. So they have 4 left. 4 more witnesses from the prosecution side, and then they will rest. They said they're going to rest by Wednesday. I don't know. So over the weekend, they've been working. The prosecution has been working every weekend. It sounds like they've been working to get things together and stuff like that. But yes. Let me know what you guys think. Yep, says if the feds only have 4 witnesses left and the rest are Fed agents and the rug mule, is one of the agents KK? No, they're not. We already know who the witnesses are. I already told you guys. People are assuming that KK is not testifying. I think they would have brought in KK a long time ago. There's a lot of people. TriStar, if anything has happened, it has definitely proved that TriStar is up in its knees and stuff. Literally. Literally. TriStar doing the most. They should be looked into too. How come she didn't testify? How come Robin Greenhill didn't testify? That's the question that I have. Washington says, court is now taking a mid-morning recess break. So they're showing more messages. I'm not going to read everything that Washington said because it's a repeat. Do we think KK on the run or a surprise witness? I think KK is probably going to be charged at some point. She's just not named as a defendant yet. I think she's going to have her own case. That's what it sounds like. But that's just me, you know? Just me. Is it TriStar a Diddy? No, TriStar is an outside company. So it sounds like they're an accountant company that's been. But here's my question. How long have they been dealing with Diddy? Let me see. How long has TriStar been with Diddy? Like, how long have they used them? Did they use them when Cassie was around? See, like in November 5th of 2024, it says right here. This is from the Sun. This is TriStar, I guess, statement or whatever. Dodgy dealings. Diddy's business manager, whose firm paid his S workers, is accused of exploiting vulnerable celebrities and fake accounts. TriStar and its founder Lou Taylor have been involved in other lawsuits. We've talked about that, okay? So the firm Sean Combs used to manage his finances, which allegedly paid his escorts, which we're finding out that they were paying the apartment. We're finding out that they were paying getting reimbursed for certain things and payments related to the business. And some of these things were rugs. She has also been accused of exploiting vulnerable celebrities in the past and faking accounts in lawsuits. TriStar Sports and Entertainment, run by a controversial business manager, Lou Taylor, was mentioned in the lawsuit filed by Little Rod Jones. She was mentioned, and we talked about that. And Little Rod Jones, I don't expect you to do that. Thank you. You don't want it to do that? Oh my goodness. What's 6 times 2 times 6? Isn't it 12? Okay. Paw Patrols? You gonna play Paw Patrols? Yeah. Okay, whatever. Be careful. Sitter's coming soon, mama. Okay, hold up. Has been accused of exploiting vulnerable celebrities in the past and faking accounts and lawsuits. Little Rod Jones was the one that named Jane Doe as an S worker. Why did Little Rod Jones name Jane Doe as an S worker? That's the question. She didn't even say that that was a girlfriend. It was an S worker. Not only Jane Doe, but Young Miami and others. Okay, so this has been a thing. This has been an ongoing thing. Now hold up. We have this article. Little Rod Jones is suing Combs back. This was back in November, aka Diddy, for allegedly assaulting him and forcing him to perform S acts on prostitutes. Who did Little Rod Jones have to perform on? Okay. In the complaint, he alleged that TriStar accountant paid a monthly fee to Combs' alleged S workers who received the money via a wire transfer. Okay. According to the plaintiff, Jones, defendant Sean Diddy Combs bragged about having several women on a monthly stipend, rent, vacations, Van Cleef, purses. But here's the deal. Did they know that they were S workers? Was there an arrangement? Love contracts, right? TriStar was not involved in the payment of any alleged S worker. This is an attorney who spoke, who is representing the firm. Why isn't Robin on the stand? Why isn't Lou Taylor on the stand? That's the question. Lou Taylor and the firm are not defendants in the lawsuit and have not been named in any federal indictments. So I have a lot of questions. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know. Let me know. Did they also have a stipend for Stevie J? Is that what you're saying? Creepy J? All right. Because that's it, right? Who calls? I mean, look, a marriage is a contract too, right? To a certain degree. To a certain degree. All right, hold up. I got somebody at my door, guys. Okay. Do we have an update? I don't think so. Might have to go off camera to just bite some food, y'all, because I need to get some food. They're cheating. Prosecutor knows that they're losing. How are they cheating? Let me know. Yes, marriage is 100% a contract and it's binding. That's true. And some contracts don't even need to be signed to make them legal. So keep that in mind. Yep. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys think. Let's see. ASMR. My drink. So threatening to stop girlfriend's rent payment is a crime? No, it's not. I don't think that is necessarily a crime. I think it's just the dynamics of it all, of this whole situation in general. You said he wasn't blackmailing them for freak offs. They were willing participants. Terrell, and that's the question that the jury has to figure out, right? Like, they're going to have to figure this out. I don't know. Hold up, y'all. No update yet. No update yet. Dang. I bet you those restrooms in the courthouse are packed. They're probably like taking bathroom breaks and stuff like that. He was blackmailing or I would say defrauding Jane as well. Oh, okay, hold up. Here we go. We getting started. Everybody come through. Everybody get it together. All right? Get it together. Get it together. Here we go. So 10:55 a.m. they restart. Miss Anchor, what does this exhibit show? A message of Sean Combs and Damian Butler. Damian Butler is D-Rock and Mia. Mia, the woman who was a former assistant. Turn off the screen to the public and press. Okay, so there's none of this is available to us. I hate that it's not available to us. I hate that, but okay. Mm-mm-mm. Yes, I know they're back. I just needed to get a drink. Give me 1 second. Yep, I already read this. Hey, Oklahoma, how are you? Thank you. Double tap, hit that like button, please. And where are we at with the likes, by the way? Are the likes liking? How come it only says I have 18 likes? Am I making this up? Can we get to 700 likes, please? And thank you. I would appreciate it. Thank you. If you're just here and you just came through, hit the like button, please. It is free, it doesn't hurt you. Yeah, this case, if you need to take a break from this case will mentally wear you out. I would agree. I'm intrigued by it. And knowing that I only have 2 more weeks of this, I'm so down for this. Now, thank you so much. Forge 67, like ATM. Go hit the like button. Thank you. Let me just say this, okay? I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, what if there's a mistrial? What if you say you can't turn away? Thank you. Thank you, Oklahoma Outlaw. I appreciate it. What if there's a mistrial? What if what if we have to do this again? What if they refile? That's what it says. Thank you, Moni. Can you imagine having to do it all over again? I'd be like, can we just do something different? Thank you so much, Andy. Good morning, Sylvia. Very possible because it takes one juror and how people are arguing. Imagine, well, what's wrong with the other juror? Are we going to have another issue with another juror? That's what I want to know. And everything's so secretive. It's like, I don't know. Oh my God, Sylvia, you missed too much. For those that are like, what's going on? What's happening? Juror number 6 has been officially dismissed. They're having an issue with another juror. The defense over the weekend on Sunday, when I was premiering my last video, decided to say that if they were going to dismiss juror number 6, they were filing for a mistrial. Judge is standing firm on juror number 6 being gone because he feels like there is a nefarious reason why he wants to stay in the trial. And I was thinking, I was like, what if they're deadlocked? What if there's a mistrial? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? I have a lot of questions. Okay. Let's see. You said we are not what? We're not putting that in the air. Diddy done, says Miss Toby. I don't know. I'm just wondering, like, because I've heard different things about people feeling some type of way. Some people feel like the man is guilty. Some people feel like he's not. Some people feel like it's gonna be a whole mistrial. Some people, I'm wondering. That's all. No updates. No updates. Thank you. True. Unless he faces what? Oh man, you guys are really having a discussion in the chat. Shout out to everybody. This case is mostly issues of fact. He's guilty, but not where Rico is concerned. In my opinion, is simply Kiwi. A lot of people feel like that's the thing. It's like Rico wouldn't be the case. Well, then what is? I don't know. I think that so far, I think the prosecution is doing a good job laying the foundation. That's just my opinion. But I also think that the defense has done a really good job in poking holes in a lot of things. So there's that. So I guess we will see. I guess we will see. I don't know. Gotcha. You said, I believe Diddy is not guilty of ST and RICO conspiracy, which is charge 1 and 2, but he is guilty of charge 3, the transportation to engage. That right there, my friend, maybe that's where they're going to be like, yeah, this is where you're guilty of. You know what I mean? See through you. Maybe that's what it is. Let me know. Weird about the numbers of likes and weird about the number of likes, different people for people. I guess I'm confused by your comment, Haley. But anyways, hit the like button, please, and thank you. If you guys can support, I really would appreciate it. Thank you guys. Please support the channel, please, and thank you. Let's see. Hold up. We're waiting for them to start. We're ready to go, but we're waiting for them to start. You said consent is not a factor in the trans to engage in prostitution. It's illegal if consent or not. Gotcha. Like, were they aware? And not being aware is also kind of aligns itself with consent. I think it's an important factor here as well. Thank you for saying that. You know what? But Sandra, I'm so glad you said this. I am kind of baffled by a couple of things. First of all, how come there's no charges on the RX situation? And what I mean by that, when they arrested him, they found a lot of prescriptions under Frank Black. Why isn't that in itself an investigation? The person who did the RX prescription, why are they still are they licensed? Did they lose their licensing? What happened there? What do you do there? The gun situation, the gun being defaced, is another charge. What happened there? They're investigating it, but we're never going to know about it though, right? He wanted a speedy trial. That's true. Don't forget, Pika had brought that up about the RX issues. I was like, why aren't they? Because that's really the conspiracy right there. Who are the doctors that prescribe this under a fake name, Frank Black or Frank White, whatever the hell his name is? You know, like who did all that? Who did all that? Okay. All right. Please. Oh, so they're back. Here we go. Please read D-Rock's messages. Sankar as D-Rock. Love you, man. If you need a friend, I'm here. AUSA as Combs. I'll call you back. Talking to the kids. Sankar says as D-Rock to Mia. Where are you? AUSA says as Mia. Virginia Beach. D-Rock texted her numbers to Combs. Do you remember when, and again, completely up to you if you believe Mia or not. I don't know. Do you remember when Mia said that she got in contact shortly after Cassie's lawsuit? She got in contact with D-Rock. D-Rock was no longer like Diddy security, okay? Literally. Do you remember when Mia said that it seemed like D-Rock was trying to probe her for information? So are they going to find those messages here about that between D-Rock and Combs? Is that what's going to happen here? I have a lot of questions about this. I do. Thank you. Oh my God. Sylvia says, late fee to Judge Rabitha. Thank you for the late fee for those that are late. Thank you, Sylvia. You're lucky I didn't call you out. Thank you for the 99.99. I appreciate you, Sylvia. Patty C didn't testify at this trial. KK next. Patty C, thank you for the $2, but I don't think that KK is going to be testifying. She might be a surprise witness, but I don't think she is. I literally think they have 4 more to go, and that's it. And they're done. And the only ones, the others are, it's the drug mule, and the other ones are federal folks. Okay? Investigators. Well, that's what I thought. Signature required at pharmacy for controlled substances. That's right. Okay, let me make myself smaller. And let me know. Let's see. Here it is. AUSA as Mia to D-Rock. I didn't have my phone. I was scuba diving. Oh, they are reading those messages. Okay. They are. Wake it up. Wake it up. They are reading those messages. Mia had said that she was trying to avoid communication with D-Rock because she didn't really know what was going on, right, with that situation. And Mia would tell D-Rock, I didn't answer. I'm not ignoring you. I'm scuba diving. I don't have service. That type of situation. I don't know who goes scuba diving 24 hours a day, but that's what she was pulling. So she says, listen, Linda. She says this. AUSA is reading as Mia to D-Rock. I didn't have my phone. I was scuba diving. Sankar as D-Rock. We're opening up a new restaurant on the 17th. He says he doesn't want anything from you. Mia as government as Mia. Super smart to stay in your bubble. Because remember, Mia was saying that D-Rock, I love you. These are all family members type of situation. Because that's how they were running. They were running in deep. Yep. That. Okay. So I think that D-Rock was trying to assess the situation with Mia, right? So she's like, well, he doesn't want anything from you. She's like, okay. But see, Mia was still contacting Diddy, still messaging him. So there's some conflicts in Mia's story to a certain degree. But, however, and if I remember correctly, it was 4 days, a couple days before the lawsuit, Cassie's lawsuit, she was still contacting Diddy. So make that what you, if I remember correctly, and I'd have to go back to those transcripts, and I can't believe it's been a couple weeks, but yeah, this was intense. Yes. You said D-Rock failed the assignment? Yeah, he lives in the Poconos. That's right. You said, I don't get what they are proving with these text messages. I think that they're charting the evidence. That's what these are charting. They're just charting the evidence. That's what it was. So whatever they might have missed, they're just charting it down. Okay, here we go. Update. AUSA, es mía. I'm on the island off the coast of Honduras. Okay, same car as D-Rock. I'll love to hear about Honduras. Let me know how I can send you something. Mia responds, I never asked for anything. D-Rock says, I'm allowed to send my sister a gift. So Mia was in Honduras when all of this was going on? I'm on this island off of the coast of Honduras. D-Rock responded, I'll love to hear about Honduras. Let me know how I can send you something. Mia responds, I never asked for anything. I'm allowed to send my sister a gift. Wow, I do wonder. I'm wondering about D-Rock. I'm wondering about Roger Bonds. Like, why aren't these people testifying? Or are they also going to get their own ricolas or something? Like, if this man is found guilty, are they also going to be getting their own charges? There's a lot of questions that I have. Questions about Roger Bond, questions about D-Rock, KK, and who else? Who else did I miss name wise? Let me know. Harv Pierre. Well, no. Who else? I'm thinking out loud. It's a lot of questions that I have about these individuals. Let me know in the chat. All the HR people up there that were mentioned earlier on in this, what about them? Because I think that they all have to come down one at a time, right? Let me know. Storm, thank you so much for renewing your membership. Shout out to you, Storm. Thank you. Let's see. Roger Bond was interviewed and the government isn't going after him. He currently has an interview airing daily on Vlad. Is that an old interview or is that a new interview? Because I know he did an interview with Vlad. Was that recent? Vasta, that Vasta HR lady? Yeah. So Uncle Polly, thank you. Who else? Fahim, what about these people? I have a lot of questions. What about the rest of the people? Like, I don't know, y'all. All the TriStar people, there's that. It's just weird how they chose certain folks. I don't know. Okay, hold up. Do we have an update? I think CNN has an update for us. Here it is. So jury hears text involving Combs day after Ventura lawsuit. Okay, so there's text messages. The jury is seeing another summary, a chart of messages, including messages involving Sean Diddy Combs, Mia, a Combs assistant from 2009 to 2017, and Combs' former security guard, Damian Butler, who goes by D-Rock. On November 19, 2023, D-Rock texted Combs, need to hear your voice, bro. Love you. Combs responded, thank you for checking on me. Really appreciate you. Love you. Okay. Those texts came after former Combs' girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, filed a lawsuit against Combs. All right. Accusing him of and physical abuse. Okay. Again, but those Combs, I think, are just showing support to Diddy. Like D-Rock saying, I'm here for you if you need me, love you, that type of situation. Okay. Support. All right. I don't know. What do you guys think? Well, that specific message is just proving support. I'm waiting to hear about the other ones. That's what I want to know. Yes, I agree. All these people who were in weren't summoned. Oh, and then another thing that I want to know, and I said it 2 days ago on another video on the transcripts. When Jane Doe said that she flew to Vegas, right, because she got invited by a icon rapper, this whole situation that, in my opinion, the government is covering up, they want that under seal. Now, is it because maybe they're going to do their own independent investigation and bring some charges against this rapper icon and the wife, girlfriend, whatever the hell it was, and the S worker? Some folks had said, and I agree, I was thinking about this. I said, well, maybe because prostitution is legal in Vegas, then that's okay for them to do that there. But then it dawned on me, I'm like, well, Antoine, who's the prostitute in this network of people, Antoine flew to Vegas. He's not a resident of Vegas, right? Because he was all over the place. So the prostitution laws don't fall on, him per se. They're flying for prostitution services, and he happens to be outside of the state. So why wouldn't that also be a federal charge as well? So then I started thinking, oh, well, is it possible that the reason that the government didn't say anything is because there's another federal investigation with that? You can be doing different things in Vegas, but I don't think you could fly prostitutes to Vegas to prostitute. I think that's a whole different ball game. It's a whole different conversation. Okay, but let me know what you guys think in the comments. I mean, I'm not a legal expert. Only okay. There you go. So certain parts of Vegas, right? Mm-mm-mm. That's what I'm saying. That would fall under transportation of prostitution, right? So that whole situation, I was thinking, I was like, well, why is the government not talking about that? Like, why does that have to be under seal? Then I was like, is it possible that they're investigating that for a separate case? I don't know. You said that would fall under the Mann Act. Yeah. Because it would be different. Say that that Antoine wasn't flying there, because Antoine was all over. I mean, he's a national, global, prostitute apparently, because he's known between him and Cabral, right? The other one. So it made me wonder. I'm like, well, I wonder if they're flying all over, and if that's the case, that falls under what, the Mann Act. I'm not an expert, but that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that falls under that. Okay. We have an update. My phone is getting the updates. All right. All right, phone. So hopefully, stay. Here it is. Okay. Let's see. Inner City Press says, okay, that was 7 minutes ago. Nothing else. I'm allowed to send my sister a gift. That's where it left off of. Maybe the reason why he asked her for the address, or like where she was staying at, I want to send you something, is because he was trying to find her location. I mean, I'm like, yeah, we might be friends and family and everything, but damn, no. No, 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 no. I'm not giving you my location, my friend. I don't know what you're all about. I don't get it. You could be into some shit. You know what I mean? Does Antoine Cabral hold a permit to, there you go, engage in prostitution in Vegas? That's the question. And it doesn't sound like, I think that they're just like independent. It doesn't sound like they're with an agency like Cowboys and Angels or something like that. You know? Interesting. It just seems like such a hassle for, like, overall, I'm like, oh my God, these people, you know? So there's no prostitution in Las Vegas. Well, we were talking about that. It could very well be certain areas. I don't know. Maybe it's just preconceived notions or just thoughts. Maybe it's just preconceived notions or Hold up. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Why didn't he invite Angels only on the Cowboys? Okay, we're waiting for an update. No update yet. Let's see. Okay, we have an update. Here we go. Did you have any other involvement in this case? Sankar says no. AUSA says no further questions. That's it. AUSA. Judge says Ms. Garagos, Teeny Garagos. Here's Teeny Garagos. Miss Sanker, this message from Damian Butler to Sean Combs. Let's pull up the exhibit. Lying 363 days earlier, the legal filing. Do you know, I didn't hear the defense object one time. So I guess I'm kind of wondering about this. All right, Teeny Garagos over here about to do it and bring some, bring it, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. What do you guys think she's going to say? Thank you. Sure you guys are hitting that like button. Okay, let me see what Washington Post is saying. So court has resumed, and Anaya Sankor, a paralegal specialist at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, is walking through another summary exhibit showing years of correspondence. That's the thing that takes so long, all these messages between Sean Combs' security guard, Damian Butler, aka Drock, and others in his orbit. Over the past 5 years, the government has portrayed Butler as part of Combs' enterprise, a pivotal, over the past 5 weeks, not years, 5 weeks, the government has portrayed Butler as part of Combs' enterprise, a pivotal component of its racketeering case against a music producer and entrepreneur. Okay. We have a question, my friend. Let's see. But here's the deal, look. I kind of wonder what the jury is thinking at this point. To get into the jury's minds. She says she'll try to gaslight them, and you can't prove Diddy wanted anything, and he just wanted to give Mia something. Okay. Well, I don't know, man, because if you're asking my location and I'm telling you I'm somewhere in Honduras off the coast, and I've been like, you want to send me something after not talking to you for a couple years? Oh, you're my brother? What you trying to send me? Money? Money? Really? Okay, I guess. Let me know what you guys think. Maybe I'm overthinking it too much. Maybe I'm thinking it too much. I don't know. I could be wrong. Yes, hit that like button. Sending you hugs and kisses. That's what you're sending me. You're like, oh, brother. I'm like, and I haven't seen you in years. And when I left the company, it wasn't in good terms. I sued. I brought a lawyer. You didn't pay me. I told them you were violent, but I didn't tell them about the essay stuff. Yeah, there's that. I think it's something to kind of think about, guys. Like, literally. Probably not going to have a good feeling about you. Hold up. Let me see. Maybe I can go here. Yeah. No further questions. Here we go. Teeny Garrigo said she going to probe. She's going to probe. That's what she's going to do. Mm-hmm. Yep. I sent the Nevada Constitution regulations to the Discord for educational purposes. Thank you, Mercy Miami. Thank you, Mercy Miami. You said the Constitution regulations? Thank you. I think I just made up a new word. We're not saying the P word, we're saying institutions. All right. CNN has an update for us, okay? Guys, make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Get us to at least 700 likes, please, because we have over 900 people in this chat. Texts and calls between Combs and D-Rock and Mia highlight discussion about Combs' relationship, okay? So on Thanksgiving that year, Sean Diddy Combs, former security guard, Damian Butler, who goes by D-Rock, wished Combs a happy Thanksgiving. He also told Combs, I feel I need to see you and chill with you for a couple days. If you need a real friend, I'm here. Love you, call. And then Combs responded, love you, calling you. D-Rock tested Combs a few days later that he would see him the next day. Okay. The jury saw messages between D-Rock and Mia and Combs' assistant from 2009 and to 2017 that were first shown during Mia's testimony. D-Rock texted Mia on November 30th, 2023 for the first time since 2021. He said, "What's up?" And when she responded, D-Rock then says, "A lot has been happening." The jury saw a call recorded that day. Mia testified that she spoke to D-Rock that day, and he brought up Combs and Cassie's relationship. The call was recorded. Who recorded it? The jury saw a call recorded that day. Who recorded that call? Was it D-Rock or was it Mia? Records show that D-Rock sent Mia's phone number to Combs, who then tried to call her. A few days after that, Combs texted D-Rock, "Thank you for coming and being here with me. Love you, brother." D-Rock texted me on December 5th, 2023. "Your boy said to call him. He doesn't want or need anything. He doesn't want or need anything to do anything. Just call me." Then February 2nd, 2023, D-Rock texted Mia, "Good morning. How are you doing? Did you ever speak to P? He called me a couple days ago." Records in the summary chart shows D-Rock was in contact with Combs around that time. Okay. So I think that if you can read between the lines, people would then assume this would be like witness intimidation. No update yet. So that's what CNN says. CNN is actually, as much as I don't like them and I don't F with CNN sometimes, they're actually doing pretty good on their updates. Shout out to CNN for keeping it. Washington Post is a little bit like bias. Like they've already kind of made up their minds. And I'm like, well, I kind of want to be able to talk a little bit of, about everything. Now, can you guys tell me why I have a shitload of ads with Mr. Rogers and Mr. Rogers sweaters? Because I know we looked at, I'm not joking. I'll show you guys. Like, this is why I got to be careful on the internet. Because literally, look at them. They're showing me. I know I did that. When I said Diddy's wearing a Mr. Rogers sweater and it was red and it was blue. But I literally have them advertising. Look, they want to sell me. Now they're selling me internet or AT&T stuff. They literally did that to me. I gotta be careful, man. My searches are just. Did you guys see that? There's so many Mr. Rogers sweaters. Oh man. It's in your algorithm. Damn. Oh man. Okay. Cool. My face hurts. The internet is listening to me. They're about to RICO me in a minute. They're gonna send me on a RICO between having different code words, true crime. You guys don't even want to see my internet searches. You'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with this girl? They're gonna RICO me in a minute. Damn. It's a lot. That kind of took me out though when I saw that. It was Father's Day too, so they want right. My dad don't wear Mr. Rogers sweater. My dad is like, how does my dad dress? Definitely not a Mr. Rogers kind of guy. My dad is like, he's very old school Mexican, so that should tell you everything. Imagine old school Mexican. That's my dad. That's my dad. But yeah. Anyways, no update yet. Let me close out of that. Let's see. 2 new updates. So ABC News says jury seeks collections of messages from Combs employees about freak-offs. We read this already about 15 Molly pills. I can't believe he wrote that in a message, though. That's that drug distribution part. You know what I mean? But yes. You know what? Diddy's trying to ruin all of the childhood favorites. Oh my god. The algorithm is bad. It's telling me what to buy. That's what's happening. Am. So are they going to call D-Rock to the defense? Now I do wonder about that. Hey. I do wonder about that. I have a lot of questions. Dang, Armand Wiggins actually did an interview with the male entertainer tells all about Wild King Nights. And he wore a mask too. I don't know if I can watch this. I don't want to get upset because I'm kind of tired of these male entertainers, pseudo celebrities, or somehow, they're becoming celebrities because of their own situationship. Knowing what I know now, I'm like, I don't even want to watch it anymore. I mean, shout out to Armand. He's doing a great job, but I'm not trying to watch that. But yes. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. You were mad? You couldn't watch? I don't want to, because I'm like, I already, like, it's one thing when we were joking about freezer meat guy, but now it's like they're making $1. I mean, they escort his damn, he's buff, but still, like, oh my god, that's, I don't know. You said, I told my partner, you're my crack pipe, and he said, please don't call me that. You said Yanni. Shout out to Yanni. Yo. You're my crack pipe. Please don't call me that. Yo, we waiting on an update. Are we? Come on, Teeny Garagos. Come on, Teeny. I think it's Tenny, and I keep calling her Teeny. Tenny, Tiny Town, Tiny Toons, Garagos. Oh my god, Yanni, you took me out. That shit made me laugh. I'm trying to have a sense of humor, but some of the stuff is really rough. I had to block somebody the other day who was like, somebody that was like in the chat really supporting and stuff like that. He's like, I don't think we should be laughing about stuff. I'm like, we have to have a sense of humor about stuff because it's healthy. Like, literally, it's okay to laugh every once in a while. You know what I mean? And then when it's appropriate, we have to get serious about certain things, but it's okay to have a sense of humor about what's happening. Like, yo, it cannot always be dark. Like, no. The topic is already dark as it is. I don't need to be dark about it. You know what I mean? So yeah. I definitely like the jokes. You said, I want to know what they were going to charge in the hotels. I don't know. You said, is there a possible, well, I want to know about this too, DLM. I need to know about this too. Like the second juror possibly being questioned. I have a lot of questions about that. I do, my friend. You know? What do you think it is? I mean, we can speculate all we want, but we won't know clearly. So juror number 6, adios. Who's the other juror? What is that all about? Literally. Crazy. Let me know. Now, you said now they're being petty with the jurors. That's funny. Well, no, I'm serious. It's like, it looks like what did they say in my comments? They're like, well, I was subscribed, but it looks like you're victim shaming. How? I don't know. Is it because we're asking questions of a situation that's very public? Like, how do you, the thing about, and let me just say this, I think that there's a balancing act between this, right? You're going to have people that believe the victims, and then you're going to have people that don't, right? And to a certain degree, asking questions, is trying to understand and have a global understanding of how everybody views the situation. You know what I mean? So I think that we're allowed to definitely ask questions, as long as we're doing it in a respectful manner. But are we going to have fun, or make poke jokes? Like the crack pipe was a excellent joke. Yeah, we are. So people are going to be offended about what they want to be offended. And let me just say this. I'm at that point where I'm like, I have to evaluate the things that I want to get offended about. What battle do I want to have today? So do you? You're still laughing, yeah, Yanni? I didn't expect that from you, but shout out to you. You said, I wonder if Juror started going on television, discuss well, that's what I'm wondering. Are they going to do an interview? I'm here for the Juror interview. We want to know. We, the people, want to know if there's going to be an interview. There's no update. Hold up. Let me see what CNN is saying. CNN has an update for us. Defense begins cross-examination of paralegal specialists. So Tenny, I keep saying Teeny Garagos, but it's Tenny. Garagos is starting cross-examination of the paralegal specialist. Garagos read some messages in which Sean Diddy Combs reached out to Mia, one of the former assistants. The message showed that Drock told Mia that Combs wanted to speak with her and also told her that Combs didn't want anything from her. Okay. Garagos read a message Combs sent Mia on February 7th, 2024. Hey, this is what Diddy's message said to Mia. Pay attention. Pay attention. That's what the message said. Hey, I don't want to be blowing up your phone. Just need to talk to you for 10 minutes. Just need my memory jogged on some things. You were my right hand for years. So I just to speak to you to remember who even around me. And it would be good to hear your voice. But if you don't want to, all good. Just let me know. Love, hope all is well. Garagos confirmed with Sankar that after that, Drock told Combs that Mia's number was ringing as if she was out of the country. Well, she was out of the country because she was in Honduras. She also confirmed that there's no records that suggested Combs called Mia again after that. So called her one time and then sent her a message? Okay. There's that. What do you guys think? Did he know that Mia was going to be a witness? That's the question, because it doesn't sound like he did. Now, if he would have contacted her when he found out that she was going to be a witness, then this would have been a whole different story, and that'd have been like, oh, okay, this is a different story type of situation. But did he know that she was going to become a government's witness? Let me know. Let's see. The only time I have been offended was when men like Cameron asked how Cassie's in bed. I'm highly offended by men going there with this case. Very distasteful. Thank you, Moni. I agree. Like, this is inappropriate to be like, especially given that you're talking about the meat guy when he had that interview. See, and I don't understand that. I don't get that. Like, he's literally doing interviews with everybody. So now you have another worker that's doing interviews with everybody when these women have said that they've been victimized. And then to ask questions like, was she good in bed? What the fuck is that? What kind of question is that? Given that, first of all, should I be mad at the escort for being there, or should I be mad at the host for saying that or asking that? I agree. But anyways, no update. Who is Gucci and King? Well, Gucci is the bag that he had the rugs in. King would be in reference to King Knights. Yeah, like, it's one thing. Say that you have like one of the S workers. Say that one of the S workers talks, right? And you ask him questions like, how do you feel? Like, I thought it was appropriate, in my opinion, that he was like, now that I know what was going on with Cassie, I want to apologize. Okay, cool. You publicly apologize. But then he kept going and he's promoting his book and he's doing different things. Okay, fine. But then to be asked how is Cassie in bed when clearly she's alleging in certain times these things weren't consensual, what the F kind of question is that? Not only that, so do I get mad at the host or the person that's answering? Like, I'm like, huh? What? Okay, whatever. I heard about I haven't watched. That's why I was like, I don't know if I really want to watch. We did play the interview of the S worker a couple days ago. We played it and we were hearing it. I was like, wow, okay. Was it with Banfield? But he's been doing a lot of interviews. So yeah. I didn't hear it either. So I don't know. It's a weird question to ask. That's like asking, I mean, yeah, that's what I got to say. It's a weird question to ask, especially if you were the worker that saw Cassie get hurt or heard a scuffle. I think that was it Daniel Phillips who said that he saw Cassie and he was holding her to her arms and she was crying. She was upset after she had been physically hurt by Diddy. Like that whole situation is a whole monster in itself. I'm like, oh, okay, so whatever. Okay. What I gotta say about that? You said, I find it wild that the same people calling Andrew Tate an S trafficker are standing up for Diddy when they use the same tactics. Oh, see, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, what do you think about that? I don't know. There's different people that are standing for different things. I don't think a lot of people are standing up for Andrew Tate. They have a lot of questions. They have questions about the victim. I saw that too. They were questioning the victim. But yes. You said, I think by the time Jane Doe was working for the feds, she was using the word traumatized. Really, says low realistic. People have, I know that there was speculation about like when she got therapy exactly and all that other stuff. Yes. Well, it does, especially in the chat, Naldo. Honestly, it does. We were talking about this. We were talking about this. Was it Friday? I was hangry and I went off on a person that was trolling, and that was like some of these people. You kind of have to wonder: are they there really commenting, or are they paid agitators? And what I realized is they're not really there for the content. They're there to agitate the chat. And if that's the case, then that's when you make that executive call. So I did. I think I have 3 or 4 blocked that, based on what I've seen in the chats, you could tell that they're paid agitators. Or maybe they're just there to agitate and not have a good stream about what's going on. That shit pisses me off. All right, here we go. Finally, we have an update. Okay. I didn't eat a Snickers that day. I did go off. I went off. It's like, was I really hungry? And then I reviewed the chat and I said, no, I was okay blocking that person. Okay. Here we go. So please read Nat Moore. Who's Nat Moore? Sanker is Nat Moore. The article could have been worse. They're calling it a breakup fight. Please, Garrigo says, let's read some messages not included in the chat. Queuing them up. Who is Nat Moore? Enter the chat. New name, Nat Moore. Oh, shit. Did I just break something? I heard something break. See? Enter the chat, Nat Moore. Who's Nat Moore? Let me see. Who is Nat Moore on the Diddy trial? Nat Moore. Diddy. She's a PR guru. And it's MOAR. She's a PR guru. That's who it is. Okay. Here it is. This is her. So she quits abruptly. She's the PR guru that quit. Diddy's PR guru abruptly quits days after his Maxwell style fixer. She's the Maxwell style fixer. Chief of staff is ID'd as a potential key witness in rapper's S trafficking case. So no, they're referencing KK here because KK is the okay. All right, hold up. So she quits. It's not Natalie Mora, the woman behind Sean Diddy Combs' image, has suddenly resigned following his arrest in the federal S trafficking case. Okay. So she's 55 and she was serving as the head of communications for 20 years. Dang, 20 years. She's like, I'm out, this bitch. Bye. Okay, hold up. We'll get into that article, but we have an update. Okay. Garagos says, Jane writes, I can be dropped off at my building front desk. And KK writes, he speaks directly with PD. I don't deal with him. LOL, right? Right. Jane writes to KK, pulling up to the airport, smiley face. I'm excited to surprise him. Okay. Okay. So Natalie is gone. The source claims she is 100% gone. She quit today and had no other choice. She had to quit. What else was she going to do? The situation left her with no options. This is Natalie. The source went on to note that Diddy was her entire world. She will surely be deposed for this if she has not been already. Maybe she was. I don't know. She most likely had her cell phone confiscated. Who knows what else was in there? Okay. So she's originally from Australia, moved to New York to start a career as a commercial photographer. However, she was handpicked by Combs to be part of his leadership team back in the late 1990s. She's been around since the late 1990s. She's been around it all before Cassie. Okay. And has been by his side and as he grew his 40 million empire. She has played a huge role in shaping his image and his portfolio businesses, including the launch of his fashion label, Sean John's Unforgivable, and I Am King fragrances, Ciroc Vodka, the Bad Boy Reunion Tour, and many others ventures. So she was around a lot of this. The source told DailyMail.com that Natalie stuck with Combs after the Cassie tapes came out, but it's now reckoning time for him and for everyone else. So she's like, no, I'm out of here. She grabbed her purse. She's like, I'm out of here. I got to go. I'm out my desk. I'm out of here. I'm not sticking around for this. And she had to turn in her phone, though. I think I would go crazy if my phone was confiscated. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Smiley face, question mark. A lot of this is suspect. No, she did quit. Natalie quit. Now, Christina Coram, when did Christina quit? Did she quit afterwards? And she was like, there's no job here. I'm not going to get paid. I'm out of here, but I need a lawyer. When did Christina quit? Did she hang out? I have a lot of questions. Mm-mm. We're waiting. People left when they had to leave. When the government confiscates your phone, does the cell provider give you a new one? No. I don't think so. No, not like for free or anything like that. Like I have AT&T. I've had AT&T for a good 20 plus years or more. Um, what am I going to say? Hey, they took my phone? No. No, it is time for me to get a new phone, but I really don't want to because I don't want another contract. It's kind of nice when you pay off your phones, but then they don't even last. They don't last. Let's see. You said they'll give it to your wife? All right, we're waiting for an update. I think they're supposed to go to lunch pretty soon, too. She quits when she realized that he was getting, yeah, and they were coming for her. She's like, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. She's not going to stick around, you know? Hmm. No update yet. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, so this is the lady. And she was with them since like what, 20 years? She quit abruptly days after his style fixer, chief of staff, is ID'd as a potential key witness in rapper's S trafficking case. Damn. Dang. You said you feel the defense is gonna push this all on KK, but I thought that they were also I heard somewhere who's representing KK in the. Let me see. Who is Christina? Does Christina spell her name with an H? I don't think she does. Yeah. Who is representing? Who's her lawyer? Who's her lawyer? That's what we want to know. I mean, it's not going to be your lawyer here for this thing, but I do wonder. Is it going to be somebody in Agnifalo's office? That would make sense. Maybe they're going to be charged separately. Can you imagine this shit? I cannot. Like, I'm like, how do you? This is crazy. This is crazy. Your career is down the toilet after this. Like, literally. I mean, hopefully you're not found guilty. Like, if you were in that situation and then you come to find out, like, oh my God, this is all a RICO? Like, am I, here I is 10 years? Like, did I do something wrong when I was just doing my job? I don't know. I'm just thinking of different ways that they could see this. What do you guys think? Diddy docket. I heard a rumor that it was somebody in Agnifalo's office. Is that true? That's what I heard. But she hasn't formally been charged, right? That we know of? No update yet. Dang. It just seems so crazy to me. Her lawyer is Deborah Colson, but she's not with Agnifalo, is she? And her lawyer is for the civil cases, not the criminal cases, because she hasn't been indicted. I have a lot of questions about this. Okay, what did people are saying? Hold up. People are saying Jane writes. Okay, we read this. Defense trying to make Jane look like a willing participant. This is getting old, especially from trauma-informed contexts. These lawyers think we are all clowns but them. They think everything is about the alternative. Must have been so draining all playing games mentally like this. Ashton Kutcher. Diddy trial live updates. Text to Christina Quorum showed Ashton Kutcher isn't testifying? That's today? What is this? US Today? Whoa, hold up. See if I could pull the article. US Today. Today. Diddy trial. What do they say? Oh my God. Yeah, this is an hour or so ago. Maybe. Are they doing live updates too? Here, let me show you guys what I'm saying, okay? But let me just see if there's an update here. Text to Christina Quorum show Ashton Kutcher isn't testifying. What? Enter the chat, Ashton Kutcher? Let's see what the article reads, okay? Okay, I want to get right to the part. Okay, surprise appearance. We know this. Additional personal assistant Jonathan Perez, who worked for him up until September 2024 arrest, opened up about his preparations, about the cleanup. Oh, by the way, Philip Pines has his own. There's another lawsuit that has been mentioned. Philip Pines was another person who was an assistant who sued Diddy. His lawsuit hasn't been mentioned, but his name has been brought up here. Okay. But hold on. I want to get to the Ashton Kutcher part. Here it is. Let me see, but we might have an update. Hold up. Okay, let me go here and then we'll go to that article. May I cover with you AUSA Foster. Judge says, of course. Jurors, while we wait, I'm going to stand up and stretch. You may as well. Okay, well, they're stretching. Let me get to this article. Text from Diddy's right hand, Christina Coram, KK, revealed Cassie Jane's voice concerns. So the paralegal is up there. She's a specialist, right? And they're going through messages, or they were, right? And now she's on cross with Garagos. The court saw text messages of Coram setting up flights for his girlfriend, identified as Jane, in court and escorts, and instructing Jane to pick up a Guido package. Guido was one of Combs' alleged rug dealers. The court heard an audio message from Combs asking Coram for a hotel room and 10,000, and another audio message of Combs saying, "Can you please let Guido in and take care of what needs to be taken care of, please?" She then says, "Yes, it's been handled." Now, the court also saw old text from Cassie Ventura, fine. Cassie Ventura fine. Okay, they're giving her because she's married. Cassie Ventura fine to Coram, dating back to 2017 to 2018. No one deserves to be dragged by their hair, Cassie writes in another one. I can't do the violent, scary, kick me out of my own house thing anymore. Okay, I want to see where it says Ashton. Let me see. Okay, where's the other mentioned? Here it is. In one message, here it is. She claims that she saw Combs grit his teeth while digging his nails into Ventura's arm. Okay. Mia also referenced a high-stake poker game between Combs and DiCaprio in text she sent him around 2020. In one message, she wrote that Combs said while cursing, "That Titanic guy, we read this, doesn't know anything. He won 10,000 and I won 650,000. Some have also questioned whether other celebrities such as Will Smith, Eddie Murphy, and Ashton Kutcher will take the stand. There's no evidence that musicians and actors will be called. So why is this? Text to show Christina Coram, Ashton, not Usher. Ashton Kutcher isn't testifying. Okay. It's like, read the article. There's nothing in there that really gives text to that. This person wrote in here. Yee shows up. Yeah, that was like last time. As the trial of Sean Diddy Combs wrapped up in week 6, rapper Yee, formerly known as Kanye, showed up and the judge asked to dismiss a juror. Yeah, that's not news at all. I think this person is just texting old news from it, which is very confusing. Look at somebody posted Natalie Moore, hashtag more magic. So she might have made this connection between Times. Is this the New York Times? Yeah. Arts and Leisure, New York's Times. I remember this. Sean Combs doesn't need to ask anyone for anything. There you go. And so then she actually, does she still have a Twitter? Let me see. Does Natalie or Natalia? I think it's Natalie. Natalia still have a Twitter? Let's see. She probably, because Coram, I know, took hers down. Let's see. Does she have a? Oh no, she still has hers. This is her. This is her. These posts are protected. She's chief of communications officer, entertainment strategist, and now her stuff is protected. Protected. Yep. She's like, I'm blocking my stuff. That's what she did. Under seal. No, she blocked her. She was like, this is all protected. Damn. Okay. So attorneys are talking to each other. I guess we're on another little break, but lunch is about to be soon. Now hold up. I want to see, did Christina Coram ever take down her Twitter? Because I thought she did. Let me see. Yeah. She took it down. She had one up. She took it down. Yep, look at this. People are saying she literally Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Christina Coram, the madam of P. Diddy. Shit. Ay, Dios mío. Damn. I don't know. The PR needs a PR. When the PR agency needs a PR, what do you do then? How do you make that work? I know, right, Tracy? It's given that. Y'all, my coffee ice melted. We're going to need a refill on this for sure. You know what? And I've been connecting the dots, and I've got pictures of a rubber ducky. Bye, James. Bye. Y'all are too much. You guys are too much. Oh my God. Mm-mm. Do you guys hit the like button? Please and thank you. I'm still stuck on the crack pipe part. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still stuck there. Hey, can we get to like 800 likes, please? And thank you. Appreciate it. I did come off mute on purpose. All right, hold up. I'm still stuck on the crack pipe part. Let me just say that. Thank you, Sicilian Beauty. I appreciate it. All right, what does CNN say? CNN has an update. So defense points, I'm excited to surprise him, text from Jane. So with summary witness and paralegal assistant Anaya Sankar, under cross-examination, defense attorney Tenny Garagos pointed a message exchange between Christina Coram and Jane around Valentine's Day 2022. In one of the messages, Jane, who dated Sean Diddy Combs from 2021 to 2024, said, I'm excited to surprise him. Jane later sent Coram, then the chief of staff for Combs, photos of a hotel room decorated with rose petals and heart balloons. Okay. She was excited. She's excited. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you. Well, thank you, Victor. Good afternoon. New here. God bless everyone. Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. That's happening. So they're just doing the summary stuff. Let me see what Washington is saying. Hey, I don't want to be blowing up your phone. Sean Combs texted Mia on February 7th. We read this. Just need you to jog my memory. The conversations took place when Combs was already battling multiple SUL lawsuits, including S trafficking allegations from Cassie Ventura. Summary witness Anaya Sankar is now under cross-examination by defense attorney Diddy Garagos. Okay. No update. No. The boyfriend was like, got it be crack pipe? Why can't it be Oreos or cakes or something? Why gotta be a crack pipe? That shit was funny. It really was. That got me. Oh my God. Cooch, I didn't even know. I'm sorry, I didn't even see this. Coochie, thank you so much for the $3. You said my late fee. Coochie, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know why I missed your super chat. Appreciate it. Sorry, it went by pretty fast. Couldn't read it. Let me see. That's her name. And I'm sure, I don't know if she's still in the chat, but she was here earlier. Let me know, Coochie, if you're still in the chat. Shout out to y'all. Now, that's her name. That's her name. Y'all are making a big, it's just a name. What's the big deal? Everybody likes her name, actually. Everybody laughs every time they hear Cooch. I don't know why that makes people laugh. It just The good thing she's got a good sense of humor. That's what I like about her. You said, LOL, let that go. I don't know if she's still in the chat. Is she? Coochie 420, where are you? Let me know. She's in the chat. I'm pretty sure. It's creativity, right? That's what I say. Okay. Jury sees text showing Jane resisting pressure to make plans. Okay, here we go. Defense attorney Tenny Garagos points to a text conversation between Christina Coram, Sean Diddy Combs' former chief of staff, and Jane, who dated Combs from 2021 to 2024. On February 25, 2023. All these, keep saying the dates. In the message, Coram twice asked Jane to call her and said Combs was pushing her to figure out plans. My answer to him is no, and it is still no, Jane responded in part. Coram said that she would let him know and told Jane to keep her posted if anything changes. Okay. Yep. I see. You're still a member, Kim. You're still a member. No update yet. Hold up. Okay, yes, we do. So the judge basically told everybody to stand up and stretch. And okay, here we go. So Garrigo says, I think we need to shut off the screens for the public and press. November 22nd, 2023. They're reading something from that date between Jane and KK, right? Yes. Jane said, I'm not doing any more hard partying than this one about 3 years of wasted time. Okay. I know we object to more secrets. Like literally, it's been so many guarded. Oh, I mean, at least the jury knows. We'll give it to that. But it's just like, oh my God, it's like fill in the blanks. What do you think this was? Just I cannot with that. Let's see. So privacy screens are up. But hey, that's okay. You'd say, where is Teeny Garagos going with all this? I mean, context is everything, but I do wonder where, the plane is up there. We're repeating messages. I think that's what's so crazy about reading these transcripts. It's like it becomes a repeat of things that they've already said, or they try to spin it in a different way. I'm just like, oh my God, can we hurry up? It's going to be a rough morning. It's already a interesting start. We object to secrets. Yes, and basically poking. I mean, that's what she's gonna do. She's gonna read it again and poke holes. She's been doing that. That's what she does. She sure does. Let's see. Nothing. Washington Post, nothing. CNN, nothing. Nothing. You said this is when she finally saw the light and had enough after 3 years. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it takes people some time to wake up. Like I remember there was messages where Cassie was talking about wanting to get pregnant, like having a baby with Combs and all that situation. That never happened, right? She would have been probably if Cassie and Diddy had a child, whew, I don't think it would have changed other than just him taking care of this child. Because I'll say this, at least it does look like he takes care of his children. You can't kick him for that, but he doesn't look like he is somebody who's a emotionally tied to any one person that he wants to. I'll give him that. He does take care of his children, and even those that aren't his. That's what it looks like. If I were to say anything positive about that, but at the same time, it looks like he's not one to want to have any emotional ties with people, as far as in relationships. And he needs to constantly be on the go. And I think when J Lo had that interview and she said that he was cheating on her and that she would wake up at like 3 in the morning and go bust down doors and knock at people's doors to go find him. Like, oof, that's not a life, my friend. That's not that. That's too much, And that was before cell phones were really what they were then. Just imagine if we had cell phones then. You said, if Cassie had a kid, he would have been forced to stop the FOs with her. He didn't want to do that. That's right. That's right. Rabbit, go to Mia's fight with Diddlers. It's there. What's there? Thank you. Oh my God. Oh, y'all are making it. Okay. All right. Hold up. Let me read while we wait for an update. Hold up. Kim says, thank you for the $8, Kim. Thanks for all that you do. Coffee fun. Thank you. I gotta wake up. Wake it up. We gotta wake up. Okay. Minds, y'all. Thank you for the 5. Why haven't we heard Jane being jealous of Dana Tran having a baby with Diddy? I don't know. Was the dealing timeline, were they together around that time too? That's an interesting comment. She was more jealous of Carisha, I would think, right? And Carisha and her shared the same birthday. Thank you so much. Danielle, thank you, Danielle. Thank you for the 999. Love this channel, Rabbit. Curious who you think is Puff's best attorney? That's a good question to ask everybody, actually. What do you guys think? All right, let me ask everybody in the chat. Okay, wait. We have an update, and then I'm going to ask everybody in chat. I'm going to put this super chat up so I can not forget, okay? Hold up. Garagos says, here is KK to Mr. Perez asking, how does he look? And Mr. Perez replies, shockingly good, better than before, right? Yes. Nothing further. All right. Garagos is done. But okay, CNN says defense points to text about expense payments. All right. Hold up. With summary witness, paralegal specialist, okay, we know this. Teeny Garagos highlighted a few messages from Fahim to Sean Diddy Combs and Combs' account manager. In this message, Fahim Combs, head of security, asked for approval for a disbursement from PD personnel to pay a variety of expenses. All right, there's that. And then, if you cannot be honest with me, this doesn't work. Combs' chief of staff messaged him. The jury has seen messages between Sean Diddy Combs and his chief of staff, KK, in November 2023. If you cannot be honest with me, this doesn't work, Coram wrote in part. We all know what your kryptonite is and where you don't make the best choices. Oh, shit. She was keeping him in line. Okay. She said she felt Combs was lying and said it wasn't sitting well with her. Come take my phone, Combs wrote in response. Coram responded it wasn't about his phone. She said that if he was starting to lie, that will break me. Oh, damn. Okay. All right. Oh, my God. Now, Danielle, I think this is an amazing question, and I want to ask it publicly too. But before I do, let me just see if we have an update here. We don't have any updates. In your opinion, okay. Now, some of you guys are going to say, I don't agree with any of the lawyers. No, but I will say that Diddy does have some pretty good defense attorneys. Who is Diddy's best defense, Addie? In your opinion? Is it Garagos? Is it Tenny? Is it Ag? Oh my God, but he's got so many. I don't know how many I could fit here. Ag Nifilo? Westmoreland? Steele? Wait, because he's got like 9. So let me think. Who else? Donaldson is there. Driscoll is there. Shapiro is there. Who else am I missing? I feel like I'm missing somebody else. Isn't it Shapiro's husband? Who else? So okay, so I'm gonna put 4 names up there. You guys vote who's the best from there. Let me know from all these, because I feel like these are the 4 that have stood out to me the most. What do you guys think? Who is the best? Shapiro is there too. We'll probably do another poll and then compare them all. Hey, Danielle, thank you so much for the super chat. That was an amazing question. Who do I think is the best? I think he's got a good team. If I were to pick a team, I think out of all of them, that's a hard one because I think Steele is pretty good so far. But I also think Westmoreland is real. I mean, she had a Perry Mason moment. Okay. Yes, Westmoreland was one of them, but Westmoreland had that Perry Mason moment. Okay. So keep that in mind. So there's that. Who do you guys think is the best? If you are, and now some of you guys are going to be like, well, I'm not for the defense. That's not what this is about. Can you got to be able to say, oh, okay, like, yeah, I could see this other side where maybe he's got some pretty good attorneys. Okay. If you found yourself in a horrible situation, not in a S trafficking situation, but if you had to hire an attorney, you know that you would want the best. And if you had to hire one of these, who would you hire? Who's doing the best? Estevio is another one too. That's going to be the next poll. I should probably get a pen on this one. Hold up. Damn it, where are my pens at? Maybe Bunny takes all my pens. She messes with my desk all the time. All right, let me get my legal pad out. Hold up. Who do we say first? So the first round was okay, we have 65 votes. We said Tenny, Ag, Nifalo, Westmoreland. Oh my God, Westmoreland is leading, and then Steele. Okay, then we're gonna do the other ones in a separate poll. So based on this winner, we're gonna do the other ones in a separate poll, and then we'll compare them. Okay. No update. No update. Give me 1 sec. Imagine Westmoreland closing arguments, right? They're all the money that's all where the money went. Yeah, pretty much. I know, Jacqueline, but you gotta listen. Everybody, until you need a defense attorney, that's when you need one. I think we can weigh all of it in. Like I said, some of you guys might say, no, I'm not for them, but they are pretty good. I will say that. There's some good ones there. Okay. You say she's subtle and dangerous. Lindell, you've been talking a lot about Teeny Garagos. Lindell. All right. Let me see who's won. Well, we only got 84 votes. Can we get to 100 votes and then we'll end this poll and then compare it to the other ones that we missed? Because who were the other ones? Estevio was one. Estevayo, Shapiro, Donaldson, and Driscoll is like, I don't know. Every once in a while, maybe he's doing the research part of this. I don't know what he's doing. Honestly, you don't really hear a whole lot about him other than just maybe he's doing research because you kind of need a lawyer for everything, right? No one's picking Donaldson. Well, we're gonna compare him in a minute. Whatever the winners here, we'll compare him to the next batch because that'll be easier. Okay. You're gonna be a rapper and you're gonna name yourself Lazy. Oh my God, y'all are funny. Okay. Okay, here it is. So summary witness is off the stand. Tina Garagos, defense attorney, is done with cross-examination. All right. And Sankar is off the stand. So she's done. The next person on the stand is another summary witness. Delissa Penland is on the stand. She is another summary witness. Okay. So here we go. More summary witnesses. Here we go. New person on the stand. That would be, so now they only have 3 more people. Let me look at the transcripts real quick because I could tell you guys. So Delisa, Anaya, Brendan Paul Joseph, and the officer Omar. So we have 3 more government witnesses. 3 more government witnesses, and I believe that's when they rest. Wow. That's crazy. That's true. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think maybe that's because he's more in the background. Because I'm like, I haven't really heard a whole lot from Driscoll, or is it Scott Driscoll? I think that's his name. And some are there like to do the research or prepare questions for appeal, to raise questions on the case. Yeah, I think maybe that's what it is. I mean, they got like 9 people, right? 9 total. Paul is the last one. Dang. Gotcha. Some are there to write brief. So at least the ones what we've heard from. But Driscoll hasn't really been like in the, maybe he's doing a lot of work in the back scenes. Let me know what you guys think. Who did the cross here? Garagos did. We're still waiting on Brendan Palm. They said he was gonna go today. He might not. Coochie, thank you again for the, I don't know if you were gone from the chat. We were talking about you. Thank you again for the $3. I appreciate it. I forgot to thank you earlier. Gotcha. I don't know whose specialty is what. So we were just talking about so far who's made the cross, who's done well. Okay. You're Luigi's alibi? No, you're not. No, you're not. Or maybe you are. I don't know. We don't have an update yet. I think it's another summary witness. Rabbit Court is slow today. It is, because I think that they're just kind of going through things. It is a little slow today. It's Monday. You know? I know. I thought Tinkle was okay. We have a problem because Tinkle was said that he was the alibi for Luigi. So something's going on. I don't know. Maybe Luigi was all over the place that day. I don't know. Let me know, because I don't want to start some ish, but Tinkle, if you're listening, let me know, because Luigi sounds like he's got a lot of alibis. Yeah, between Abraham, Tinkle, and everybody else. On Thursday, I'll be working. We'll be live. We'll be live likely, but it'll be a day off. But maybe not for 6 hours or 7 hours, but we'll be live. We'll be live. I got a lot of catching up to do. Yeah. Because I think, what is it? Is it Juneteenth or something? I think it is. There's a holiday in between. They should have just given Friday off too. They should have had like a 4-day weekend off, or 3 days. Like, why not just have Friday? Because it's weird when you have a holiday in the middle of the thing. Yeah, Thursday's a holiday. It's weird to have a holiday in the middle of the week and then you have to come back to work. Does that make sense? Yep. I've done that all the time when I worked in government. Like, when you would have, if the 4th of July landed on a Wednesday or a Thursday or something, then I have to come back to work on freaking Friday. It's weird. It's Juneteenth. Yes, he can't have his holiday FO. No, he cannot. Okay, next witness. Here we go. We got an update. It's going. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Wake up. I'm trying to wake up. When is lunch? I ate, but I still would like to snack on something. Next government witness, another special agent, about more charts. These are about certain meetings. Charting being shown is about meeting in the London room involving Sean Combs, Cassie Ventura, and Jules. Oh, and what happened to this Jules person? This Jules person never testified. Okay, so there's a charting room or something. Yeah, like I wonder. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see. No update. Washington has one update. Tini Garagos has finished cross-examination of Anaya, summary witness for the prosecution, who walked through the jury through charts showing correspondence of Sean Combs' most trusted staffers, Chief of Staff Coram and bodyguard D. Rock Butler. Prosecutors have begun questioning their next witness, which is D. I can't say her name. Penland, a special agent for the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York, and another summary witness. Delicia Penland? I'm going to put her name in the chat. See if you guys, maybe it's the way I'm pronouncing it. Let's see. Thank you. Was Jules the one arrested in the hotel? No. Jules was the one that was at the Intercontinental, but he was never arrested that we know of. We just don't know who he is. It sounds like he's an S worker. He was a trusted S worker for them. No, two separate people. Philip Daniels was not at the Intercontinental. It's a whole different person. Jules was at the Intercontinental. If you guys remember, was it the officer? Is it Jalisa? Delisa? I think it's Delisa. No, Jules and the Punisher are not the same. Different people. Jules was never interviewed. Jules was the person that was in the room at the Intercontinental that was never interviewed by Israel Flores. De Celisa. Is it Delicia? Delicia? Dalicia. Dalicia. I think it's Dalicia. I think Lovely Lady had it right. Dalicia. No worries. I'm like, I just want to get her name right. No update. Yeah, Cassie liked it seemed like she had a liking for Jules. Kind of like how Jane had a liking for Don and what's the other guy? Paul? Don, Paul, all of them. But yes. Yes, I know. Quite disappointed that Adi wasn't testifying. He expressed a serious reason as to why he recorded a faux. No, and I think that that's a good point. Like we were wondering, well, why isn't what? That whole situation was crazy. And remember, all of that dropped. Was it the first or second week of the trial? When we heard about Jonathan Adi, he did an interview with like a network, and then that got blasted out. We wondered about that. I don't know. Why haven't the feds called Jules? It's a good question. Okay. Chart shown. Here it is. List flights taken by meeting participants, including Jules Theodore, aka Jules. Oh, his name is Theodore? Jules Theodore? Is that his name? And Cassandra Ventura. Special agent on the chart. Combs defense team. Oh, objection. Sidebar. They're on a sidebar. So there's an objection. This is the first objection that the defense has had on the summary witnesses. Okay. We're on a sidebar. No, I used to clap it out too to learn how to sound out. Trust me, I'm hooked on phonics. But then they would be like, how many is it synonyms? You know. Delicia. No, I still do. I still clap. No worries. I do. I'm telling you, one of the things that I struggle with was because English is not my first language, guys. I had a hard time with pronunciation. So I came from like my whole family, we just spoke Spanish. And I came from that generation of what is it? you speak Spanish at home and then English is at school. So there was always this like disconnection for me. Yeah, like the syllables. Thank you. There was always this disconnection for me about the language. So I couldn't even speak English at home. I had to speak it at school. So it wasn't, I am not a no sabo kid. I could tell you that right now. I sabo and I sabo a lot. All right. I knew a lot because I had no choice but to, because that was ingrained in my family. So when people talk about the no sabo generation, not this girl, I sabo a lot. Yes, I do. I know a lot. But yes, thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, and it's crazy because like I remember one of the things that they would do. Okay, we have a sidebar here. Hold up. Sidebar over. Well, that was quick. Judge says, Miss Johnson says, when you say attend, do you mean to say the people concerned appeared from records absent of video to have attended? Special agent says yes. Okay. Special agent says yes. Hold up, let me make myself smaller. Yeah, people are like, huh? What are they talking about? I don't know. Yes, I had to learn. I didn't have a choice. No update. And it's a lot of words. It's like, what does it mean? When you say attended, do you mean to say the people concerned appeared from records absent a video to have attended? Special agent says yes. There's no context here other than a bunch of words. It can be now. That's why those transcripts are so vital in certain areas. And then you kind of pick it up. Like I feel like I fill in the blanks with some other outlets, but yes. Yeah, really? You had to learn. And translate as well. Yeah. Because I was translating for my parents. I mean, these teachers couldn't be bothered to hire somebody to translate. I didn't have a choice. Honestly. I was the oldest, so I was put in that situation where, you know, English here, Spanish there. And yeah. So I can't really relate to the generation that says we don't know, because it's like, I don't think I had a choice. And there's a lot of like me too that didn't have a choice but to learn. And to separate the two. So let's see, while we wait for an update. What was crazy is that one of the things that they would do, and I don't know if they do it now, but if you didn't know, if English was not your first language, they would put you in that ESL course, right? English second language, right? And for me, they wouldn't keep me there because even though there might have been some pronunciation stuff that I had trouble with, and stuff like that, and maybe some phonics issues and stuff, um, I actually was ahead of the class in many ways. Because I really like to write. Like writing was my favorite thing, even though I didn't really know what the hell I was writing about sometimes. So yeah, I never fit in the ESL environment because of it. I was always off the ESL. Like they would take me out of ESL because of it. So yeah. Yep. No update. I think we should all have learned Spanish from our classmates in high school. It would have made it so much easier in Spanish class. You said I was also 4 when I was started learning English. Yeah, I learned my reading was very delayed though. I learned how to read like I think it was not good when I was in the 6th grade. I think I was at like a 3rd grade reading level. So I was no, and the thing is that I was a kid that moved around a lot too because of what we're seeing right now, right? Like, and not to get political, but you guys know my stance. The fear of being first generation and having undocumented parents was a real fear for me. because a lot of the, like my cousins, they had their parents removed from them, and so we lived in the shadows so very often. When we moved around a lot, we did. And I feel like we're seeing history repeat itself again, even now. Seeing what we're seeing currently, whatever side you guys agree with, that's not the conversation I'm trying to have. But I'm letting you guys know that it's a really sad situation to see what's happening, because I feel like my childhood is repeating itself again, watching that. And I remember how traumatizing that was for me. So seeing that, I understand. I'm like, wow. And I was a kid that really struggled a lot academically. So I fell through the cracks. There was so much help and support that I needed that I didn't receive because of that. So seeing this now play out, now that I'm 40 and seeing these younger kids, man, oh man, do I feel sorry. Like, I'm like, damn, people will never understand. If you're not first generation, you'll never understand what that's like to have that fear. My kids will never know that fear, what that fear is. But anyways, let's keep going. So AUSA says, who are the participants in this chat? Special Agent says Jules and Sean Combs. You read Jules. Special Agent as Jules. I'm avail Friday through Sunday. Whatever flights work. Which one? Okay. AUSA says it's Combs. Friday at 4. All right. Friday at 4. They're making arrangements. Yeah. No update yet from CNN. You said, question, why would Diddy have requested this judge? The judge is clearly sickened by his actions. I don't think Diddy requested a judge. He didn't pick this judge, Denise. I don't know. I don't think he did. Did he? That would be a new to me, you know? But yeah. No update. Let's see. You said you struggle, spoke fluent English, and my mom had her master's in ELA education and speaks Spanish as well. I struggle because of my ADHD. My heart feels that. Oh, well, thank you, Storm. It's a different, yeah. I'm pretty sure my life would have been different had I gotten enough academic supports, or if people really knew how to help me out. But we, like I said, we moved around a lot because we lived in the shadows. So that was that's, yeah, something else. No, you don't get to pick the judge. I didn't think so. It's like, no. I heard from Ticket he did. Oh, really? Oh, I don't know. Maybe he knows something that I don't know. I didn't think you got to pick your judge. English is a hard language because it's one of those that changes all the time. For sure. I took French, everyone took Spanish, so I wanted to be different, and I still can speak a little bit, but not a lot because I'm, oh, okay. Ah, I didn't know that, Chico. Well, I could say by your name, I was like, Chico. Yeah. Because Chico totally gives that, like, kind of like a Puerto Rican vibe, you know? You said I grew up in Canada, a household that failed French in school, but it was okay. Well, when I got to college, I decided to take Samoan, actually. And that was I'm not fluent, but I understand a lot of it. Conversationally, I could do a couple things here and there. It's very similar to Spanish in their vowels. So, and hence my kid's father is Samoan and I'm Mexican, so we have a whole little mixture of children. You know, our kids are half Samoan and half Mexican. Okay. We don't have an update. Update. Okay. Summary chart. All right. So we have an update from Washington. The summary chart the prosecution is now walking through is a big one, aligning the names of Sean Combs, Cassie Ventura, and alleged escorts with flight records, hotel reservations, and video allegedly taken from freak-offs. The chart is 71 entries long. That's a long ass chart. 71 entries. Special Agent Penland said that the chart only shows individuals for whom they have video footage showing that they were at a particular freak off, which the government is referring to as a meeting for this testimony. Oh, okay. I was like, meetings? Okay, so the freak offs are meetings. They're saying, well, this is when they met, this is a meeting, but really it's a freak off. Okay. Well, that explains it, because I was like, wait, they had a bunch of meetings, but in reality they're talking about freak offs. So like when you say attended, they're referring to meetings, but that's really freak offs. Do you mean to say that people concerned appear from records? So people from the actual the list of the records, absent from the video, did they attend? No. That makes sense now. I get it. I get it. We did it. We did. What does Dora say? We did it. We did it. Okay. That makes sense. But yes, yes, yes. You said break out the pegboard with the red strings. There you go. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, we have a whoa, what? What is this? Oh. That's something else. It's a very hard language to learn is English. While we're waiting for an update. Okay, did we decide who's the best Addie? Because just like Vicky said, Addies have different roles and stuff like that. So Westmoreland takes the cake. All right. So then let's put Westmoreland. Diddy best Addie. And then we could definitely do a poll for best prosecutor, I guess. I don't know. Against Westmoreland. Let's see. Who's the other ones that we forgot? Estevallo. All right. Shapiro. Westmoreland, and then Donaldson. And then there you go. Y'all can vote who is still the best out of all of them. So Westmoreland won over Agnifilo, Tini, and Steele. I thought Steele did pretty good. I was a little impressed by Steele. I'm not gonna lie, but that's just my thought. I don't know if the freak offs and meeting differences are going to hold up. I think that they're just calling it meetings, but for the purposes of this, they were differentiating. I can't believe Kanye's crazy tail showed up. Like he was trying to help. He was there to support. But you knew that was going to be a distraction. Honestly. We knew that was going to be a distraction. I don't know who didn't know. Hold up. Let's see. No update yet. Let me see what nothing on CNN, nothing on Washington. No update. Let's see. You got me playing on devices. Thank you, Sicilian. Thank you. I appreciate people letting the ads play because and I don't know. I don't control that, guys. I really don't. Depending what I heard is depending on the topic. Sometimes YouTube will show a lot more ads if it's a trending topic, which I think is what's happening. But the ads actually support the channel. It's how I'm able to, do a channel. You said 40 minutes is not support. Miss Sophie's like, 40 minutes is not support. No, it's not. No, it's not. Well, how long would an hour have been support? How long did you expect him to stay there? He wasn't going to be there for long, honestly. I think it was just more of a distraction. I think Ye was there to say he was there when meeting with Trip. I don't know. But see, I do agree. It's like we can't really fault Ye for showing up. I mean, we did say, how come these celebrities don't speak out? Well, there he is showing up for his friend, whatever that relationship may be. But so, yeah. So I think we have to kind of be mindful of it. You guys can't have it both ways. We just can't. Not on this situation. Okay. Update. Here we go. Where are the flights between? Okay, special agent response. LA and JFK in New York. Do documents retention policies impact your ability to document? Special agent says yes. I could not get these records. Oh, I see the defense coming in here. If you can't get the records, how can we confirm that you're telling the truth, Miss Penland? Miss Special Agent Penland? Okay, here we go. Lunch and break. Like if you can and support. I already see the opening there. Oh man. Yes, they do have it on my people need to understand that that's sometimes out of our control. There's times where we're able to put them, but sometimes we don't even put them. Sometimes it's out of our control. So they're on break. Now let me see this poll real quick. Did you guys vote? Westmoreland still takes the cake out of all these lawyers? Okay. Because she had that little Perry Mason moment. Even the judge called it that. Thank you. In short, Rabbit ain't got shit to do with that. Thank you. All right. And if I did, so what? I'm trying to get paid. Say something. All right. I'm just joking. We might have a Lindell. Lindell, I swear, when this trial's over, I'm sure you will probably leave this channel and I'll never see you again. Unless you're going to be around while we cover other things. But Lindell, I seriously think that that's going to be your tagline. We might have a problem. Her cross with Don was good too, right? Well, Danielle, that's what I was like. I wonder where everybody lands with that. So, yeah, Westmoreland. I don't know. Thank you. You can't shame me for getting paid. Okay. You cannot. Let's see. What are you guys saying? All right, let me find some videos to play while I go get something else because that didn't fill me up, so I got to get some food as well because it's a lunch break. But I kind of want to know what you guys think in the comments. What should we watch? Judge is furious. Is he furious? I don't know. I think this is a pretty mellow judge given the circumstances of what's going on. Okay. I would say that this is probably a pretty mellow judge, but people are saying that he's mad and he's furious. Nancy Grace, I'm gonna need you to do something about those eyebrows, love. I don't know what it is about Nancy Grace's eyebrows. I could be wrong. I don't know what you guys think, but let me see what people are saying so far. Is this 3 hours ago? Let's see. Diddy. Oh, my algorithm is Diddy. Oh man. It's a Diddy trial. The Diddy trial. Let's see. What can we play while I run and get something? Live Sean Diddy Combs S trial. A lot of people are live streaming as people are coming in the court. Trent Out Loud is out there too. Okay. Who else? Oh, are we still worried about Shannon Sharp? Because Shannon Sharp nobody's talking about. What's going on with Shannon Sharp, guys? Let me know. Nick at Night is back. Awesome. Shout out to Nick at Night. What's going on with Shannon Sharp? Is Club Shay Shay? Are people still worried about Club Shay Shay? Because people have kind of forgotten about him. You know, he was kind of like the trendy topic for a lot of weeks. And then suddenly they stopped talking about him. Okay, here we go. Let's talk.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, a judge in the Sean Diddy Combs trial has officially dismissed a juror. Prosecutors had requested the juror be removed due to, quote, lack of candor. The defense argued they just wanted to dismiss a black juror. Chief investigative correspondent Aaron Katersky is outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. So, Aaron, what was the issue with this juror?
His candor, according to the judge, Diane. The judge said he gave conflicting answers when asked a pretty basic question. Where do you live? And during jury selection, he said he lived in the Bronx. He then mentioned somewhat casually to a court staff member that he had moved to New Jersey. And then when questioned about it, he gave conflicting answers about whether he was actually living in the Bronx or whether he was living in New Jersey. And the judge said that raised broader questions about his candor and whether he made a deliberate attempt to try and get himself seated onto the jury for this particular trial. And he said that could not stand.
Aaron, the defense has made arguments that this is racially motivated. How does this affect the makeup of the jury now?
It does make it, I guess, a bit whiter. The replacement alternate is a 57-year-old architect from Westchester County. But the judge noted that race isn't a concern because it is a diverse jury, even with the dismissal of this 41-year-old black man from either the Bronx or New Jersey. And the judge also said it would be inappropriate for him to consider race when making the decision as to whether this juror's candor made it appropriate for him to stick around.
The prosecutors are expected to wrap this weekend, this week, I should say. So what are you watching for as they call their final witnesses?
Well, the one on the stand right now is just a summary witness. It's a paralegal from the U.S. Attorney's Office trying to help the jury organize some of the 500 plus exhibits they've seen over the last several weeks. We expect a couple of those. There's one additional substantive witness, though, and that's a former assistant to Sean Combs, someone else who might be able to tell the jury about drugs, about setting up hotels, about how he treated people in his orbit as prosecutors seek to prove that he was running a criminal enterprise.
Then, of course, the defense will start calling their own witnesses. Aaron, any indication whether Diddy will testify in his own defense?
Not yet. The defense had told the judge last week that they would make representations about the contours of its case this week. Now, we haven't heard anything from the defense yet. We do know we expect the defense to call at least one witness, a psychological expert, to counteract the psychological testimony of a prosecution expert about how alleged victims of sex trauma process what's happened to them. But we don't know what else the defense may have in store, including whether Sean Combs himself will testify in his own defense.
All right, Aaron Katursky outside the courthouse for us. Thanks, Aaron. And for more, be sure to follow.
Now to Lower Manhattan and a major decision in Sean Combs' racketeering and sex trafficking trial. The judge, just about an hour ago, upheld his decision to remove juror number 6 and replace him with an alternate.
See, here's the problem. That juror was removed last week because he allegedly told a court officer that he lived in New Jersey, not in the Bronx, making him ineligible to serve on a federal jury in Manhattan.
It only adds to the drama that continues to unfold at court. ABC's Aaron Katursky with the latest.
Shirlene, Pedro, Danny, good to see you guys from here at the courthouse where Judge Arun Subramanian, before the jury was brought in for the day, formally dismissed juror number 6 from the panel, replacing him with an alternate. This was a decision the judge initially made on Friday, said he would take the weekend to make sure of it, and came back this morning to say that juror number 6 had raised too many questions about his candor and whether he had made a deliberate attempt to get himself seated on the jury for this trial of Sean Combs. So the juror was dismissed, replaced by the first alternate, who's a man in his 50s, an architect from Westchester, who will now be the one to deliberate the fate of Sean Combs with the rest of the jury. The first witness called today is what's known as a summary witness, someone who can help jurors make sense of all the 500 or so exhibits they've seen to date. And then there's one more substantive witness left for the prosecution before resting, and that's going to be a former assistant to Sean Combs, someone else who perhaps can talk about setting up hotels or carrying drugs or doing other things that federal prosecutors believe make it so that Sean Combs, the jury, they hope it will see it that way anyway, Sean Combs carried out this criminal enterprise with the help of all of his employees. The defense is expected to take over as soon as Wednesday, perhaps no later than Friday, but we still don't have the contours of the defense case. Will Sean Combs testify in his own defense? That we don't know, but we're waiting for the defense to drop any hints later today here at court. From federal court, I'm Aaron Katursky for Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Could Sean Diddy Combs actually get thrown out of court for staring at the jury? We got Christopher Melcher here to break it down. Welcome to Popcorn Planet. I am Andy Signor, back with a video with Christopher Melcher. This happened, I guess, last week. They were being threatened. Sean Diddy Combs keeps looking at the jurors. He's getting very emotion to them and giving them looks, and it seems like he's just very animated with this jury. Chris, welcome back. Glad to be here. You were telling me this is not good, right? Can this actually get him kicked out of a courtroom? Wouldn't that make it even more risky for appeals later? Welcome back to the show. And what are your thoughts on this topic of Diddy overly being animated to the jurors?
Sure. So just a little bit of background. So the judge had observed twice during a court proceeding that Diddy was, nodding his head or shaking his head, kind of either agreeing or disagreeing with testimony that was being delivered in court. And he was doing that to one or more jurors. And there was eye contact, and this was kind of nonverbal communication. The judge called for a break, and he was animated, upset about this, saying this absolutely has to stop. Now, the sketch artist, I think, was saying, well, this has been going on since the beginning. We've heard from media members saying, oh, yeah, this has been happening for a long time. I guess the judge has finally noticed it. So the problem is that, hey, Sean Diddy Combs does not have to testify in his own defense. He can sit there and not say a word, but he can also not then communicate, non-verbally with the jury either. So he can't have it both ways. And there's a risk. We don't know how the juror or jury members are going to receive that information. Maybe they're aligned with him and they're just kind of glancing eyes and connecting and in agreement on something and kind of judging the case based on his approval or disapproval for what the testimony is. So this really has a problem. We don't know. I mean, this guy was, a very famous and powerful individual. We don't know how anyone on the jury is viewing him. Are they viewing him with disgust, or are they saying, hey, I don't like the fact that maybe some people got some paydays out of this and they think he's being set up and he's a good guy and maybe they like him. We do not know that.
Right.
So the judge needs to put a stop to it. Now, the judge says if it doesn't get stopped, he's going to kick him out of the courtroom. I don't think that can be done whatsoever. Part of our Sixth Amendment right in the United States is the right to confront witnesses. We get to see people who are confronting us. I'm sorry, who are testifying against us. Maybe that could be done on a video feed if he gets booted out of the courtroom. I think another way could be maybe a screen or something between him and the jury. But the problem is, the juries get to watch everything in court. His, the way he's, presents himself in court is technically not evidence, but the juror can look at that. And it's very difficult.
Right. And I imagine in cases like that can affect a juror, right? If they're seeing there's no remorse, or there is actual emotion or genuine feelings, like watching the defendant can be an important part of it for a juror, no?
It is. And we've seen that as trial watchers. It's, I caution, it's very difficult to tell what somebody's thinking based on the way that they look. Sometimes it's obvious, but many times we're misled by that. And so it's very difficult. Like the lawyers typically would say, okay, defendant, just sit there stoically and don't react. Well, okay, so if you follow that advice and you're hearing all this horrific testimony about you and you're not reacting, maybe the jury says, wow, this guy he doesn't have any emotion whatsoever. He listened to the most terrible testimony about women who apparently loved this guy, and he was horrible to them, and he sat there stoically. And they might say, like, yeah, this guy's evil, but he was just following what the lawyers told him to do. Right. So, I think you gotta show some emotion. Maybe, to me, maybe have a little shed a tear every once in a while and show like, wow, okay, this guy, he feels something. He's hurt by it. He shares in her hurt. So it has to be done right. But I think like nodding up and down, like, yeah, good job on the cross. I don't, that certainly should not be happening.
Well, because even here it's saying that like when the jurors were being selected here during selection, Combs was nodding his head up and down the direction of the potential jurors. They're clear, you know, he's leaving the courtroom doing, you know, the ha 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 to all the people that are in the gallery as well. I mean, the other part here is Diddy told the courtroom artist she makes him look like a koala. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on here, right? Where it's just like he's clearly.
I didn't know this. Is that why you guys keep calling him a koala in my chat? I had no idea. So Diddy said that to the artist? You make me look like a koala?
Like, he gets to engage with people now, and that's part of it. But can this, because that's what's fascinating. You already answered what I was going to ask of. It's thank you, because it seems incredibly risky to just completely remove him from a court and not face his accuser. So I'm glad to hear that's very unlikely. But this, I guess that's what I'm still trying to figure out. Like, how dangerous is this actually for Diddy? Could he just keep ignoring it and keep doing it? I guess, have they ever put screens up? Can you think of any instances where this has happened? What's the most likely scenario?
Yeah, so there are ways of doing that. That could be, you know, a video feed, maybe a screen, maybe position him in a different place in the courtroom, maybe with his back to the jury. So there's ways of working around it. You know, right now, as a judge is being threatening about it, and I got to imagine that'll have some at least temporary impact on his behavior. The judge could also give an instruction to the jury that, and maybe indicated anyway, that, you know, this signaling by the defendant is to be ignored and is not to be treated as communication.
Oh my God, thank you, BJ, for the raid. You guys drop some hearts for BJ, who just gave us a raid. Thank you. I think BJ's people are coming. Vashta is coming for the defense on Friday. Miss Hill, do we know this? She's gonna be a witness? Shout out to everybody. Yeah, shout out to BJ. Thank you. So wait. Rotten Mango reported it on it first, saying that he looked like a koala, and then Diddy said what he said. So, that's interesting. So Rotten Mango said it first. So the HR person is going to be a witness for the defense. Am I hearing this correctly? Oh my! Wait. I'm behind, y'all. Clearly, I'm behind. Hold up. So this is 12 minutes ago. Jury's out. Shall we address Mr. Brendan Paul now? AUSA says better tomorrow morning. Okay, so he's not testifying today. It's tomorrow. Brendan Paul, the drug mule, will be tomorrow. Okay. The special agent will be on all day, even into tomorrow. Then Mr. Paul, then a final summary witness. Okay. So I should probably take Brendan Paul off my thumbnail, but I mean, we all thought it was today because of what they said on Friday. Then the judge says, what witnesses would the defense be putting on Friday? Agnifilo speaks. 3 witnesses. Vashta Wilson. Yes, she is the HR person who's been mentioned numerous times by Mia. Stephen Lynn, some strange pronunciation, and a paralegal in our office. AUSS says we don't have any of those charts yet. Okay. In terms of defense experts, I like the, is it Daubert issue teed up? Government speaks. We'll work on it. Shapiro for Combs says, we'll be providing the government with a supplemental response to Dr. Hughes' actual testimony. Okay. And then Shapiro says, this special agent has no personal knowledge. She's just connecting up exhibits and asking the jurors to interpret them. This is not appropriate for a summary witness. It's just hotel records and flight records. Oh, wow. Here we go. So how many witnesses? The defense is only naming 3. They better have more than 3. Thank you, guys. Shout out to BJ. Thank you, BJ, for the raid. Thank you. Wow. I'm in shock by this. Okay, her name is Vashta. What? Vashta. We read her name. Oh my God. I think it was Wilson. Hold up. Vashta Wilson. Yeah, bad boy. Her, and there was another one. There's a couple of them, actually. Oh, that's her. There was a couple of them that why does her name escape me? There was one that was like Mia was having communication with these two HR people. There's another one. She's like the head of it too. I forgot her name. Why am I forgetting her name? I'm gonna have to look at transcripts on this. Thank you. Yes. Well, thank you, Pessa. Thank you. Shout out to BJ. Yes. Rotten Mango hasn't put out a video recently. I don't think so. I wonder if everything's okay. Maybe she has decided to take a step back from the trial because maybe it became too much or whatever, which I don't blame her whatsoever for doing that because I think it was. Thank you, BJ. Welcome, BJ viewers. Yes, everybody, welcome. Thank you. Shout out to BJ for sending this raid. Thank you, guys. But I have questions about this. What do you guys think? Vasta? He said, yeah, I went on a rant and found out that they were taking a break from posting, but they're still on the courthouse. So really, why did they take a break from posting? Rotten Mango. Did she get, because I know she was like looking for new hotels and stuff like that. Did she feel like it just wasn't safe or what? Now I wonder. I have a lot of questions, but I want to look at the HR. She was, but for any law, there's another one. Hold up. Let me see. I bet you I can pull her name up. Her name, Human Resources. Okay, so Vashta, this is straight from Mia's testimony. Now, he's saying that it's Vashta Wilson, but in the transcripts it says Vashta Dunlap. Tell us about Vashta Dunlap. Vashta was leading human resources at the time. This is Mia. She was at Bad Boy before or after you? She says, I think she was before I got there. Okay. So there's Vashta, but there's another one. This is when she was interviewed. She was interviewed by the general manager. Is that Benny Medina? Benny Medina interviewed her too. Okay. So there's that. I don't think Benny Medina's around anymore, but there's another one too, who she was texting about the situation with Kid Cudi. Okay, CFO. Let's see, who else? We've been saying her name and her name escapes me. But there's another big one. Janice Combs management, Janice Combs music, Bad Boy touring. Hold up. HR, Human Resources. Sandra Humphrey, Chief Officer of Human Resources, is another one. Sandra Humphrey, and then there is Dia Sims. James Cruz is artist management and creative partner. Feel like we need a whole list of this. Harv Pierre, president of Bad Boy. Nat Moore is communications. That's the PR lady that left, who came up just today. Who else? CEO of Revolt is Keith Clinkscale. Hold up. I'm seeing who else. Yeah, Mia names out a lot of people. This is all in the transcripts. Erica Pittman, Andre Harrell. Okay, let me see. Who else? I feel like Tony Abrahams. Is another one. Let's see. There's another. Isn't it her name Tony something? Tony or Tori something? Let me see if I can find her name. Not Tony. I'm sorry. I'm looking for names. There's another one though. Keith Sullivan was HR at Combs. I think we may have mentioned him. There is, yes, Dia Sims is that one, but there's another one. It was a lady. Vashta was, but there was another one that when Mia was saying in her, this was, maybe I need to go, hold up. This is the third. Let me go to, when the Kid Cudi situation happened, Mia, and there was another situation where she was like left stranded in the street. She called HR and she was like, you know, I didn't want to cause a commotion. This wasn't something that I was going to put in an email type of situation. She got a hold of a person named Tony something. Hold up. Let me see if I can find her name. It's not Fletcher. Okay, that was Jane on Cross. That's nope, that's not the one that I want. 611. I got too many transcripts up. Is this it right here? Let me see. Human resources. Nope. It's not the one that I want. Is this 530? Nope. Yeah, I got all the transcripts still up on my board. Visible. Nope, not this one. That's not the one that I want. Nope. Nope. This is Jane Direct. Okay, I'm looking, guys. I'm looking. That's why I'm taking forever to pull it up. I'm going to look at the transcripts real quick. See if I can pull. I have a whole file on them now. Let's see. So 5:30. What was the first day that Mia went to testify? Here it is, Mia. Human resources. We're looking for information. There's another person that her name escapes me. She was home. Okay, here it is. Okay, here's Miss Laura Gomez. Okay, there's a Laura Gomez. There's just so many people that he employed. Laura Gomez is one of them. Let me see. Christina Coram, we know. Looking at names. Tony Baez Fletcher. There you go. Tony Fletcher. That's who I was thinking about because she was like the head. So chief of staffs was Michelle James and Tony Fletcher. That's the other person. I was like, her name is Tony something. There you go. Because she was another one that was well known to have worked in here. Tony Fletcher with Diddy. She's another like big head person. Fletcher from Bad Boy. Yeah, Bad Boy Entertainment. She's another one. That's her. So she's another person. I'm sorry. It took me a minute to find out who she was. That's it. Tony Fletcher. I was like, I feel like there was another one. Her name was Tony something. You know what I mean? So, It was Tony Fletcher. Thank you. That's who it was. Yep. You guys said it. I was like, I can't think of it. That's her name. Her name was Tony Fletcher. Okay, so let me go back a little bit to the tweets. So then, sorry, it took me a minute. I wanted to find her name. So Mr. Combs and Jules Theodore were discussing. Okay, this is the AUSA Comey. Mr. Combs and Jules Theodore were discussing being in the same place at the same time. If this objection is sustained, we'll just have the special agent read in every text message. Oh man. Judge says this witness has no personal knowledge. She put together charts. Not reading every message. Oh my God. Not every message. Not again. We don't want to read every message again. We don't want to do that. No. Not the charts again. Not every message. It just takes too long. Oh my God. You said, what HR qualifications did these people have? Because it looks to me like there was negligence of duty. That's what I'm saying, right? There was like all of them. I'm like, y'all, what? Mia was calling them when stuff was going down. She didn't want to put things in email. So what duty did they have? What expertise did they have? Because it seems like HR really failed on this one. Then it says 4-minute break, 5 minutes. Okay. What do you guys think so far? We were watching this before we started reading something else. Let's finish this.
You know, that his acceptance or denial of testimony by nodding his head or shaking his head is not evidence, and they have to disregard that.
Does that help? Does that help anybody? Like when a judge has to tell a jury that?
Well, this is the thing is, you know, the prosecutor might want that. To the extent that it has any impact on us to be told by a judge not to consider something. I just don't know how this lands on a particular juror. And it only requires one person. Most of us all, you know, kind of looking at the comments, kind of feel similar to the way the testimony's gone, but it only takes one.
I'm up to date. Is it Tavis? I'm up to date. I don't think there's any more. Last we heard was Comey speaking about Mr. Combs and Jules Theodore were discussing being in the same place at the same time. If this objection is sustained, we'll just have the special agent read in every message, says the government. And then the agent says this witness has no personal knowledge. She just put together charts. That's where, and they're on a break. I haven't seen anything else from that. Nothing else from that. But yes, it's a lot. It's a lot.
One juror to hang. And I have seen jurors hang on the craziest things. They might say, you know, I don't like the way he was sitting in court, or I don't like the fact that Cassie got all these settlements from him, and then the hotel, I guess, is going to get next. So we don't know what's going to happen. That's why this communication that's going on can't continue, but the judge is really limited on what he can do, because Diddy absolutely has a right to confront, meaning watch, the people who are going into court accusing him of wrongdoing.
Yeah.
Well, it's also weird because we've gotten reports from people who are in the courtroom who say there are some jurors who are like into it, who are doing it back to Diddy. And then my whole worry is like, how does the judge even keep track of all that? Is someone usually watching a jury for that? Like, you know, how do you monitor that kind of stuff? And then if you catch a juror member, like almost doing fingers back, like, then it gets more dangerous. No, like what's the protocol then?
Yeah. So when I was doing jury trials, we would have jury consultants, and, you know, on both sides in bigger cases, and they would study the jurors. They would get as much information as possible. They would look at, you know, kind of facial expressions during different parts of the testimony and take note of that and try and make inferences from it. They would see if you're coming into court with a book, what kind of book are you reading, and what can we learn from you based on that book? So certainly, if there is some familiarity being, shown here, where it's not just a pleasantry, but there's some kind of communication happening here, that is not a good thing for the prosecutor.
So stuff to keep looking for, but overall, you think the koala is staying in the courtroom. The koala is not going to get kicked out of there. That's very unlikely, because it would help his appeal, no?
Yeah, I think I really don't see the judge doing anything other than threatening.
And
That's
so
all.
he and the juror should still watch out. It's not going to help if the judge is mad and the jury gets this feedback. But man, what a crazy case it's been. It's still a long ways to go. We will keep you posted. Hopefully get Chris back to talk about it. But I want to make sure we got that topic out to you all. What do you think? Hit that subscribe button. Hit the bell for alerts. Smash that thumbs up as well and let us know what you think. Is that fair? Are you cool with Diddy finger gunning all the juror members? Heart signing them? I mean, what other emojis next? We'll keep you posted. Let me know your thoughts. Thank you as always, Chris. Stay tuned. We got a lot more coming your way here on Popcorn Planet.
All right. Shout out to Andy and Popcorn Planet. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. So we have don't forget, guys, we have a problem with the juror. There's a problem. We have a problem with a juror currently, and I will probably never find out what's going to happen or what is happening there. But I do have questions about this whole situation. Let me know what you guys think. They say that honestly, like, what do you think the other part could be? Literally, I have questions about all of this. Hold up. Let me see what Good Logic is saying. Shout out to Good Logic, because he's also putting in some really phenomenal videos about this trial. He just did a short that I want to show you guys. Hold up. Here it is.
24 of the Diddy trial looks as if juror number 6 may be in peril, losing his spot on the jury for residency issues. This could be incredibly significant. Certainly the defense thinks so. The residency issues arise from the fact that to be eligible to serve in the Southern District of New York, you must reside in one of the counties that the SDNY covers. That would include Manhattan and the Bronx. In his responses to voir dire, juror number 6 claims that sometimes he's living with his girlfriend in New Jersey, then he says it's his daughter he's living with in New Jersey, then he says he's with his aunt in the Bronx or his girlfriend in the Bronx. His answers seem all over the place, and the state has made the argument for the judge, and the judge seems inclined to side with them, that he's purposefully shading his answers, his responses, in order to make himself eligible to serve on the jury. And the judge seems inclined towards removing him because he's suspicious that if he's trying to shade his answers and really wants to get on the jury that badly, that implies a particular bias. Now, the defense is very upset by the notion that he may be removed, as he is the lone black male on the jury. A couple of black females, but he is the lone black male. The defense has already raised issues claiming that the state has been purposefully trying to exclude various jurors on the basis of race. This came up before the trial actually started, when they noted that they only had one black male and a couple of black females on the jury. And the judge has flat out rejected that. He's actually seems to take affront at the notion and has gone through various potential jurors to show that there was nothing wrong or amiss with the way that the prosecution handled their jury selection, and he flat out has rejected any claim that race played a factor here, and he's pointed to the fact that Donaldson from the defense has admired the way the process has worked here. I'm Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic, on the Southern New York.
So here's the question. Yes, and we reviewed that in the transcripts yesterday, but I kind of wonder, I'm kind of like, what Steele said kind of got me thinking about the fact that it's like, well, yeah, if this was an issue, like on June 9th, when they first found out about it, when the court was aware, why didn't the court bring issue then? Why now? We're like on week 6 or 7 at this point of his trial. I think it's 7 if you count the jury selection, which in my opinion, I'm like, that's all part of jury, that's all part of the trial. So yes. Yeah. So I have a lot of questions about this whole situation, in that, why did they wait? When did they decide? Is it because they overheard the conversation? Because it sounds like the juror number 6 was having a conversation with some folks in the about his living status, where he was living, and somehow that got back to everybody else from the prosecution side. They reported it, which to a certain degree, it's like, it's a pretty straightforward answer. It was in the questionnaire, and he didn't answer it fully. He should have just said, I live 20% of the time, put a percentage on it. 20% of the time I'm living here. 25% of the time I'm living here. Maybe 30% of the time I'm living here. 100% of the time, cut it down in percentages, and then allow that then to be kind of what the answer is. Now, some people have said it's whatever it's on his driver's license. I'm like, I don't know if it's as black and white as that is, because people have different addresses in their driver's license. Doesn't mean that they reside there. I think that, if you can't be honest about certain things like that, then it does become an issue, and that should be something to kind of think about. But yes. That's how I see it. You said I have reservations about it, but I'll save that for a different time. We have seen this happen time and time again. Now, I think Donaldson, believe it or not, with his argument, I think he made a very good point that when, and maybe I'll speak in, because I'm a Latino, so I could speak to this. When brown people specifically, I'll speak for my brown people. When they are called, the thing about that frustrates me about my community, and I've said it before, is like, people are really good about complaining about things, and then you get selected to actually have an impact, or you have the opportunity to go to a meeting, or, sit for something or whatever, and then you don't attend. Then you can't sit there and complain about the fact that, this is the outcome of something, right? So I definitely get Donaldson's angle in that, is that, wait a minute, like people don't show up for things, but now here's somebody showing up every day. So I definitely understand where he was coming with in that argument, is that if we want a diverse audience, we should be kind of mindful of that, if that makes sense. But anyways, that's my thought on that. No other updates. Hold up. Jury says, miss for lunch. That was 36 minutes ago. I'm going to need some ice on my coffee, guys, because the coffee hasn't hit yet. Like, I'm waiting for the coffee to hit, and it hasn't hit. Yep. I believe so. You said we can hold ourselves down at times. Yes, that I agree. I agree with this. Sometimes we are our own worst enemies when it comes to that. You know what I mean? Like, and like I said, I'll speak for my people. Like, it seems like, really, really good at complaining about when shit is hitting the fan, but when you're picked up or you're picked out, you don't go and do your part. And that is very concerning for me as well. So yeah, I definitely saw that part. And let me just say this, Donaldson, in his argument, I don't think he necessarily pulled a race issue. I think what he was saying is that if he had the race card, he'd have no problem pulling it, but he wasn't doing it here. What he was saying is that as far as diversity goes, this is somebody who fit that. But at the same time, the judge is saying, in his opinion, and I kind of agree, like, whoa, you're really adamant about staying in this trial. Should that be a red flag? It's one of those things where it's like, well, okay, I see where he's coming from with that. So, yeah. And the judge is a minority too. Yeah. You got to keep that in mind. He is. So, there is that. That's how I see it. You said, it's interesting. In Texas, jury duty is seen as an honor, and anyone who doesn't actively want to serve is a non-patriot. Everywhere else, if you want to serve, it's suspicious. Well, that's interesting because, like, the way I had jury duty, right? Nothing compared to a case like this, okay? And the way we were treated, I would say the judge made like, it's all about what kind of judge you have. And the judges, so far, I think that this judge has done, good in trying to make the jury feel like this is their process, right? Because honestly, the judge and the attorneys is what really makes this experience for a juror, honestly. And this is going to be something, believe it or not, jury duty is an opportunity where people, if you have a really good case and a really good judge, and I hate to say good case because it's like, yeah, I'm sure, but I'm in terms of like, if you have a case where there's a lot of controversy, which would be this one, there's a couple things you're going to remember. You're going to remember how things went. You're going to remember maybe certain items, what was said, right? Certain things. But the one thing you'll always remember is the judge that sat on that, that heard the trial. You can forget about a lot of other stuff because it's been a little over 10, 15 years, if not that I did jury duty. You're going to forget about all the other stuff, but you'll never forget about the judge. And that, my friends, is so true. I have never forgotten about the judge. He's now like in the Supreme Court. So yeah, like I have never forgotten about the judge because he made the experience very well for a lot of us. So something to keep in mind. If you've served jury duty, these are just kinds of things that you have to kind of keep in mind. That's what I'm going to say about that. No update. Let's see. Maybe his job could wonder what else I lied about. Well, there you go. You said that is nothing in SDNY is nothing new and has been an issue for a long time before Diddy. That is true. See through you. So that's a good point. It's a very good point. So like the whole jury situation, but people are having an issue about this. So I'm like, well, I can see both sides of this argument in different ways. So however you guys want to feel about it, that's fine. So is this lady going to be on all day? Oh my God, please don't put us to sleep. These are key witnesses in the trial so far. So we have the ex-girlfriends, Cassie Ventura, and the woman under the pseudonym Jane, okay? Former employees Capricorn Clark and a woman using the pseudonym Mia. Rapper Kid Cudi and hotel security Eddie Garcia. Eddie, my angel. Eddie, my angel. Let's see. So because he's a man of color, he can mislead and deceive? No. Who said he can Who said he could mislead and deceive? No, regardless of race, not allowed to deceive or mislead on a trial. Who's misleading and deceiving? I'm so confused, Chelsea, by the comment. Who misled and made it? Who's deceptive? Who's misleading? Now, I will say that I do have a problem with this whole situation. Why is there so much roving room conversations? I do feel like there's just so much that has been, like sealed. It just makes me wonder. I kind of want to make a comparison to a lot of things as far as like other cases. Like if we were to talk about the R. Kelly case, how many things were sealed, how many things were in chambers, like that type of situation. So yeah, I have a lot of questions about this. But Chelsea, you're gonna have to explain yourself a little bit because I have no idea. Because he's a man of color who said that he can mislead and deceive. I'm so confused by this, and your question is a bit accusatory, so I don't know what you're talking about. It's a good question. Hollywood Jaded, where was his jury summons mailed? There you go. Well, that's a great question. Somewhere in New York, not New Jersey, somewhere in New York. I have a lot of questions about that too. Juror number 6 was misleading. His residency changed 3 or 4 times. Yes, he did. He did. Yep. You said, I think it was good for him to walk because he would forever be a target. Hey, Measured Man. I hope we find out about this trial, why the secrecy. There's certain parts that I'm trying to figure out why is everything in secrecy, but maybe there's some things that we'll never know. I don't know. I tend to kind of look at both sides. Like I said, well, maybe there's a reason, but at the same time, it's like, damn, like all this is playing out so public. And, already we can't have cameras in there. You know what I mean? So there's that. You said, I understand that statement. People who are trying to use the race card to excuse juror 6 deception. Oh, I mean, I didn't understand who was being deceptive. Who was being deceptive? That's what I'm trying to get at. I'm an hour and a half behind trying to catch up. JK delete. Thank you for trying to catch up. I'm looking at the comments on the. Sometimes the YouTube comments are like very delayed. He's a danger to society. Though every day it seems it would be better if he walked. Oh, wow. Gotcha. Okay, we're waiting for an update, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I was supposed to run and get ice, but I don't want to run and get ice now. Okay, juror number 6, misled when he resides. So regardless of the person's race, you tell the truth. No, Chelsea, I don't disagree with you on that. But when you say, we were trying to figure out what you meant, like who was misleading. We're not making excuses at all. I don't know who juror number 6 is. I don't think anybody does. So because regardless of race, not allowed to deceive or mislead, I think we get that. But what we're saying is that Donaldson's argument, if you read the transcripts, wasn't just about race. There was something else in the undertone on that kind of went into the area of people not taking the call. People like myself and, Black people, brown people, we don't take the call when we're supposed to. That's what that was. So if all you took from Donaldson's statement was race, there was more to it. I don't know if you saw the transcript video. I would suggest that you do. And listen to what he has to say. And of course, we don't want anybody who deceives people. That's not at all what we want. You said juror was not being deceptive. Rabbit, you must be tired. Sometimes. sometimes I do need a refill on ice. Let's see. And I might have to run and get some. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for that. Shout out to BJ again. You said the jury was being evasive with its answers to the questions that raised suspicions. Ooh. Listen, I'm looking forward to the whole TriStar situation. That's what I want to know. Because that situation is just crazy to me. That whole TriStar, that triangulation situation is just crazy to me. That's what we're waiting for. All right. Let me see what CNN is saying. Nothing else. And testimony will resume a bit later, 1:45 p.m., as the parties discuss how the rest of the special agent Penland's testimony will go Monday afternoon. Penland will not be allowed to draw too many inferences based on the summary charge, stating only what was contained in various correspondence and how they align to specific dates, locations, hotel, reservation, and travel itineraries. Yep. That's all. We just want a fair trial. Thank you. We just want a fair trial. That's all. I would agree. I concur. I definitely agree. We just want a fair trial, right? I need some ice on this coffee, y'all. I need you guys to give me a minute. Give me 1 minute, okay? Okay, sorry guys. Remember when Capricorn was able to look confused about Cuddy's house being at the end near per map and she was in the firm explaining otherwise? Ah, interesting. Okay, hold up. Do we have an update? Oh, we haven't even started yet. Is this Tisa? Somebody's playing Tisa. Let me see this. What is Tisa saying? Okay.
To the defense's point, and I know the defense is like, the juror has opened the bottle, and the juror cannot put the genie back in the bottle. To the defense's point, and I know the defense is like, oh, why we make that argument? He said to the defense's point, right? The further questioning could have a negative impact on the jury. It could make it seem like it's hostile. We don't believe them or watching them. Again, it could have a chilling impact. So even if we asked another question like you're suggesting now, your first argument back in Friday, Diddy's team, that it could have a chilling effect, he said that's a good point. Why, when we already know what it is, do we need to give a fourth round to have more shifting answers?
Here's my question. Here's the other question, dude, that I have. Now, like I said, I go back and forth on the juror number 6. Why are we assuming? Why is the defense assuming? And why are people assuming that we already know what juror number 6 is going to decide? Like what juror number 6 sees. For all we know, he could have said that Diddy is guilty. I guess that's the point that I'm like, we don't even know what half of these jurors are going to say. So like, why are we assuming that we know what this is all about? Because for all we know, juror number 6 could have been like, well, no, he's guilty. I don't know. I'm just wondering. But then I also wonder then, defense, why did you have an issue with the judge questioning the jury, the juror number 6 right away? What was the problem? I have a lot of questions, but let me know what you guys think in the comments.
And he said, and also, This is exactly why we have alternate jurors. This is the sole reason of us having alternate jurors. So that when there is any issue, any whiff, anything that we're just like, I don't know about that, we bring the alternate jurors in, right? Listen, they said, I get what Diddy's team is saying. Diddy ain't getting a mistrial off of this, and he's not getting an appeal. He said, I get Diddy's team thing about diversity.
I don't know about that. See, the thing about girl, it's the absolutes for me, but okay.
I get it. But this jury doesn't raise these concerns of diversity. Usually the juries are all white or all whatever. He said this jury, like Mr. Donaldson argued, right, and argued very well, is one of the most diverse juries that they're ever seen in the Southern District of New York. So even this guy goes, okay, it's still a super, super diverse. And he said, I also have to say this. It is improper to let race factor into a process when we are talking about issues about truth and candor. Again, not implying the juror lied, but there needs to be a certain level of candor, a heightened level of candor that exists when you are, when you are on a jury, all right? He cited Batson v. Kentucky, right? And he said, no defendant has a right for a jury that is all your race. I know we can get into that, but Batson was a completely different case. But they said where it applies, right? They also said that race is unrelated to justice. And we cannot let that factor in when there are issues related to candor, which goes to the heart of what a jury member is, right? Now, they said for that reason, juror number 6 is replaced, right, against the defense's objections. And the first alternate will come in, right? He also turned around and said, and let me say also with this, the defense is bringing up things where there is no basis, saying the government is discriminating, the government's doing this, the government, he said I've checked the record through and through, there is absolutely at every level no basis. They're bringing up the search warrant again. They're bringing up the fact that they're bringing up the search warrant. They're bringing up the fact of oh, you treated us meanly. They're bringing up all these things, and they are trying to play the race card. And I hate that Diddy even has me using the term race card because I usually find that term so offensive as a Black person. When you talk about discrimination, when you talk about this, when you talk about that, you're not playing the race card. You're telling what reality is. But Diddy, he's playing the race card. You see what I'm saying?
How, though? He's not a... All right, let's keep going, man. Moving on. Shout out to Tisa Tales. You know, she's out there doing the work. Hold up. We have an update from Inner City Press. Let's move on.
June 16th, day 24 of U.S. versus Sean Combs. Now, Juror 6 is out. That was the first decision before the jury came in. Juror 6, the judge said, I've considered it. I've considered all the arguments. I've seen the arguments about the racial issues raised. He didn't seem to like that very much. And he has excluded Juror 6. So alternate 1 has moved up. Now, came in today thinking that Brendan Paul, the alleged drug mule, Diddy's drug mule, would be a witness today, but it appears not, because the entire morning was spent on 2 summary witnesses, Miss Sankar, who'd long been promised, and a new special agent who's going to apparently go for the rest of the day about meetings, basically testifying to a chart which shows airplane tickets being bought and hotel reservations being made, and surmising that these are the notorious freak-offs, hotel nights, king nights, wild king nights, as they were referred to this morning. The defense says no way. The defense says she has no personal knowledge that these meetings, quote unquote, ever took place, and so she shouldn't be allowed to ask the jury to draw that inference. Could go a little bit slow. So it looks like Brendan Paul, she's going to go into tomorrow. So will Brendan Paul, another summary witness on Wednesday, and then the government's going to rest. So they say. Friday, we'll start the defense case with Vashta Wilson, a guy called Stefan Linda, even Agnifilo didn't know how to pronounce his name, and their own summary witness. And then apparently next week, it looks like there'll be a defense expert witness. So we're getting down to the small strokes here. It looks like no KK, no Drock, although there was a lot of testimony about their cell phones today. Both of them apparently seized, but they haven't been indicted, and they're not testifying as cooperating witnesses. So many people wonder what the heck's going on here.
Yes.
And the defense case, at least, unless they're playing hide the ball, it looks like it might just, I don't know. there hasn't been any discussion of witnesses beyond that. Let's put it that way. So we're covering it. I forgot to mention this morning. Week 5 book is out. Week 5, Diddy on trial.
Inner-City Press.
It involves Kanye West. It has Juror 6, which has now been that door is closed because now the Juror 6 didn't hear this morning. So there's no bringing back Juror 6. Juror 6 is done. So that's where we stand. The afternoon will be more summary charts about these hotels. Tomorrow, Brendan Paul. That should be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
And we'll go from there. Inner-City Press, to be continued.
I thought it was today. Okay, well, they did say it was today. All right. Finding Your 40, thank you so much for this super sticker and the support. I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Let me see if I can get us to where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? My amigos, ¿dónde estamos? ¿Dónde estamos? ¿Dónde estamos? ¿Dónde estamos? They were right over here. Okay. Thank you. What do you guys think about what Inner-City Press has said so far? Thank you so much again for the support. I really appreciate it. Finding Your 40. Thank you. Let me know what you guys think so far. You said they should let's see. Y'all okay? Have a good one, Aries. Shout out to you. Thank you for stopping by. They indicated later after this case. I know, but they had said yesterday and Friday in the transcripts that Brendan Paul would be today. So that's why I have him on my thumbnail. So yes. Let's see. What else are you guys saying? What about Kanye? Well, Kanye, what about him? Kanye's not around. He just did that one appearance, and apparently people were going crazy in the courtroom when Kanye showed up. This has been quite the case. I will say that, This has been quite the case. Let's see. Any updates? Okay. Shout out to Diddy Docket. In the matter of U.S. versus Sean Combs. Oh, this was yesterday as it pertains to the government responded to this on Juror 6. Hold up. Do we have an update on Inner-City Press? Not yet. That was 5 minutes ago. No update. Yeah, this is the only updates. This is what Matthew said.
Okay, it's Monday.
Damn.
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner-City Press here. Midday. It's Monday, June 16th, day 24 of U.S. versus Sean Combs. Now, Juror 6 is out. That was the first decision before the jury came in. Juror 6, the judge said, I've considered it. I've considered all the arguments. I've seen the arguments about the racial issues raised. He didn't seem to like that very much. And he has excluded Juror 6. So alternate 1 has moved up. Now, came in today thinking that Brendan Paul, the alleged drug mule, Diddy's drug mule, would be a witness today, but it appears not.
Yep, so was I. All of us were under that impression. You said, tu gente te habla España o en español? Te ama. Anyone else? Hispana. Oh, tu gente hispana te ama. Anyone want to hear this in Spanish? I'll be here today. Well, Aztecron Entertainment, thank you so much. This would be, esto sería muy difícil de hacerlo en español. This would be very difficult to translate in Spanish, but that would be amazing. If I was another person, if I had the only option, I do plan to go Spanish at some point, but I don't know if it's going to be for this one. Clearly not. It's too late. You said government says the court needs to address the defense's attack on the prosecution. What do you think about that, Diddy Docket? On that letter that you just reposted? Because Shapiro did attack the prosecution on that letter. This is getting like the pettiness. The pettiness, it's getting hard. We got to move on. This man wanted a speedy trial. It's being given to him. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I like Inner-City Press. I support him on 2 platforms. So yes, make sure you guys check him out. He is, and there's other cases that he's covered too. This isn't the only one, but everybody's tripping. Everybody is tripping right now. Okay, I don't want to see that. Let's see. Everybody is tripping right now. And we're waiting. They're like 5-6 minutes behind. See if we have an update. We'll wait right here for any notifications. Thank you. You see, Diddy's only guilty of DV, and we saw the video. Really? Damn. I'm gonna let you guys have your opinion on that one, but I don't know if I agree with it. But I'm still on the fence. I think the defense has done a good job, and I think the prosecution has done a good job. I'm right in the middle. I'm still waiting for more, but if they're gonna arrest, then that's all we're gonna get, right? If they're gonna arrest, that's all we're gonna get. I wonder about what else they got up their sleeve, I do wonder. Let's see. I keep hearing that there's going to be more creators coming the last week I feel like there's going to be a protest outside after if he's found guilty. I think a lot of people are going to be protesting outside, guys. I think it's going to get crazy. I don't know. What do you guys think? I would love to make an appearance, but I don't have my stuff ready to just go over there. But I've been thinking about going over there, believe it or not. Making an appearance just for like 2 days or a day or something. But I need a press pass. I need different things to be able to make it in location and to find out where to stay. And, it'd be crazy. I'm curious to see what she says too. He separated business and pleasure, even though we've already heard the employees say otherwise. Yeah. I think there's going to be, I think it's going to get really ugly, Measured Man. Like there's going to be protesting out there. I could already see it. I don't know. I'm curious to know how it's going to look. You said, or is she going to say no one forced to work 90 hours a week, even though some were advised to seek a settlement? Right. Damn. Right. Now, have you guys, where are we at on the likes? Are the likes liking? 897 likes. I would like to get to 1,000 likes. If you can't support, at least support by hitting the like. Hit the like, share. My pay links are there if you guys want to support, because that would be amazing. Transcript stuff is there too for that as well. Just make sure you say it on the text, like what it's for. And what else was I gonna say? Because I lost my train of thought. Closed my eyes and I lost my train of thought. Yeah, and share. Do that, please and thank you. And shout out to everybody that has supported so far today. You guys are amazing. Thank you. You said, I don't know, fat chick. Like people have been coming into my channel talking about we're gonna protest. The protest is at here. Listen, I'm like, listen. If I was in the jury, I'd be like, all right, y'all, I did my due diligence. I'm out of here. You guys have a good night. I'm going to bed I'm going on vacation. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 1 and 9. This case was climatic. Rico, I don't know. Did you put a lotion bottle there and a mushroom? Thank you so much for the 199, my love. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. We need more. We need more. It's a lot. If I go live tonight, I'm trying to figure out what I'm reviewing from. If I review the transcripts, if I go live tonight, what am I reviewing specifically? Do you guys want to hear about the charting? Is that what you guys want to hear? Who wants to hear what? Oh my God, Abraham, thank you for this. Appreciate it. Thank you. A baby bunny allowance. We're going to go and get her some pot. You don't call it popcorn. She calls it potcorns. She loves potcorns. And it has to have a T and an S. Thank you, Abraham. Thank you. All right. So I think we have an update. Maybe. Call me maybe. But here's my number. Okay, thanks for everybody for the break. I'm trying to keep up with other cases. I've been reporting on here. Somali from Kenya who planned to hijack a plane and fly it to New York, for example. But now I'm back in U.S. versus Sean Combs. There's buzz about Kanye too, but I'm not seeing him. Oh, is Kanye going to show up? Miss Sheila, thank you so much for the $10. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Aw, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel. Is Kanye going to make another appearance? Now, is he going to get there early enough to go to the main courtroom, or is he going to have to need the overflow room? Because the court waits for nobody unless you're a juror member. The court waits for nobody. It does not. It does not, my friend. Kanye West, I'm telling you, I was thinking about singing a Kanye West song earlier, but this was from like the early 2000s, before all the transformation and the swastikas and all this other stuff. You know, back in the day, what Kanye was like actually just great to listen to. You know, in his college dropout days. It's so sad to see kind of where he's at right now. You know, that's kind of what I see. You say he's coming back. That's what they said. He said he's coming back. I don't know. All right. We are a couple of likes away from 1,000. Can you guys get me to 1,000 likes, please? And thank you. Not a good look for Kanye. Well, I don't think Kanye doesn't even care. I mean, as long as this woman wears clothes to court, I think we're fine. You know, as long as she's dressed for court, I think we're fine, right? I do. I know what's going on for the most part, and I'm still behind. I actually, people were upset with me a little bit, and which is fine. I understand because they wanted me to read like word for word, and I said, y'all, I'm sorry. I'll burn myself out if I can. Like, people have to give me a break and allow me to figure out what's important and relevant, and then read it that way because I will burn out. Like, and we only got 2 more weeks of this. I'm gonna burn out, and I don't want to burn out. So. All right. Hold up. Is this it? Nope. No update. Maybe. It's just like so hard. Like sometimes Twitter or X notifies me on stuff that I don't really want to care to know about. Right now, it's like, stop sending me these notifications. We're waiting for an update. No update yet. Yeah, it's deeper details for sure. But that's why I tell you guys, like, please let me you know, I got to read stuff and I got to select what I can read and what I can't read, because otherwise I'll burn out. And I don't want to do that. Okay, here we go. We have an update now. Inner City Press gives us an update now. Ahorita, here we go. Wake up. Wake up. Refill on the ice for the coffee. It's got to hit. It's now 1:56 p.m. Trial restarting. All rise. Jury enters. My judge says, Miss Johnson, you may proceed. So questioning continues. Special agent, have you reviewed American Express records? American Express records. Special agent says, I have. This was to an Amex for a flight from Miami for Cassandra Ventura. Okay. So they're going to read like financial stuff? Okay. Thank you, Jacqueline. Tell them to hit that like button. We trying to get to 1,000 likes. Sylvia, are you here? You better be here. Where are you? Where are you? She says, okay, I'm awake. Wake up. Wake up. Baby bunny, Sylvia tried to take my gavel. She's already taken my wig and my robe. I can't have her take my gavel. And I found the wig, but she hid it somewhere. Okay, but I found it. But yes. No update. Special agent, have you reviewed? Okay, so what are they going to get to? Are they going to get to the financial stuff? Let me know. You said you just got out of the doctor. I hope you're okay. I'm here and I'm driving and I'm listening. All right. You're like, and I'm getting call out. Don't text and drive now. Don't text and drive. Okay. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull CNN. Okay, the judge is back on the bench, says CNN. The judge is back on the bench. And Diliasiana Penlin, I completely butchered her name again, a special agent with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, is back on the stand. The jury is now entering. There we go. The jury is now entering. We have an update. During, what did Interstate Press say? He said during the, okay, here we go. We got some receipts in here, you guys. We got receipts. Diddy docket. During this summary chart testimony, the prosecutors docketed their letter not only about juror 6, but also the other juror questioned under seal on Friday. Intercity Press. So what is up with the other juror? Okay, let's read into this while we wait for. The defense argues that if the court removes juror blank and juror blank, 2 jurors should also be removed. Wait. The defense argues if the court removes juror blank and juror blank should also be removed. While the government disagrees with the linking issue involving juror blank with those involved with juror blank, the government reviewed of the transcript and the court instructions to jury suggests that further fact-finding may be appropriate. All these redactions. For these reasons, the government does not oppose additional fact-finding regarding juror blank communications with his former colleagues or anyone else regarding his jury service. So the other juror, okay, so juror 6 is out, but there's another juror who they're wanting to look into fact-finding information regarding his former colleagues and anyone else regarding his jury's duty service. The court should disregard the defendant's baseless attacks on the government. Oh, so the government's not happy. Finally, the government must respond briefly to the defense reiterated attacks on the motives of the government's motion regarding juror blank, which we know is 6, which the court has rightfully rejected for it. There is a difference between creating a record to maintain parties' objections and devolving into an ad hominem attack on one's opponent. The second half on the defense letter in contravention of the court's individual ruling. Okay, so the other juror in question, whose number we don't know, for the reasons the government does not oppose additional fact-finding regarding juror blank's communication. So did this juror fuck up and talk to his former colleagues about his jury duty service at the Diddy trial? Oh, that's not good. You're not supposed to talk to anybody about jury duty service. That's not good. Apparently, it might have been whatever juror number that is. Okay, they can't be talking to the over jury duty. No, they cannot. You can't talk to your coworkers about that. So that other juror was talking to coworkers about jury duty. Dang, that's what it looks like. They wanted to investigate it. They have to investigate it. He must have been talking to like coworkers or something, measured man. Yep, one of the jurors is talking about the trial. That's right. Nope. Oh, you got it, Rachel? Okay, good. See, this is why. Where's Pika? I think Pika's like in lunch. I know is Chico in the. I think I saw Chico. Yes. Pika is. I don't see her anymore. But Pika was saying they should have sequestered them. Damn. Why are they not sequestered? They're. This is listen, how many alternates do we have? So they had 4. Okay, one's been added on. Now they have 3. Guys, we have 2 more weeks, 3 more weeks of this trial. They better not F up. Don't F up. Do what you got to do, but don't F up. Oh my God. It is heating up. That's why I'm telling you, I have a couple of attorney friends who said, oh, it's going to be deadlock or there's going to be a mistrial. I'm like, listen, so far it's been here. I haven't heard anything about anything being deadlock or there being a mistrial, but I've heard different people say it. You said they should have left juror 6 alone. Moni, but what about this other juror that now they're having to investigate because he's allegedly been talking to coworkers? And now it's like that. Oh my God. It's crazy. Crazy. No, we're not. We're not going to save this juror, Chico. They'll be like, no, we're out. Okay, hold up. We have an update, but let me. Oh, man. Okay, here it is. Special agent responds. Here was a charge from London Hotel to his Amex account. Whose Amex account? Sean Combs. Paid with an account at Signature Bank. Signature Bank. Dang. He said exactly. This is about due process. You allowed perjury, and now you're commenting publicly on the trial. The jury should have been sequestered from the start. Measurement, I think we said that. I was a little surprised that they didn't sequester the jury. But I think it costs a lot of money to sequester juries. Let's see. And then not only that, then you have to kind of like figure out, well, let me see, how much does it cost to sequester jury? Anywhere from 100,000 to 200,000. So like, for example, they stated the O.J. Simpson trial, it cost $2 million to sequester the jury for 265 days. Wow. It's a lot of money to sequester. I don't know if you can. Do you know how hard it would be to sequester a YouTuber? Like, you can't sequester me, Your Honor. I make a living off of talking all day. You can't sequester me. Okay. All right. So, okay, they're talking about the hotel. No update. Let's see. How much do they get paid? It depends. It depends. It depends on the county. It depends on the thing. I think for New York, it was like $50 a day for jury duty. So it's not a lot. It's like, well, no. Was it 50 a day or was it 50 I can't remember. What did we say? Hold up. How much do jury duty members get paid in New York? And that's a whole different. Okay. In New York, juror receives 72 daily fee for jury duty. So for the first 3 days, employers with more than 10 employees must pay the juror either their regular wages or the 72 fee, whichever is lower. If the juror's daily wages is less than 72, the state makes up the difference. After the first 3 days, if the employer doesn't pay, the state pays the 72 daily fee. There you go. That's it. $72 a day in New York. And they have been at it for what? 6 weeks? 6 weeks, because you don't count because they're jury, so you wouldn't count the first week. That's not a lot of money. Oh my God, Measure Man, thank you. They're already almost 1 million in this trial. I don't blame juror 6 for walking. He would have become public enemy number 1 if deadlock mistrial, in my opinion. So imagine a mistrial. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Measured Man. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. Let me put some hearts in your super stickers. Thank you. Damn. How come I can't put a heart there? Thank you. And a heart here too. Thank you. Damn. I would change my name if I had to serve in this trial. Be like, change my name completely, my identity. I don't want anybody following me, because it's like you don't even know. Are you safe? Who's keeping you safe in this situation? You know, the powers that be. Yeah, it sounds like Tennessee. You said Tennessee pays more than NY. Well, Google said it was $72 a day, but still, $72 a day is nothing. Is nothing. I mean, if you have a salary, you'd definitely be getting a hit. So to be sequestered, I don't know. Let me see what this is maybe why they don't want to sequester anybody. Because then they would have to pay your room. They would have to pay. They'd have to pay everything for you, right? You said that's more than Texas? Wow. You said, I'm sorry, I can't see sequestering a jury in this economy. I don't know what the process is that they would make to go sequester people. Like, what do they say? They would have to make motions for that. A judge would have to rule for that because of the costs. We have no update. Hold up. We have no update in CNN, and court is now in session. This was 4 minutes ago. This is from Washington Post. The special agent is back on the stand. Yeah, I don't know. You said people don't see it that way, Rabbit. Everyone's looking for a check, including the jury. Yeah, they will be paid for an interviews, books, magazine. It's all hustle. It's simple. You know, that's what I'm saying. I was like, if I was a juror, then $72 a day wouldn't be much, but I would definitely be like, yeah, sure. You want to interview me? One of the jurors wants to speak. Yep, I'm gonna write a book. I'm gonna start a YouTube channel. I'm gonna write a book, a YouTube channel. I'm gonna be like the freezer meat guy, and announce my Onijah Robinson tour. Which, by the way, did you guys know that she's selling seasonings now? Onijah Robinson. How do you guys feel about Onijah Robinson? Did you guys forget about her? She's over here selling seasonings. Okay, I'm gonna start my own company. Why? Because I was a juror member. You're absolutely right. Fact Check TV. This is like a starter pack business for people. Some of them. That's what I'll say about that. Onijah Robinson. You guys don't remember? Oh man. She started a whole seasoning thing. I don't know. You said for the entire week I made less than 100. It's only $50 a day in Colorado. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. Let me say. I do, but and shout out to her because she does keep up. But the problem that I have is keeping up with two. So I can't keep up with two. I think I'm fine where I'm at. I get confused when I have too many people in the courtroom giving me updates. How could I forget about her? Did you guys forget about it? You said respect to a law and respect to the law. She did say that. Yep. He's a witness to, oh my God, government announced witness. It's on the transcripts. I said it earlier this morning. Omar Hazori. He is an SVP at a bank. Yep. And actually, I'll show you guys. It says it right here. This was, did I close out that transcript? I sure as hell did. Let me see. Yep. It was a witness. They announced all their witnesses on Friday, the 13th. I said, man, this is crazy. I'll show you guys. Omar is Hazori or something like that. That's his name. They're listing him as, and then we have our last witness will be Omar Hazori, who is a law enforcement agent. Then we expect to rest at this point. So they have Brendan Paul, Joseph Sorejo, who is the final summary witness, who's also helping with the charts, and then this Omar guy. But yeah, we do not need Onaija on the stand. No, we don't. No, we don't. That wouldn't even be a trial at this point if we had Onaija on the stand. Yes, right? And you'll be compensated 75 per day. That's right, Naomi. But that would be crazy, you know? Everyone will be pushing their version of the story, and in 10 years, there'll be a Netflix mini series about it. You already know. We need KK on the stand. We need Jules on the stand. We need Roger Bond on the stand. We need D-Rock on the stand. We need all of them on the stand. All of them. All of them. Yeah. Really? That's really sad. A public defender couldn't even pay her bills and was forced to stay on the case. Longest trial of Georgia history. Damn. That's really sad. Yeah, being a lawyer isn't as cracked up as it is to be. It's very hard, especially public defenders. I wanted to be a public defender for the longest time, actually. And who knows? I don't know. I may have a career change at some point. It might happen, you know. But I don't know. I think for now I don't know. I'm thinking about where to go. I'm thinking about going back to school at some point. But I haven't decided exactly where to focus on yet. I definitely don't think I want to work for government anymore. I did it for 10 years. I think I'm fine now. It's just no. Let's see. Any update? No updates. Damn. Okay. All right. Let me see what CNN is saying. Nada. Let me close out of this. So they're going to be showing a lot of different things. Hold up. New York has an update. Excuse me. Washington has an update. Jurors are being shown travel and credit card reports that will help to establish that Sean Combs bankrolled freak-offs by paying for flights. Several of the flight records being discussed by the agent on the witness stand cite Cassie Ventura as a passenger. The jury also saw the name of the male escort who took part in the S encounters according to the testimony. Okay. Oh wow. So that's what they're bringing the banker person. So a lot of this was being bankrolled. This is what they're saying. Jurors are being shown travel and credit card records that will help to establish that Sean Combs bankrolled freak-offs by paying for flights. Several of the flights, we have an update, being discussed by the agents on the witness stand cite Cassie Ventura as a passenger. The jury also saw the name of a male escort who took part in the S encounters according to the testimony. Shit. Okay. AUSA says, can you read this? Special agent says, it's the Trump in Columbus Circle. I'm heading there now. Can you contact the front desk and get the prawn channel unlocked? What does Miss Ventura say? Just called them. So they're reading a message where Cassie's saying, it's the Trump in Columbus Circle. I'm heading there now. Can you contact the front desk and get the prawn channel unlocked? What does Miss Ventura say? Just call them. The prawn channel. Damn. She said, I didn't even know you had to get it unlocked that way. The prawn. The prawn channel. Not Tupac on the stand, sealed courtroom. When did Tupac did he when Corey Rude? You did employment law? Oof. Crazy. It is draining. Oh my God. I didn't know I had a voice. Oh my God, in my rabbit voice. I think there was only 3 that never took flights or let them pay flights. They were different. Will my coverage of Diddy trial be in Spanish? I try to do a deep dive. Only one documentary was in English. Well, have you checked my other videos? A lot of hers says she said. I'm concerning it'll probably be in Spanglish. I'm just joking. It'll probably be both. I could probably do both. It's just I don't know if it's gonna be like clearly it's not gonna have this kind of coverage. So I don't know if I'm just if there's a way, if I have to contact to get court transcripts, or if what's the word? Do I contact to get court transcripts? Because I highly doubt that that's a trial that's going to be televised, and it's a civil matter at this point. So I don't think so, but I'll have to see. I could probably do both. Thank you. You said to buy Rabbit's box book, please. What's a box book? Wait, what? Wait, I missed it. What's the joke? To buy Rabbit's book, please. To buy Rabbit's box book, please. I missed it. Oh, vocabulary book. Oh, see, now you got a typo. Okay, I got you. Thank you, Sylvia. All right, hold up. So there's an artwork courtesy of the Inner City Press people. Thank you, Sylvia. I appreciate you. Thank you. Here it is. Courtroom art. Sean Combs' earlier trial surrounded by lawyers. Why do they look like they're doing a prayer circle? Maybe they're doing a prayer circle. Because he's looking down, and all the lawyers are there. There's Xavier. Look at you can tell that's Agnifilo. There's Brian Steele. I don't know who this lady is. Is she Shapiro? I forgot her name. And then is that Teeny Garagos right there? It looks like they're all like around him, right? They need prayer. Well, I mean, that's what it looks like. They're all surrounding him. Not an FO in the courtroom. Get the fuck out. No, she said that they're doing an FO in the courtroom. See, that's why I get in trouble. It's because stuff like that. You need to stop. Oh my God. I wonder. This was earlier today, surrounded by his lawyers, courtesy to Inner City Press. And he's kind of like looking down. Oh my God. Yo, this is too much. You guys are too much. What do you guys think so far? Let me know. You said it looks like an Illuminati ritual. It looks like something. I know somebody said FO in the courtroom. You said they're watching him get a master's degree in the courtroom. Only a few people will get the joke. Only a few people will get the joke. Okay. If they've been watching my transcripts videos, only a few people will get the joke. Oh my God. That's too much. Y'all are crazy. See? This is too much. All right. So CNN says jury sees more records tied to purported 2009 meeting. Remember, it's FO between Combs, Ventura, and Escort. They're calling it a meeting, but really it's an FO. With special agent on the stand in the summary witness, the jury saw more records to support a purported December 2009 meeting. FO. Between Sean Diddy Combs, Cassie, and a male escort named Jules at the London Hotel in New York. The records include those for flights and hotels for the weeks that were paid for with Combs' American Express card. The records show that Combs paid for flights for Ventura and Jules, and a room at a hotel. Wow. Yeah. Anyways. You said I'll never think of a master's degree in the same way again. Oh. Can you move your picture? Which picture where do you want to read? I'm sorry. Can you move your picture down so that we can read the full text? Which picture do you want me to move? This is the full text. Diddy is so done. I know, Miss Tony. I'm trying not to like make a big deal. I'm trying not to laugh. You're hollering at the store. Well, everybody in the chat got me going. Diddy's so done. Hey, Alexis. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Crazy because Jules had just booked a movie 6 months ago. So is Jules in the entertainment scene too? Or just adult entertainment? Let me know. No update. I didn't know. I didn't know that's what was happening. You said definitely not an FO. He can't see the BBD. It is too far back. Oh my God. Bye. Bye. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like this whole thing was like a network of people. They're all a network and they're all working together. That's what it sounds like. He said he's a fitness trainer and an actor, says Measured Man. Wow. So he got around. Dang. He got around. So this is going to be a short week on this trial, at least for one day, and then we're back at it on Friday. Right? But I'll be live on Thursday too, just to catch up on things that we can review. No update. So is Rico. Let the freaks be freakies. Low-key. I don't know. Am I blocking any of the person who said in there, can you move? I'm like, I don't know where you want me to move. And am I blocking anything? I don't think I am. Is my picture? I don't think so. Tupac enters the chat. Gotcha. I'll have to check it, Measured Man. Just got out of a swimming pool. Did I miss much? Oh, it depends how long you've been swimming, Penny Rogers. You might have missed a lot. It depends how long you've been swimming, though. Just really depends. Yes, for those that were saying what is a BBD, there you go. Mine's y'all, I really appreciate how she just said it all. That's what that was. Yeah, Mims did come into the chat and called it that too. Shout out to Mims. He did say that. So we're going yeah, that is the correct term. Yeah. That's what it is. Okay. You said whatever happened with the escort? I don't know. See through you. Did someone say pool? I'm heading to mines today. Awesome. You said is the court on break until Friday? I think Thursday, and then they're back on Friday, which I was like, that's kind of off. Like they should have just taken Thursday and Friday off. But that's just me, you know. I hate those like those in between the week holidays, you know, where it's like you have to go back to work at some point. You can't just take the whole holiday off. So yes. You said I was so innocent before these lives. I swear, I'm not. I learned a lot from you guys. I'm trying to censor myself, and I censor myself a lot because I got, everybody, she'll come in and out. She's with the sitter now, but she'll come in and out and stuff like that. I censor myself all the time, but I'd be saying just the craziest words. Alexis, I think a lot of us thought that he was going to testify today, but I guess not. I guess not. I guess not. You said, ew, I have a master's of science and I will never think of that being normal again. Oh yeah, before the fall, Friday this year. Yeah. Sorry, y'all. I'm not a fan of fireworks. I don't like shout out to the 4th of July, but I'm not a fan of fireworks. I hate fireworks. Yeah, what happened to Shannon Sharp? Are we still talking about Shannon Sharp? What happened? Are people not worried about Shannon Sharp anymore? Okay, we don't have an update. What's going on? No. Yeah, he's gonna. So if I'm understanding this correctly, the prosecution sounds like they might rest on Wednesday. That's what it sounds like. But yes, I'm still on mushmouth Shannon. Well, he's kind of quiet. You know, he's like everybody's talking about the Diddy trial. I'm out of the scene. So it's kind of gotten quiet, right? I don't know. Guys, I swear, man, this kind of took everything. You said, I think because Shannon ended his nightcap, so it's quieted down. Yeah. Said the words you come up with sometimes credit to you, Rabbit. I have to come up with words. I don't have I don't have a choice. I have to get creative. I've already been censored one time by YouTube. Okay, here we go. And who is in these communications? The agent speaks. Cassandra Ventura and NY Punish, aka Sheree Hayes, the Punisher, the meat freezer guy. What is this about? The cause. And this, a special agent says videos. Okay, AUSA says turn off the screen for the public and press. Oh, they're probably watching videos. I'd be like, I lost my appetite. I have lost my appetito. Damn. Let's see. Do they? Chris Blessings. I had no idea. I've never seen that person before. Oh, the pro channel on Lockmail? Gotcha. You said, unfortunately for him, no one is talking about him anymore. Not yet. Not right now. Yeah, I hate fireworks. I'm not a fan. Oh my God. Love lady. Okay, literally, I do have a question though, because we're waiting for an update. But can you really can you really trust a drug mule? Like, I get it. Like, you know, you give people the chance, the benefit of the doubt. I'm all for that. Okay, but it's not like he found it in his heart to go testify. He literally has to testify. He doesn't have a choice. So I'm kind of on the fence on the rug mule. That's what I gotta say about that. What you will learn is if this case is in Vegas, it will remain quiet. I worked a case with a young girl unalived by a pro basketball player here in Vegas, and my org had to push for national attention. Really, Fact Check TV? Dang. So certain things get hush hush all the time, right? Can you trust a rug mule? That's the question. So this one right here, it sounds like Cassandra Ventura and New York Punish, aka Sheree Hayes, which, by the way, like I had called this out. I said Sheree is going to go to Vlad TV, and sure enough, one of the first channels he went to was Vlad TV. What is this about? The cost in this videos. Turn off the screen for public view and press. There you go. Man, oh man, no update. Oh, they turned off the screen, but you can what? Oh my God. Wait. Diddy Docket. They turn off the screen, but you can still read the Punisher's book. This is the Punisher's book? This is the In Search of Freezer Meat, a story of a male mental health crisis caused by ED and the only true cure no one is talking about. A penis. Implant? Okay. I clicked on it. This is what it says. Where's my meat? He must not be into me. You're kidding. I didn't even know. You're good. You're good. I didn't even know that was the cover. He's advertising it everywhere. I didn't even know that was the cover. Is that really his cover? Like, literally, it looks like a comic book. You can. This is his cover? Based on a true struggle. Sheree Punisher Hayes. When is this over? When we gonna be done? Are we gonna get done soon? I don't want no clip notes. Diddy talking. If you're listening to, I object to you promoting that man's book. I object. Oh my God. I was not expecting that. Oh my God. Oh my. No update from 4 minutes ago. Oh my God. It does. Isn't it like comic book meme art? You're not the first. Okay. There's a lot of dysfunction down there, apparently. So much so he said he found the answer. Oh no. Oh no. Diddy talking. I object, Diddy talking. I'm sure people were saying shit to you, Diddy talking about that. I didn't know that's what the cover looked like. Now I know it looks like a freaking comic book. I wonder how many copies he sold so far since his promotion at the trial about the book. This is just crazy. I just can't. Oh my God. I hope I don't get blocked for saying the P word. Whatever. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. We're not playing it for counsel since their screens are viewable from the gallery. During the public law, Agent Delessa Penland has also appeared among other cases. Oh, she has? She's right there. Oh, there's video of her. Inner City Press has video of her. So she's been an expert in other cases. Hold up, let me see. Oh, snap. Hold up.
Same question. Who authorized it?
Where is she?
If you told Judge Stein that it was authorized, who authorized it?
Is that her? That's her?
Now, this is Miss Lorraine Chandler. She just received a very light sentence.
I'm trying to see where she's at.
Is a police widow. And she does have, she says, a developmentally impinged grandchild. Steal the answer why they hammer some guy from Bed-Stuy for 20 of the Shield Foundation. You'll find it here.
This is what
Stein that it was authorized. Who authorized it?
I don't even know if that's her. I don't think that's her, but well, at least he says that's her. During the public law, Agent Penland, she also appeared among other cases. So he's talking about her there. I don't think we have an image of her. Anyways. Yeah, he's chasing somebody down. I think this is in a separate case. I don't think that's her. Yeah, it's another case that he's talking about. But okay, let me see if we have an update because I think we do. Oh no, that was 2 minutes. So, because this is what he says. He says, we're not playing it for counsel since the screens are viewable from the gallery. During the public law, Agent Penland also appears among other cases. So she's known to do, I think, subject matter expert witness of other cases. For the prosecutor, he says this is an old SDNY video. So nothing new. And here's more videos, I guess, of, is this her though?
If you told Judge Stein that it was authorized,
this is a separate
who
case,
authorized
guys.
it?
I think that's her. He was like following her out with the camera. No update. CNN doesn't have an update. Let me see what Washington is saying. No update yet. Yeah, so it must have been like a separate case. Let's see. Someone needs to write YouTube at the source. Lord have mercy. There's some things that we can't even say. Would be crazy if Juror 6 turns up on your YouTube. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Juror 6 are probably going to want some money off of any kind of press. If I was Juror 6, you better believe I would be. I'm not breaking laws. I can go do interviews. I would be doing it. Why not? Juror 6, I mean, he's like, I got to get paid for my time. $72 a day wasn't anything. And then they kicked me out. You know? Yeah, I mean, I would be very mindful of that. Definitely. Make sure you guys are hitting that like. Did we reach 1,000 likes? Somebody let me know. Did we reach 1,000 likes? Thank you. Oh, yes, we did. Keep hitting the like button, please, and thank you. Appreciate it. Where are we at? Let's see. No update yet. No, we did. Yay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So the mule, the rug mule, it sounds like he's going to be there tomorrow. We expected him today. It sounds like he's going to be there tomorrow. So we got to wait and see. Do me a favor, guys. Make sure you guys are sharing, liking, supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. Anything helps the channel. Thank you guys so much. Let me see what we have so far. Thank you guys. Let's see. Oh my God. Hold up. Really? Now hold up. Let me ask a question. Okay. Sorry, I got a message. I'll let you guys know if I can in a little bit. No update yet. Okay. Yes, they said they would be done Wednesday. The defense and drawing the final witness for Friday. Yeah, he isn't coming today. Sorry, I'm getting some messages. Okay. Okay, here we go. Update. So Miss Johnson, again for the government, we're not seeing it. AUSA Johnson says play 10:30 to 11 minutes. Okay, Special Agent Penland, I want to direct your attention to line 23. I will read Mr. Combs. You read Miss Ventura. AUSA asks Combs, you corny? Would you want to have an FO? So they're reading messages now. Damn. Thank you. Let me see. That is crazy. All right, so shout out. I want to shout out one of the channel friends, guys. I just got a message from Sarah's weird world, or Sarah's world. You guys know Sarah and I, we've been doing content on the Liam Payne case. She actually just hit me up and she says she's at the Diddy trial too. Shout out to Sarah. You guys know Sarah's amazing. She's huge on TikTok. And so she's on my DMs giving me the heads up that they're outside and letting me know what's happening as well. She's actually sent me a picture of just the press. She was under a press tent. And just how crazy it is. And all the camera crew are still outside. They have all the bars out there for the press tents. So shout out to Sarah. Sarah's out there, and she says she's going to give us any information as things are coming through. Shout out to Sarah's Weird World. I'll let you guys. I know she has a YouTube channel too. Let me see if I can find it, so I can share the link. Sarah's World. Let's see. Here it is. Sarah's World. She is a huge TikToker as well. I don't know if you guys remember her. Yes. So she and we did a lot of like collabing with the Liam Payne case and everything. Shout out to her. She's amazing. It sounds like she's giving us some information. It sounds like everybody's on high alert because they think that Kanye is going to come around again. So there's that. Here we go. But he hasn't shown up. So no family or anything. So Diddy's family is not even there today. Okay. Just gives you guys an idea. And let me show you guys this for those that are on TikTok. This is her TikTok. She's actually a really, really nice person. I've gotten to have a couple conversations. We actually talked about collaborating one time. But you know, we got busy, and then the whole Liam Payne situation happening. Here it is. This is her. Sure, you guys probably know her. She has over 334,000 subscribers. She's huge, 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 huge. She's got some videos too, so we'll probably play those later. But that is her. She's a channel friend. Okay, moving on. Yeah, people are. I mean, Kanye could very well be a distraction to the situation. People have a lot of questions. All right, so Agent Penland. She's reading as Cassie. They're reading messages. Call Jules. Can you send me the hotel info about the smoke? What are you doing? AUSA as Combs. What's up? Agent Penland as Cassie. I asked him to drive around and we will hit him when we want him to come up. That's what it says. Okay. That's what it says. Now hold up. So they're just reading messages at this point. Is that what it sounds like? They're just going back and forth on messages. Let me know. Let's see. He made some sort of statement that he might be there this week. People have been saying different things. I'm pretty sure we'll probably find out. Thank you, Pika, for dropping Sarah's link. Sarah's amazing. You guys should check her out. She's from the UK. She's a UK creator. Really awesome. I feel like today is going to be a pretty boring for us. Well, the day is almost over. And who are in the court, a lot of the exhibits to show, and we won't see her and hear. A lot of this, I think, would make sense through the transcripts. Thank you. Wait. Hearts and confettis in the chat. Yes. Let's see. What do we have? No update. CNN is saying jurors shown 2012 travel and hotel invoices, text between Combs and Ventura. Okay. So a jury was shown a travel invoice sent to Bad Boy Entertainment for a flight for Cassie Ventura from LA to NYC on October 10th, 2012. Special Agent Penland then read some messages between Ventura and also Sean Diddy Combs on October 13th, 2012. You ready for tonight? Combs asked her. Ventura responded yes. Okay. But she needed to get something. Man, you had all day. It's always something, Combs wrote back in the messages. The jury then saw messages Ventura sent separately to two men discussing times to meet and giving them information for a hotel room in New York. The invoices for that hotel room was reserved under the name Janet Clark and paid in cash. One of the men texted Ventura in the early morning hours of October 14th, indicating that he was in another room. The jury also saw the invoice for that room, which was reserved under the name Frank Black and paid for both in cash and in Amex. Several videos recorded on October 14th were recovered from one of Ventura's devices. The jury watched some of these videos, but the public was not able to see them. So that should give you an idea of just the messages that they are reading, which we don't have. But I'm sure the transcript will show them. I said, must be awkward reading the raw textbook in court, right? Something else. Let's see. Yeah, Sarah from the UK is at the Diddy trial. Shout out to Sarah from Sarah's Weird World. Like I said, she and I did a lot of Liam Payne coverage. She's a really awesome creator, actually. Really cool. I got to talk to her, so she's pretty cool. I feel like today is going to, yes, I think I read this message. Let me see what Washington is saying. Nothing else in there. Man, they are really dragging the dragon. Damn. It's always from Cassie's devices. Only time they had evidence from Diddy was with Jane. That's weird. So did Diddy delete a lot of the things then, Moni? Like, so Cassie turned in all of her devices to the government, right? So a lot of this is being pulled from that. But I feel, okay, so then to be fair, though, there's a lot of evidence that's under sealed, which we'll never really know or understand. You said, hold up, you said, we've seen parts of these communications before, but now they show the messages between different parties and groups intermingle in the jury secession to show the direction from Combs and staff. That makes sense. And I think you're right, Diddy. Like, we've only shown a few select messages, but and even then, we're not being shown everything, right? Like, clearly there's stuff that we're missing here. But yes. Thank you, Sharon. You're in the UK too, a new subscriber. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. You said, I wonder if we will find out what was on KK's. We did. Miss Toby, there's a lot of, they collected stuff from KK. From KK, we found out the communication between her and Jonathan Perez. So there's been a couple things here and there that we've been able to find out from all these individuals, you know? Just been taking us a minute. I gotta charge my phone. Phone's about to die. Low battery. Let's turn that on. No update. I think it's just gonna be a lot of read through of stuff. Yeah, from all the phones. Like, there's just so much. What about, did they collect any phones from D-Rock? Did they collect any phones from, I mean, they definitely collected Jonathan's devices. They collected KK's. They collected Cassie's. What about Capricorn? I have a lot of questions about the things that have been collected or not. And why. You know? What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. I want to know if the defense has turned Diddy's devices that they were fighting over and how long it was going to take to take the prosecutions to go through it to see if there's any good evidence, says Ivy Rose. Huh. I wonder. Diddy's lawyer, B. Steele, is the same lawyer that represented Young Thug. In the RICO charges. Steele is a good lawyer. I will say that. I was a little, I didn't care for the whole calling in for a mistrial right away. That one time that he did it, I was like, I don't know if I agree, but okay. But that was just on me, Let's see. No update yet. No update yet. Okay, wait. What's this? Okay. So, you corny, would you want to have an FO? And then AUSA is reading, I'm a bit more excited than last time. Dress casual and bring baby oil. So Diddy's telling her, I'm more excited this time. Dress casually and bring baby oil. Agents ask Cassie, who was reading the text. Casual, yes. Baby oil, no. Okay, and then AUSA as Johnny LA Strip. On my way to that hotel, I can never say the name, El Mitrage, agent asked Cassie, do you mind driving around until I tell you? Do you mind driving around until I tell you? So that's her messaging Johnny, who is a worker. Okay. So she's like, Diddy's telling her, I'm a bit more actually excited than last time. Dress casual, bring baby oil. And then Cassie says, casual, yes, baby oil, no. And so then the worker, on my way to the hotel. And then Cassie says, do you mind driving around until I tell you? So Cassie's like, yeah, whatever reason they needed him to drive around. Was there something else going on between them two or what? Maybe she didn't want to see him right away, huh? But let me know. That's what it sounds like. Cassie's phone. He said, please, no more oil. I'm with you on this one. Leave the oil alone. No more oil. Okay? No more oil. I've decided to stop cooking with oil until this trial's over. Let's see. That's my understanding, at least. Enough with the baby oil. I know, right? It's like no more oil, please. We don't want to hear about baby oils anymore. We're good. Like we got to get through this. No update. Okay. So Washington Post says, in reviewing the chart of records, sounds like dry testimony, and it is. So this testimony is pretty dry, and it's made all of the more so because of the limitations in how the prosecution can describe the chart, requiring them to be very methodical and neutral in the presentation of their documents. These include bank statements, hotel bookings, flight itineraries, and text messages arranging to meet in specific hotel rooms at specific times. Before the recess, the judge sided with the defense, which sought to limit how the special agent talks about the summary charges or the summary chart, because Penland wasn't at these meetings, which the prosecutor's suggestions were freak-offs. She can't make any inferences in her testimony about what the parties did. She's limited mostly to reading out various documents which are grouped in the date. Well, then that's why it's so dry. We can't even get into the testimony. Well, there you go. Defense has a win there. She wasn't there for the parties, so she can't even say. Huh, what? Hold up. Wait, what? Rabbit, read my comment. Why do you think the feds left Tupac murder? I don't. Where's that comment? I don't even see it. Sorry. If Kifidi turned state witness, then why not have charges on the Tupac murder? I would have felt 20 times better if they would have charged them with that. Hell. Yeah, I don't know, man. No idea. I know he's about to stand trial. That's what I know. Yes, they're showing up receipts where Cassie contacted the two escorts. That's what they're showing. We just saw that. Yep. And under the alias Janet Clark. That's true. I don't know. That whole situation with Kifidi, we have to wait for trial on that one. I do wonder what that, and that's going to be in Vegas. So I do wonder about that one. Okay, hold up. No update. No update. Janet Clark, yes, we did. Well, was it Jackie Starr? I don't know about Janet Clark. I don't think I've heard of Janet Clark either. At all. No worries, fact checked. Keefe turned on Diddy allegedly, so I wonder why they're doing it like that. Yeah, I don't know, Chico. I don't know. Beats me on that one. No update. And this is just all like the summary charts. Okay, so tomorrow's gonna be the Mule. So I'm gonna have to update my thumbnail so people don't come for me. Because we thought it was all gonna be the Mule today. A side note, we are on verdict watch when it comes to Karen Reed. If you've been following that case, do you think that woman's gonna be found guilty or what? What is going to happen to Karen Reed? We're on verdict watch with that one. Damn. That's it? 31 minutes ago? Jury deliberations in Karen Reed trial to pick for the full day on Monday. Damn. It's going to be crazy, man. That is a crazy case. It was Jackie Starr, Janet Smith. There was another one too. I forgot. There were so many aliases. See, jury watch on Karen Reed. What is going to happen with Karen Reed? Damn. That, my friends, that's a whole different monster. I was so close in covering that case, and then I was like, nah. It's too crazy for me. Where should I start catching up on Karen Reed? I can't even tell you. There's a lot of good creators out there. I know The Glare is like covering it. I know that, who else? The Glare. There's another one I can't think about, but that one, my friends, they're at a retrial. There was a mistrial last year, then they're trying it again this year. Same judge. I'm just like, ooh, man. What are the and I'm telling you, that case took over all summer last year. I said, I'm not touching that case because it was just so polarizing. Even now, this was becoming a bit polarizing, but not as bad, right? Like, I feel like I could still have an opinion that might be different from people, and people aren't going to come for my neck. At least that's what we've cultivated here, right? But that case is, oof. So this is a rough case. It's a rough case. Yeah, Annie Elise, 10 to Life is one too. She's done a good job on that. Max, HBO Max did a documentary that I thought was pretty good on the Karen Reed case. I would suggest that one too. But I really, like I said, I got a couple of cases on my radar that I want to cover trial wise. Now that I've done a trial, because I had not done a trial before, and now I can actually, once this is over, I can actually, put my checkbox on it. I want to look into the Gloria Trevi one. I definitely want to cover Luigi Mangione. That's another one that I want to cover. So yeah, we're gonna have to do different things. And by the time we get there, I'm thinking about getting a new setup in terms of like, because I'm kind of done with StreamYard. StreamYard, you suck. I'm ready for something new than StreamYard. I think I'm gonna go all out and probably do OBS. So I thought about it with this one. Yeah, but Luigi Mangione is definitely one that I want to cover. Definitely one. And then there's some other ones that I'm looking at. I want to see what happens. I don't know if anybody's going to cover the Tiny and T.I. defamation case with Sabrina Peterson out of California. That's another one that should be interesting, but I don't know if it's going to get covered. I might think about that. I don't know how to go about covering that one yet. So there's that. Really? OBS has been? I just need to do something different. The street. So tonight, if I go live, I'm probably going to go live straight out of YouTube. I'm not using StreamYard. I'm not using, I just want to try YouTube. Like I did a couple of lives just to test it out. And I said, it's not too bad. I might just do a live on YouTube, just straight out. See if it pushes me out a little bit. They should have started with his testimony after Cassie says Robert Sanders. Ivy Rose, but everybody's got a different opinion about Karen Reed, y'all. They do. I sit there and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Thank you. Anyways, you can do it again. It's a good case, but it's so intense. And then I'm like, well, if I cover for this first trial, then it'd be another one. I'm glued to this trial. This whole 2 hours, I was in the pool and I was listening to what I'm missing. Like it won't be recapped. Penny, this is gonna be a dull day with the agents. Brandon Mule. That's not his name. Brandon Paul won't be on the stand until tomorrow. We just got clarification. So yeah. Okay, let me see what's going on. Oh. But I'm kind of done with StreamYard. I think I want to try something else. But I don't know. I really like the setup that I've always liked ICML setup, so I'm gonna look into something like that. I really like the multi-screen setup, and I think now that we have the technology for it, I'm able to do it. I might need to do something about my internet just to straighten the internet, but I want to do something like that. So we might do. I need to learn OBS. I just haven't had time to learn. Like, it's easier to just go live, but it's something else to learn. So I might look into OBS. And I know they have like source on top of source. I was messing with it one time and then I got so flustered and I said, I effing quit. I'll never learn. So maybe this is a challenge now that we have the technology to run OBS. It might be different. I won't do Restream. I rather just stick to StreamYard. I've tried Restream before and I wasn't a fan. Okay, do we have an update? No update-o. No update-o. Let's see. No update-o. That was 14 minutes ago, guys. So somebody said in the comments, what is going on? Government needs to coordination to conviction on RICO. Over the weekend, government expressed concerns jurors miss RICO elements, huh? When did they do that? I never heard that. Okay. Excuse me. Yes, Duty Ron is another good one too. He's been covering the Karen Reed case pretty extensively. But yeah. Yes. Okay, guys, I am getting messages that I have to go because Baby Bunny is ready to see me. So I am gonna end now because I can't go any longer than I can only go so long. So I gotta go, but I will be live tonight. Check your notifications. I don't know what probably today's transcripts. I'm not really sure if there's anything is there anything that really interests us on today? Let me know. I have to look at the transcripts, but is there anything specific that you guys want? Maybe the messages from the first person, maybe what the lawyers talked about in the sidebars. I have to cut things into half because it just becomes too much. But let me know what you guys think in the comments. What should we do later in the evening? This was the most boring day. Well, do we talk about the sidebars? Maybe we'll do a live on the sidebars about the jurors. That might be interesting. Let me know. Maybe I'll have you guys vote and you guys tell me, okay? But do me a favor. It was mostly boring. Do me a favor. Hit the like button. What else? Hit the like button. Support, share, do all those good things. I'll see you guys later. Bye. See you mañana. Bye, guys.